This man, Callan Llewellyn, the richest, most powerful man in the entire empire, my mind reeled. No way, this is ridiculous. He's also the protagonist of the novel I read, The Days of Duke Llewellyn's Family. I'm just beggar girlie, an extra who doesn't even know when she'll die for me being his daughter. It's like winning the lottery. It's a sweet dream I never dared to have, but a cold dread coiled in my stomach. My tiny, grimy hands clenched the fabric of my ragged dress. There's just one thing that bothers me. His handsome face, moments before so impassive, now twisted into a frown. His crimson eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint in their depths. Why? He asked, his voice a low growl that vibrated through my bones. You don't want to? My heart hammered against my ribs. The novel definitely had a murderous main character. A shiver of pure terror shot down my spine. Was this it? Was he going to kill me just for hesitating? I remember trying so hard to learn, piecing together letters from a discarded newspaper. The girl has a house. 4 words, I read 4 whole words today. My friend Walter peeked over my shoulder, his voice filled with scorn. Why do you have this? You don't even know how to read. I puffed out my cheeks, shooting him a glare that held no real heat. I know how to read a few words, okay? I huffed. My expression turned serious, my voice filled with a determination he couldn't understand. If we're going to change our fate, we need to get a job so we can leave the streets, I declared. Walter just blinked at me, confused. What's fate? How do you change it? He mumbled. I sighed, a wave of weariness washing over me. He wouldn't get it. Fate is hard to change. I needed to concentrate. My life as a beggar started after my mother died. Leaving me all alone in this cold, cruel world, I had to resort to begging just to survive. My stomach a constantly aching void. My friends, the other street children, told me that people gave me food because I was cute. So whenever they found someone who looked rich, they'd let me know. And if I succeeded, if I managed to get even a small piece of bread, we would all share it, huddled together for warmth and comfort. It was a miserable existence, but it was ours. Suddenly, Walter's voice cut through my thoughts, insistent. Riri, he whispered, tapping my shoulder. What, can't you see I'm busy? I grumbled, but he was already pointing. Doesn't that tall guy look rich? My eyes followed his finger, not the man in the red hat, no, the one behind him, the one in the immaculate black outfit. A spark ignited inside me, this was it. Leave it to me, Tilda, I chirped, my confidence suddenly soaring. Who could have known that this single moment, this one choice, would change my life forever? I scurried over, my small hand reaching out to tug on the expensive fabric of his cloak. Excuse me, I began, my voice trembling only slightly. I looked up, putting on my most pitiful expression. Could you spare a coin, please? The man turned and my breath hitched in my throat. Whoa, he is really handsome. But his beauty was as cold as ice. His voice was sharp, dismissive. Go away, I'm busy, he snapped, shoving me aside without a second glance. The world went white, then dissolved into a blur. Huh, what's this? The smell of antiseptic, the quiet hum of machinery, a hospital. I saw a girl lying in a hospital bed, a book resting in her lap. Wait, is this my previous life? My eyes focused on the book's cover, the golden letters gleaming under the fluorescent lights. The Days of the Llewellyn Family. The memory shifted, plunging me into the world of the novel. Callan stood in a bustling crowd, his eyes scanning every face with predatory intensity. Damn it, where did that bastard go? He thought, his hand tightening on the cane he carried. He was hunting a criminal, but the culprit, a man disguised in a red hat, had blended seamlessly into the crowd. Realization dawned too late. Callan ran towards the train station. But the monster had already reached the slums. A massacre had begun. Blood painted the cobblestones crimson, a river of death flowing from more than 30 people. And the first victim, a poor innocent boy, a boy named Walter, the vision shattered. I was back in the alley, the stench of grime and despair filling my lungs. My eyes flew open wide with horror. Damn it, where did he go? It's just like the lines in the book. Walter's in danger. Panic, sharp and electrifying, shot through me. I scrambled to my feet and latched onto the Duke's cloak again, my fingers digging into the fabric with all my might. You can't go to the train station? I screamed, my voice raw with desperation. He spun around, his face a mask of irritation. What? He spat. People are dying. There was a suspicious man in a red hat. I saw him pretending to go to the train station, but he hid in an alley. It's the same as the one on the wanted poster, the devilish killer William. His crimson eyes bored into me, sharp and assessing. Is that true? He demanded, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper. Yes, I shrieked, pointing a trembling finger. He's over there, come on. He moved like a phantom, a blur of black cloth disappearing into the darkened alley. A moment later, a blood-curdling scream tore through the air. My whole body trembled as I peeked around the corner. Dark, swirling tendrils of energy coiled in the air. It's black magic. The shadows consumed the man in the red hat, choking him, suffocating him. Then Callan's polished boot slammed down on the killer's face with a sickening crunch. A slow, cruel smile spread across Callan's lips, a terrifying sight. You know, he murmured, his voice a silky poison, beating bastards like you to death is my life's joy. I clamped my hands over my ears, squeezing my eyes shut. He's a complete psychopath. Then, silence, the screaming stopped. I dared to open my eyes. Callan stood over the mangled body, a light spatter of blood on his cheek, looking as calm as if he'd just finished a cup of tea. Blood dripped from the weapon in his hand, each drop hitting the stone with a quiet, sickening plip. A primal fear gripped me. Let's run, I have to run. I turned to flee, but a hand shot out, grabbing the back of my dress and yanking me off my feet. I was trapped. He backed me against a cold, damp wall, his shadow swallowing me whole. My teeth chattered, my body shaking so violently I thought I would fall apart. He's so scary. Let me go, I whimpered, tears blurring my vision. In the distance, I heard the sound of approaching footsteps, the city guard. Callan leaned in close, his breath warm against my cheek. He pressed something cold and metallic into my palm, a heavy gold card. My name is Callan Llewellyn, he whispered, his form beginning to dissolve into swirling black smoke. Come find me, okay? I need to talk to you about the help you gave me. And just like that, he was gone, leaving me alone in the dark alley, trembling and clutching the impossible proof of what had just happened. To think that I was living in a world inside a novel, and as an extra on top of that. I shivered on the cold cobblestones, newspapers my only blanket against the biting wind. Is this the life of a beggar? A memory from my past life surfaced, my parents' warm embrace, their loving words. Aryuna, you have to be born happy and healthy. A bitter smile touched my lips. Well, I was born healthy. I stretched with a massive yawn, and something rustled in my newspaper nest. Red flowers, what's this? My eyes widened, the newspaper they were lying on, these letters, I've seen them somewhere before. I fumbled for the gold card Callan had given me. It's definitely the same letters. My heart started to pound as I flipped the paper over. There in bold print were the words that would change everything: Duke of Llewellyn recruiting maids. A wild hope surged through me. This might be my chance to fix my fortune. I have to go find him. Standing before the massive ducal estate, I felt impossibly small. The guard eyed me with deep suspicion. You're saying that the Duke gave this to you? He asked, his voice dripping with disbelief. I nodded, my chin held high. Yes, he gave me this and then said to go find him. My voice was small but firm. I'm not lying. Just then, the screech of a carriage arriving cut through the tension. A handsome young man with the Duke's dark hair and piercing eyes stepped out. What's the problem? He asked, his gaze landing on me. After the guard explained, the young man, this must be Callan's son Jade, looked me over. Did father have this kind of hobby? He muttered under his breath. I must have looked pathetic because he sighed. I really wanted to see him, I pleaded, my eyes wide and desperate. He relented. I'll take you inside for now, come with me. He led me through hallways grander than anything I could have imagined. Into a study where the Duke himself sat. I trembled as his crimson eyes landed on me. Father, do you know this girl? Jade asked. She had a gold card, did she steal it? Callan's voice was calm but held an undeniable authority. No, I know this kid, I owe her a lot. Jade's jaw dropped. Taking my chance, I spoke up. Excuse me, are you looking for maids? The Duke's question was sharp. Why would you ask that? I squeaked. I saw something in a newspaper article about hiring a maid. Oh no, I'm so scared. He already helped me, but I wonder if he would help me again. He eyed me coolly. How old are you? I'm 9 years old, I announced proudly. But I'm a very strong and healthy 9-year-old. I only need to have one meal a day and I can do anything. I can clean the floors well, do laundry and I frantically tried to think of more skills. I'm so small I can get in the chimney and clean it. A light musical voice interrupted me. Oh my, really? A woman of breathtaking beauty entered the room, her long black hair flowing behind her. It was Marianne, Callan's sister. Just like in the novel, she was a great beauty. She knelt before me, her red eyes soft with something like pity. Where are your parents? She asked gently. I swallowed hard. My mother was here, but she died a few years ago. Then where are you staying now? Nowhere, we didn't have a house. Jade's voice cut in sharp and curious. Where do you sleep if you don't have a home? On the streets, I mumbled, my face flushing with shame. I quickly waved my hands, trying to reassure them. I don't carry any diseases, the alley is clean, and I'm able to sleep warmly at night by collecting old blankets. A heavy silence fell over the room. Why is everyone so quiet? Marianne's expression was unreadable. Apparently Callan called you to pay you back, she said. Why do you want to be a maid? Don't you want something better? My voice was barely a whisper, but it was filled with all the longing in my heart. I want to be something different. I want to be something other than a beggar when I grow up. I stared at the floor, the memories of jeers and kicks fresh in my mind. When I walk in the streets during the day, I don't want to be criticized or kicked. I want to be an ordinary person. That's why I came here. Marianne's hand gently patted my head, her touch surprisingly warm. I see, I'm so proud of you. Her eyes then fell on the flower I was clutching. But what is this? She asked, her fingers gently plucking it from my grasp. It's a flower, Callan stated, his eyes fixed on it. I brought it as a visiting gift, I explained. His voice was like steel. Where did you get that flower? I received it. From who? I don't know. It was there when I woke up. You don't think that I stole it, right? I have a friend whose brother sells flowers and sometimes he gives the remaining flowers to kids. I think my friend left them when I was sleeping. Marianne smiled, smoothly changing the subject. Then how much salary do you want? I panicked. I'll receive however much you give. Then what about half of an adult's? I squeaked, immediately backpedaling. Callan held up the flower, a quarter of what adults earn. I held my hands up in a tiny gesture, this much. But he wasn't finished with his interrogation. His gaze was so intense it felt like he was peering into my soul. Before that, there's something I want to check. How did you know I was after William back there? My heart hammered, but I was ready. I saw that same poster on a wanted poster in the alley. He twisted the stem of the flower. So why did you ask me of all people for help? I gave him my most innocent smile. It was just a coincidence. Yes, I wanted to ask anyone for help, but you caught my eye so. You're just so handsome. I didn't know you were such a high-ranking nobleman. A ghost of a smirk played on his lips. All right, one more. How did you know I was going to the train station? I proudly presented my knowledge of the slums. The back alley is the fastest way to the train station that's 2 blocks ahead. He looked genuinely impressed. You're pretty smart. My heart leaped. Did I clear your suspicions? He stood. Go to the room next door for a while. I'll have to discuss this with my family. The heavy door clicked shut behind me. I collapsed against it, my legs turning to jelly. I didn't make any mistakes, did I? I don't even need to be a cleaning maid or a kitchen maid. I'd be content with just being in charge of the stables. Please make me an apprentice or something. Please. Inside the room, Marian lounged on the sofa. Looking at that child, she's pitiful. Should I go pick her up? Jade's reply was curt. Children aren't pets, Aunt. Marian mused. Then we should send her to the temple. She can at least eat, right? And receive an education. Callan's voice was sharp. Stop it. If she goes to the temple, then she'll have to become a nun. Then are you going to leave her in this house? Marian challenged. If we allow such a young child to be a maid, then there will be weird rumors about the dukedom. Jade looked at his father, horrified. Then should we raise her? Father, your jokes are not funny. Callan's gloved hand clenched, crushing the delicate red flower into pulp. A chilling grin spread across his face. I'm not joking, though. They called me back in. I sat nervously on the edge of a massive sofa. Callan's words hit me like a physical blow. Firstly, the job advertisement you saw is already half a year old. Since then, we've already hired 3 more maids. My shoulders drooped. What was I expecting? How foolish of me. He continued. You said you would do anything I asked, right? Yes, I'll give you 5 gold coins a week. My brain short-circuited. 5 gold coins. That much? My mind reeled. There's no way he's just going to give me that money. Is he? Is he going to make me part of his collection? I glanced nervously at the taxidermied animals on the wall and began to tremble. What do I have to do? Callan seemed to read my mind. Well, our family has never had a daughter, so I don't know what girls spend their time doing. His crimson eyes met mine. How about becoming my daughter? Daughter? I'm sure that doesn't mean he's planning on adopting me. What kind of maid is an adopted daughter? Marian burst into peals of laughter. Ahiha, an adopted daughter is not the same as a maid. You're supposed to be served by maids. The room started to spin. You want me to be the daughter of this family? A knock at the door interrupted the chaos. A butler entered. Pardon me, the prince is waiting for you. Callan's reply was dangerously cold. I'm talking to someone right now, so get out. The butler bowed and left without another word. Is it okay to treat the royal family so coldly? The duke must be very influential. Callan turned back to me, his expression unreadable. He gently patted my head. I can't make you do hard labor, you're far too small. His gloved fingers gently caressed my cheek. I'm going to grow soon, but I dislike letting you live on the streets, so you can just live in this house and become my daughter. My mind was a whirlwind. To become Callan's daughter would mean becoming the most noble girl in this country, showered with jewels and lace. At the same time, it also means stepping into a bloody battlefield. I don't know if I have good or bad luck, but my heart thumped wildly in my chest. I'm sure this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I met his gaze and nodded. I'd like that. He simply said, okay, and stood. Is that all? Marian exclaimed. Brother, do you even know her name? He waved a dismissive hand. I don't need to know the name given to her from the streets. I'll give her a new one. Panic seized me. I haven't even told you my name yet. I shouted. My mom gave me that name. Callan paused, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He turned, a slow, knowing smile gracing his lips. I guess the day you were born was Monday. I was startled. How did you know? His smile widened. Means Monday in ancient language. Later, I was soaking in a bathtub so large it felt like a private lake. The bathroom is bigger than the family gathering hall. The butler Kshin explained things from an adult's point of view. Adopted daughters in noble families are rare, but not entirely unheard of. Sometimes, if a child is an only child, another is adopted as a playmate, or to carry out charity work. They take in orphans, educate them, and raise them as great talents. If the young lady were to be raised as a member of a noble family, everyone would praise the mercy of the duke. Charity work, I see, so when I become an adult, I will repay the favor. I thought about my old life. What are the chances of me surviving as a beggar? In a world where murderers walk around scot-free, here I can study, eat, and even do charity work. Thank you, I whispered to the water. I won't forget it, Kshin bowed low. I apologize for the rude words. I will treat you as the young lady of the family from this moment forth. As he was leaving, he added quietly, moreover, the duke isn't very fond of people. I doubt he'd do anyone a favor. Well, he is the duke after all. So the most important thing is for the young lady to grow up healthy and in peace. The door closed with a soft click. Shin, I sank deeper into the warm water. Is it really possible for me to grow up healthy and peaceful? Especially when the man who adopted me is a killer? He killed 107 people. Of course, Callan isn't just any killer. He is the highest level dark wizard born 500 years ago. He's a high-ranking warlock cursed with the ability to only live by killing people. In order to live, he must absorb magical abilities, and the more he absorbs, the stronger he gets. It is referred to as magic absorber. Upon learning of this fact, the family decided to raise Callan as a weapon. The royal family also conspired with it. That's what he's made of. He's a villain that kills, a serial killer who kills serial killers. The royal family's one-man special forces. Callan Llewellyn's. A small smile touched my lips as I relaxed in the tub. He's a little scary, but he's not dangerous. He's on Justice's side, just like a hero. The warm water was a luxury she'd only dreamed of, a gentle caress against skin that had only known filth and cold. But the sudden sound of a door opening shattered the peace. Re-jolted upright, her heart leaping into her throat. A whole legion of maids filed into the room, their faces a mixture of professionalism and surprise. The head maid bowed her head, her voice calm as she apologized for startling the young miss. Bubbles popped around Ree's chin as she sank back into the water, her wide eyes blinking in confusion. What was happening? Was she in trouble already? A younger maid approached with a coarse sponge, her expression earnest as she asked if it hurt. Please tell her. Ree shook her head, still dazed. The scrubbing wasn't painful, just strange. No one had ever been this gentle with her. The water around her turned a murky dark gray, a testament to the grime she had carried for so long. The maid looked at the filthy water and apologized again, promising they could drain it and fill it up again. Ree could only stare, overwhelmed. All this? For her? Later, wrapped in a towel so soft it felt like a cloud, she hesitantly touched the fabric. Can I really clean my body with something this soft? It felt sacrilegious, like using silk to wipe away mud. When she was dressed, she couldn't recognize the girl in the mirror. A cascade of strawberry blonde hair tied with pretty ribbons. Was my hair always this color, she wondered, touching a silky strand. It's pretty, and the dress, a confection of white lace and strawberries, made her feel like she'd fallen from the heavens. The maids cooed around her, their voices filled with adoration. She felt a warmth spread through her chest, a feeling so foreign it almost hurt. The head maid then led her down a long, echoing hallway to a dining room so vast it could have seated an entire village. But it was empty, no one was here. A magnificent feast was spread across the long table, glistening under the light of a crystal chandelier. Her stomach grumbled in anticipation. But first she had to conquer the chair, a throne far too big for her small body. With a groan and a mighty heave, she managed to scramble onto the seat. Her eyes, wide and green as emeralds, drank in the sight of the food. Roasted meats, fluffy bread, glistening fruits. It looked so delicious. She sat patiently, her hands clasped in her lap, waiting for everyone to arrive so they could eat together. But the minutes stretched into an eternity. 20 minutes later, she was still alone. The delicious smells torturing her. Her stomach let out a pathetic growl. I can eat now, right? She thought, her resolve crumbling. Her eyes locked onto a loaf of freshly baked bread, and a string of drool escaped her lips. Just a little bite. She took the bread in her small hands and brought it to her lips. The moment her teeth sank into the impossibly soft crust, a memory slammed into her. A sterile white hospital room, the constant beeping of machines, a body so weak from illness that it had lost all appetite. She remembered the bland, tasteless food she could barely stomach, and now this bread was the most delicious thing she had ever tasted. Tears welled in her eyes and streamed down her cheeks. It's so good, I'm crying. Suddenly, a cool voice cut through her emotional haze. She's small, but she eats really well. Refroze. Bread still in hand. A boy with hair as dark as midnight and eyes the color of blood was watching her from the doorway. Jade, when did he get here? Her face burned with humiliation. He'd seen her stuffing her face like a wild animal. He walked towards her, his expression unreadable as he stated coldly, "That's my seat, the place you're sitting in." Panic seized her. She shot up from the chair, babbling an apology, but her legs wobbled beneath her. With a squeak of oops, she lost her balance and tumbled forward, landing right in his lap. For a heart-stopping moment, there was silence. He just looked down at her and she looked up at him, her face a perfect shade of crimson. Then, without a change in his stoic expression, he simply pointed to the chair across from him. "Your seat is over there." He gently pushed her off his lap and back onto her feet. Mortified, she scurried to the other chair and sat down, her head bowed in shame. She felt his intense gaze on her and dared to peek up. He was staring at her hair. He tilted his head, asking if her hair was strawberry blonde. "Is that why it smells like strawberries?" She flushed again as he leaned closer, sniffing the air around her head. Her heart hammered against her ribs. It's probably the soap," she stammered, but her good mood was gone, replaced by a familiar ache of guilt. He noticed her sudden gloom and asked what was wrong. Her lower lip trembled. I ended up eating your meal," she confessed, her voice barely a whisper. Memories of the slums flooded her mind. Her friends, gaunt and hungry, huddled together, sharing a single piece of stale bread. That was how they survived. That's how they showed they cared. Tears began to fall again as she sobbed. Friends share snacks with each other. I wanted to become friends with the young master. But now you'll just see me as a glutton, she wailed. She expected him to sneer, to call her a pig, but instead he just waved a dismissive hand. He explained he was just watching her eat because he found it interesting. He'd been wondering why she only ate once a day and concluded it was because she ate a lot. Her crying stopped abruptly, so that's what he thought. He pushed a plate of pastries toward her, telling her to eat more. He said she looked like his old pet cat Popo when her cheeks were bulging with food. A cat. He explained that Popo couldn't concentrate when he saw food and would always keep snacks in his mouth, afraid someone would take them. He then added with no emotion at all that the experiment failed and the cat died. An icy chill ran down her spine. Experiment? What kind of experiment leads to a pet dying? Is he going to experiment on me too? She shook her head violently, her whole body trembling. He must have seen the terror in her eyes because he clarified that he was trying to extend the cat's life with medicine and care, but its lifespan was already over. Oh, so it was more like nursing than an experiment. Relief washed over her. He wasn't a monster. He was just as she remembered from the novel, quiet, strong, and not a bad person. A genuine smile bloomed on her face. She wanted to be friends with him. But why do you want to be friends with me? He asked. His red eyes curious. She explained that she was thankful because he allowed her to stay. After all, her new father was the one who decided. In her mind, she pictured the young master objecting and the Duke kicking her out immediately. Since he was the Duke's precious son, his opinion mattered. Jade's expression was unreadable. But siblings can't become friends, he stated flatly. Her shoulders slumped in disappointment. But then a ghost of a smile touched his lips as he added, however, we can get closer somehow. He leaned in, his voice a low murmur. It's fun watching you eat too. Ree's heart did a little flip. To hide her blush, she quickly changed the subject. Right, I have something to ask you. She brought up the flower she'd given the Duke. The red flower with the golden cords. The playful atmosphere shattered instantly. Jade's face became a mask of ice. Who did you really get that from? He demanded, his voice dangerously low. Before she could answer, she saw the grim look on his face. He thinks I stole it, doesn't he? I really didn't steal it, she insisted. He leaned back, his finger tapping his chin thoughtfully. Then why did father adopt you as his daughter? He mused. Have you perhaps killed someone? Her head spun as she frantically waved her hands. No, I'm not capable enough to kill a person on my own. He continued his interrogation. Then have you done anything bad? She fidgeted, her gaze dropping to her lap. She confessed that she had been misunderstood for pickpocketing before. The memory was a dark shadow, the accusation hanging over her as she was just trying to pick up a fallen wallet. His sharp eyes softened just a fraction. Did you get hit a lot? He asked quietly. She nodded, her voice small. I got hit on the cheek a few times. I almost died. He seemed to be piecing something together. So you aren't father's toy, he concluded. Toy, the word sent a shiver of dread through her. He explained he was just trying to make sure if she was Callan's prey or not. The implication was terrifying. What kind of family was this? I wonder if I made a good choice coming here, she thought, her heart pounding. But then he said something that surprised her. The person who hit you in the face is a bad person, he stated simply. Do you remember what they look like? She shook her head, saying it was a long time ago. A slow, chillingly sweet smile spread across his face. Tell me if you manage to remember, I'll let you play with their face just like a ball. She let out a nervous laugh, thinking to herself, asterisk, even if I remember, I would never tell you. Asterisk. Later that night, in a dark, foreboding study, the butler gave his report to Duke. The girl's name was Ree, 9 years old, an orphan from the slums. Her only relative, her mother, had died from an illness. In the corner of the room stood a menacing guillotine, a silent testament to the Duke's power. Action continued, stating that Ree had lived as a beggar with no criminal connections. Callan lounged in his chair, seemingly bored. There's nothing suspicious, he concluded, but then his eyes hardened. The real reason he brought her here was because of that flower. He'd searched the entire country for it with no success. There was no way a child could find it by accident, the red morning glory with a gold pattern. He held the flower in his hand, his knuckles white. It was a challenge sent by the person who killed his mother. A horrific memory flashed before his eyes, his mother lying lifeless on the floor, surrounded by a pool of her own blood and scattered red flowers. Ree was either the next victim or a partner to the killer. Either way, he would keep her under his watchful eye. Shin expressed his doubt that a 9-year-old could be a spy. But Callan shot him down, remarking that his butler was too weak around children and animals. Talk then shifted to Jade. Callan noted that since his chimera cat died, Jade had become distant. He then leaned forward, his red eyes glinting ominously. By the way, do you still use chairs when they move? In the dungeons below, a man groaned in agony. Shin stood over him, apologizing that he had received a lower dose of the drug. The man writhed on the floor as Callan's boot came down, crushing his head against the stone. He'd heard this man killed 30 people and collected parts of their bodies. Did you return that collection to their families? Callan asked casually. Wingshin replied, not yet. A cruel smirk twisted Callan's lips. Split this bastard into 30 pieces and present it to the families with his collection. What do you think? Shin bowed low. I wonder how it would be as a gift. A scream echoed through the dungeon as dark magic consumed the prisoner, turning him to dust. Ree's dreams were haunted by another life, a life as a girl named Yuna, confined to a hospital bed. Her only escape was books. The last one she remembered reading just before her heart gave out was The Days of Duke Llewellyn Family. She woke with a start, the morning sun streaming through the window of her luxurious bedroom. Why do I keep remembering the novel in my dreams? She wondered. Every time she opened her eyes in this place, she doubted it was real. She pinched her own cheek hard. HNNG, it really isn't a dream. A few days passed, she bounded into the dining room, cheerfully greeting Jade. He returned her greeting with a curt good mornings. The Duke, as usual, was absent. Jade explained he was on a tour, but Ree knew better. It was just an excuse for him to go to work. She and Jade had been eating alone every morning. He was always staring at her, making it hard to get closer, but at least he let her call him by his name now. He watched her devour a piece of toast and asked if it was that delicious. He then gently chided her, saying it would be best if she learned table manners soon, but to take her time. Mortified, she covered her mouth and nodded. She glanced at him shyly, asking if he was busy today. His face was unreadable as he replied that he had to go to the academy. Her shoulders slumped. Just then Shin stepped forward. Play with this instead, he said, holding out a single, shining golden balloon. Ree's eyes went wide with wonder. A balloon. Balloons were only for special days. A bittersweet memory surfaced. Her father in her past life, bringing her balloons to her hospital bed to chase away the boredom. Tears started to fall again. Jade looked alarmed. You're crying again, he said, a hint of concern in his voice. She laughed through her tears. Hee, that's because I really like it. He seemed genuinely confused that a simple balloon could make her so happy. As she beamed, he reached out and gently patted her head. Thank you for the gift, Jade. I'll always bring it with me. The morning felt perfect as she sipped her warm milk tea. The golden balloon tied safely to her chair. Later, Shin took her on a tour of the sprawling ducal estate. He explained that the Duke's family was the oldest in the empire. Ree stared at the rows of empty houses, asking who lived in them. Shin told her they once belonged to the Duchess's family. He then pointed to an old temple in the distance, warning her to avoid it at all costs. It was where the Duke kept his precious collections. Her heart skipped a beat. That was Callan's workshop from the novel. Suddenly, the sound of an approaching carriage broke the quiet. A temple wagon was heading straight for them. Shin instinctively pulled her behind him. The carriage door opened and a familiar, elegant woman stepped out. Oh my gosh, we're meeting again. It was the beautiful woman from the alley. She laughed, mentioning the rumor about the Duke's adopted daughter and wondering how it spread so fast when she'd blocked the news. Words from mouth are always a source faster than newspaper, she said with a sly smile. Her eyes scanned Ree's dress. Oh my, this dress, she tutted. Ain't it too big for you? Ugh, such an old-fashioned design. Ree's heart sank. She liked this dress. The woman who Ree now knew was Mrs. Rose continued, saying it was no wonder since the men in this house wouldn't know the first thing about trends for girls. Is Callan at home? She asked. When Shin said he was out, her eyes lit up. That's good, she declared, grabbing Ree's arm. Then I'll take this kid with me. Shin protested, but she waved him off. Oh, by the way, we can get permission later. I'll go get some new clothes for her. She leaned down, her face close to Ree's. How old are you? I'm 9 years old, ma'am, Ree replied timidly. The woman gasped dramatically. Oh my God, do I look like a madam? Call me Marian. She turned to Shin, announcing that Ree was old enough to pick out her own clothes and that they would meet Callan at a hotel downtown. And with that, she whisked a bewildered Ree away. In the carriage, Marian complimented her, calling her a pretty girl, even more so than she expected. Ree, clutching her balloon, shyly replied that Marian was very beautiful too. Marian then revealed she was a saint from the temple, which left Ree utterly speechless. The saint from the novel, but then the supposed saint pulled out a cigarette. A smoking saint, Marian saw her shocked expression and quickly apologized, putting it out. Ree decided she wasn't a bad person, just a little unconventional. They soon arrived in the bustling city. Ree's gaze was immediately drawn to a magnificent toy store, a place she could only ever dream of entering when she was a beggar. The owner hated children from the slums and always chased them away. But she remembered one magical night when he forgot to turn off the lights in the display window. The sight was heavenly, and she stayed there all night just staring. She looked up at Marian with hopeful eyes. Could she actually go inside this time? But Marian led her past the toy store to Seville Street, the most fashionable district in the capital. They entered a lavish boutique, where the staff swarmed them with excitement. I'm here to choose clothes for this girl, Marian announced. A new person in our family. The shopkeeper politely inquired about the budget. Ree shrank behind Marian's skirt, suddenly terrified, but Marian just smiled a cool, dangerous smile. Are you asking budget in front of someone from the Llewellyn family? The shopkeeper turned pale. Marian's voice rang through the store. 100 gold coins for today. I want to spend all of that money today. Ree's mind reeled. 100 gold coins, that was an astronomical sum. This was too much. She panicked, thinking, asterisk, I'm not even the real daughter. I'm about to be kicked out for sure, asterisk. But the staff were already buzzing with enthusiasm, bringing out armfuls of gorgeous dresses. One of them gently took her precious balloon, promising to tie it up safely while they took her measurements. As she was led away, a single thought echoed in her mind. Would it really be okay? The shop attendants swarmed around Maria, their arms overflowing with fabrics and dresses. They chattered excitedly, but Mia just shrank into her chair. These designs, they were all so outdated. A beautiful little girl should only wear beautiful things, Maria mused, but Mia felt like a doll being dressed up in someone else's dusty clothes. Suddenly, Maria's eyes lit up. This one is good, she exclaimed, pointing to a dress in her book. There's even a sample to try on. Before Mia could protest, she was whisked away towards the fitting rooms, the attendant's voice a cheerful echo behind her. Inside the private chamber, the attendant began fussing with the simple dress Mia was already wearing. It was a party style, she explained, the very same one the princess had ordered. The princess? Mia's eyes went wide with shock. As the attendant helped her into the new gown, a feeling of wonder washed over her. It was beautiful, it was wonderful. But just as she was admiring her reflection, hushed, venomous voices drifted in from outside the door. It was Madame Rose speaking with another lady. Her voice was a low hiss, full of disdain. She couldn't believe Maria had adopted a commoner, a filthy little thing from the slums. She wasn't from a noble line, not like Jade. The rumors are running wild, the other woman added. Maria's companion agreed, her voice dripping with poison. It was impossible for a royal to be an ordinary citizen. Education is important, she sneered, and the only way to deal with her asterisk is to marry her off to the countryside. But who would marry that ugly girl? Madame Rose's voice was sharp, a cruel smirk in her tone, unless she was sold to a circus like a monster. The words sliced through the air, sharp and cold, wrapping around Mia like chains. Her world turned dark, the cheerful boutique fading into a miserable purple haze. She stood frozen, the beautiful dress feeling like a costume for a freak show. The attendant noticed her downcast expression, her shoulders slumped in defeat. Look, she whispered, trying to be comforting, but it was no use. The shadows on the fitting room door twisted and warped, becoming monstrous silhouettes of the people who had always looked at her with contempt. Their eyes filled with disgust. It's all right, everything's all right, the attendant murmured, but Mia couldn't hear her over the pounding of her own heart. Suddenly the door swung open and Maria stood there, her hands clasped in delight. Oh my God, how cute, she squealed, her eyes sparkling with genuine joy. What do you think about a matching dress, lady? An attendant suggested. We have similar designs. Maria's face lit up even more. That's always been my dream. Wearing matching outfits with the little girls in the family. Seeing Maria's pure, unadulterated happiness, a real, beaming smile broke across Mia's face, chasing away the shadows. For a moment, everything was perfect. An attendant brought her a glass of water and she sat down, feeling almost like a real lady. But then a cold dread washed over her. She looked around frantically. Where was it? The balloon, is it still there? It's gone, panic seized her. My lady? The attendant cried out as Mia shot up from her seat. That was the first gift from Jade. She burst out of the shop and into the bustling street, her eyes scanning the crowd desperately. I can't see it anywhere. Her heart sank. I promised I would carry it with me. She stood alone, lost in a sea of strangers. Suddenly a voice slithered out from a dark alley. My lady. A skeletal hand reached out, grabbing her arm. Do you want to try fortune-telling? The voice was raspy, unsettling. Such a pretty hair color, the cloaked figure whispered, their fingers stroking her hair. You have to know your fate from a young age, just 5 silver coins. Mia flinched, trying to pull away. No, I don't need it, she insisted. The figure's grip tightened for a moment, then released her with a sharp turn. She stumbled back, losing her balance and tumbling to the ground. Scrambling to her feet, she turned to run, but stopped dead in her tracks. There it was, an antique sales and toy store. The very shop she had wanted to go to. But the joy was gone, replaced by annoying fear. Where is this place? The crowd seemed to press in on her from all sides. This dress, it's not mine. I wore it without a word. Guilt twisted in her gut. I'd better get back now. She tried to turn, but bumped hard into a passerby, falling to the ground with a thud. Ah, it hurts, but her first thought wasn't for herself. I can't make the dress dirty. She quickly patted the dust from the delicate fabric, her small hands trembling. I don't know the way back home. Her lip quivered. What should I do now? Tears welled up in her big green eyes, a dark shadow of despair creeping over her face. It's a deep, familiar voice cut through the noise. A pair of polished shoes stopped right in front of her. You ran away from home that early? Mia looked up, her breath catching in her throat. You're your duke? It was Callan. He looked down at her, his expression unreadable. I heard you were in the dressing room, he stated calmly. She scrambled for an explanation, waving her hands frantically. Yes, while Maria was changing clothes, I ran outside to find the balloon. It's the gift that Jade has given to me. I promised to keep it well, but then it flew away. He sighed, his voice flat. Idiot, just buy a new one. The words were dismissive and she felt a familiar pang of misery. But how did he know it was me? The last time he saw me, I was in that pathetic state, a filthy child from the slums. He seemed to read her thoughts. His crimson eyes softened just for a second. Well, I saw that sparkling thing on the street like the first time we met. When I came closer, it was you. He said it so simply, so sweetly. It was like he was calling her an angel. Her cheeks flushed a bright red. Wow, is this the style of aristocrats? They returned to the boutique just as the attendant was about to panic. Lady, I was so worried when you suddenly disappeared, I almost called the police. Callan explained that she had gone to find the balloon. Suddenly, a sharp, cloying voice cut through the air. "Ah, your grace, why did you come all the way here?" It was Madame Rose, the gossiping noblewoman. Her eyes landed on Mia, nestled safely in Callan's arms, and her painted smile turned into a sneer. "Who's this kid?" Callan's expression didn't change. "Long time no see, Miss Rose." He held Mia a little tighter. "This is my daughter." Rose's jaw dropped. "So the rumors were true? You adopted an impoverished kid?" She leaned in close, her perfume suffocating, her smile a venomous mask. "Little girl, you should get used to me. We'll become a family soon." "Liar," Mia screamed in her head. "You don't want that at all." Rose turned back to Callan, her eyes batting flirtatiously. "She's prettier than I thought." "I'm not sure, but she really is pretty," Callan replied coolly. Rose let out a tinkling laugh. "I respect your hobbies, your grace. Charity work is important, right? Have you arranged for a tutor? I know quite a strict one, a kind of tutor that can be daring when necessary. It will help this kid's education a lot." Her hand reached out as if to pinch Mia's cheek, and Mia flinched away with a hiccup. Callan pulled Mia away from her touch. He looked down at the little girl in his arms. "Who am I?" he asked softly. "You're a duke," she whispered. "Not that." He leaned closer. "I'm your father, try it." Mia's face exploded in a blush, and she quickly hid her face in his shoulder. He smirked. "So you're still shy?" Then he looked up, his gaze turning to ice as it landed on Rose. "I have another favor to ask you." "What is that?" she asked, preening. "Can you tell her to get out?" Rose stared, utterly confused. "You grace, what do you mean?" Callan's smile was chilling. "Ah, so you don't understand what I mean indirectly. I mean get out of my sight right now. To put it clearly, please get lost." "You understand, Miss Rose?" The woman was speechless, her face a mask of fury and humiliation. Mia stared in shock. "Callan even has this kind of personality, such a mean man." "Even when I was poor, I don't think anyone should be that mean." Callan ignored them, leaning down to whisper in Mia's ear. "Say goodbye, darling. That's not someone you'll meet again." Then he pulled her hand, making her wave. "Goodbye," he said for her. "Good girl." He patted her head, a flicker of pride in his eyes. "Oh, and these people have made you look more beautiful." Rose finally found her voice, sputtering with rage. Do you know who I am?" "No, I don't," Callan said flatly. But Mia, remembering the cruel words she'd overheard, decided to add her own little jab. She rubbed at a smudge on Rose's dress. "What?" Rose snapped. Mia looked up with wide, innocent eyes. "I think I'm lucky for not being as pretty as you. If I were, I would have to marry early." She paused, her voice sweet as sugar. "Or should I be sold to a circus?" Rose's face went pale, then red, then pale again. Callan's smirk widened. "I thought you should stop threatening my daughter like that. You eavesdrop on people like a stray cat," Rose shrieked. "This is not your house, your grace." The employees gasped. "Well, this whole street is mine," Callan replied conversationally. "I thought that was the reason you approached me. So disappointing. I like people with high social class." Rose grabbed his arm, her composure shattering. "Callan, we are dating. How can you be like this?" He looked down at her hand on his arm in disgust. "So we are dating because we've eaten together a few times. I didn't think you were that delusional. If you believe that, then just see this as me dumping you." His voice dropped, low and menacing. "Can you get lost before I call security?" Miss Rose, the shopkeeper cried, rushing forward. "Is there a problem?" Mia asked innocently. "This mess is going to be big," she thought. Just then, Maria stepped out of the fitting room. "Callan, when did you come?" She looked surprised. Callan's expression immediately softened. "We broke up," he said simply. Maria looked confused. "Really, when?" He looked down at Mia. "I was dumped." Mia couldn't help it. She covered her mouth and giggled. Maria quickly changed the subject, pointing to a mountain of boxes. "Have you got all your necessities? See that pile over there?" Mia's eyes widened in horror. I am very happy that Aunt Maria brought me here today, but that amount of money is a bit too much. I don't think I can use them." Callan asked Maria how much she spent. "The budget is 100 gold coins in total because I've bought all the accessories and silk." "Did I overspend?" Mia thought that was a great speech, a sign of restraint. But then Callan announced, "Pre-order 200 gold coins." Maria clapped her hands. "That's right, that's my brother. You have to pre-order the best quality goods for next time." "No, this is too much," Mia protested. "Only this dress is enough, Aunt Maria. I have 5 outfits at home already." Maria just waved a dismissive hand. "How can 5 outfits fill a room, and how can that be enough for the parties?" "Don't worry. This is the responsibility of your guardian," Callan added. "There's no responsibility like paying hundreds of millions for clothes that haven't been tried on." "Guess how many pieces?" "Around 20 outfits." "Tell them to bring more." Mia clutched her head. "No, I can't reason with these two." She felt dizzy, nauseous. "I'll use my last resort." She dramatically placed a hand on her forehead. "Ah, I'm so tired, I think I'll faint." Maria's face filled with concern. "Really? There's no way. Hang the rest of the clothing on." "Yes, I did it," Mia cheered internally. As their carriage pulled away, Callan gave Maria a stern look. "Don't bring her out without my permission, you hear?" Mia waved happily from the window. "See you later. Remember to call me Aunt Maria next time." The carriage rolled through the evening streets. Back at the mansion, Mia's happy mood faded. "I couldn't find the balloon after all. What can I say to Jade?" Suddenly, a woman with fiery red hair stumbled out of the shadows, her face pale with terror. Help." Mia gasped as the woman staggered towards them, collapsing onto the cobblestones with a heavy thud. Callan immediately knelt beside the woman. Mia's heart hammered in her chest. She's dead. There are no injuries. Is it a heart attack?" High possibility, Callan said, his voice grim. A kid, you're very smart. Just then the police arrived. Did you just witness a female collapse here? One of them asked before recognizing the Duke. They quickly reported their findings. The dead woman was Bennett Allium, daughter of a businessman. No injuries, cause of death suspected to be a heart attack. So they covered the body and bowed deeply to Callan before taking their leaves. Riding back in the carriage, Mia's mind raced. According to the novel, the capital isn't only the first in crime rate, but also the first in death rate in the whole world. Was it simply just a heart attack? I wish I knew the content of the book. Callan noticed her trembling. You were very brave when I first met you, now you're scared, huh? Is it scary? The memory of the fortune teller flashed in her mind, the creepy hand, the whispered words. Oh, the chilling premonition. Let's get your fortune told. She shook her head violently, grabbing his sleeve. There are lots of unique things in life, I don't need those. When they arrived home, Jade was waiting on the grand staircase. Welcome home, master, how did you two? Callan cut him off. I picked her up on the street. Jade rushed down the stairs, his face etched with worry. Something happened. Mia looked down at her feet. Brother Jade. What's the matter? He asked gently. I'm sorry, I lost the balloon because I still couldn't find it. Jade's expression softened. He knelt down, gently stroking her hair. Don't cry because of replaceable things. Was the balloon that pretty? He smiled. Let's go sailing together sometime. All right, is he comforting me? She nodded shyly. But aren't you busy? It's okay, he assured her. You must be tired. Have a rest until dinner. Let me walk you to your room. He gently wiped the tear tracks from her cheeks, and she beamed, taking his outstretched hand. Okay. Later that night, Callan sat alone in his study, a glass of amber liquid in his hand. His butler reported that there was still no discovery regarding the kid except for her cuteness. It's all good no matter if she's useful or not, right, Zion? Callan murmured, a sinister black energy coiling around his hand like a serpent. Indeed, raising a child is tiresome, he said with a wry smile, taking a sip from his glass. Then setting it down with a soft click. At dinner, Mia marveled at a phonograph that ran on a magic stone. It was the first time she'd seen such a thing. She turned to Jade. How old are you? He replied that he was 14. 14? I thought he was 17. Then is it all right for you to drink wine? You're not of age yet, it's all right, he said calmly. Our family doesn't often drink wine or do drugs. Callan smirked from across the table. So you are still very young, only half Jade's age. Mia puffed out her cheeks. I really want to grow up. Just then, Zion entered with a letter on a silver tray. Callan took it, his playful expression vanishing as he read its contents. His eyes narrowed. Another heart attack with an unknown reason. This is not the first time something like this has happened. The only similarity between the three dead women was their red hair, and they had identifying characteristics. He let out a dark chuckle. I hope everything will be all right. That will be a good thing to Callan, won't it? Because then he can go hunting. Mia shivered. You don't look too well. He reached out, taking off his glove and gently cupping her face. The moment his skin touched hers, a vision shattered her reality. It was a memory, Thursday, 9th of August. The target is a girl from the slum. A cloaked figure leading her down a dark path, promising to see if her mother was in heaven. The girl, enticed, was thrown into a cage. A shadowy man stood over her, holding a bloody saw. What a beautiful hair color, he rasped. That was the last sentence before her hand was sawed. Mia gasped, snapping back to the present. Lady, please wake up, are you okay? Callan and Jade were looking at her, their faces filled with concern. Her voice was a terrified whisper. What is the date today? It's the 9th of August, Jade answered. Why do you ask? The words hit her like a physical blow. Her blood ran cold as she clutched her dress, the horrifying truth crashing down on her. Today is the 9th of August, the day the girl named Lee was killed. A dark story was whispered in the annals of history, a tale of the fortune teller murder during the days of Prince Llewellyn VII. But the truth was far more twisted, far more tragic. The criminal, a man haunted by his own past, had grown up smothered by his mother's intense, suffocating obsession. A twisted love grew in his heart, intertwined with a venomous hatred for the very woman who gave him life. In the chaos of his shattered mind, a single horrifying thought took root. He no longer wanted a mother. He wanted to become one. A sick, bloody grin spread across his face. His mind fractured beyond repair. This grotesque obsession led him down a path of darkness, seeking out a woman with the same fiery red hair as the mother he so despised. He approached her disguised as a fortune teller, offering a small, beautiful potion. A miracle elixir, he promised, one that would enhance her beauty. And for a time it seemed to work, her skin glowing with newfound vitality. But the mirror of hope soon shattered into 1,000 pieces, for the beautiful potion was nothing but a slow-acting poison designed to stop her heart over time. It all clicked into place, the pieces of the puzzle slotting together with horrifying clarity. Ree's eyes widened. It wasn't a coincidence that all the red-haired women died of a heart attack. It couldn't be. That fortune teller she met, he was the culprit. This wasn't just a series of tragic accidents. This was murder. Her heart hammered against her ribs as she turned to the Duke, her voice trembling with urgency. Ah, Duke, she began, the case you mentioned earlier. He listened, his dark eyes fixed on her. She had to make him see, had to make him understand. If that's someone's plan, she pressed on, wouldn't there be another common thread? Callan's expression was thoughtful, his mind already working through the possibilities. He questioned what else could possibly link them. Her mind raced. She couldn't tell him the truth, not the whole truth. For example, she offered, her voice small but firm, like seeing a fortune teller or something like that. He raised an eyebrow, prompting her to explain. The red hair is important too, but I can't talk about that right now, she stammered, frustrated by the secret she had to keep. But most of the fortune tellers' houses are in the slums. I heard that many aristocrats secretly go to meet famous fortune tellers. It was the only place she could think of, a bridge between two vastly different worlds where victims of different social statuses could cross paths. A slow smile spread across Callan's face, his eyes glinting with understanding. He leaned in, his voice low. You're right, it's worth the investigation. But just as relief began to wash over her, a sharp stabbing pain shot through her chest. She gasped, her hand flying to her heart as she stumbled forward. The pain is getting worse, I can't stand it anymore. Callan's eyes widened in alarm as she collapsed against him. Zion, he barked, his voice tight with worry. Contact the investigation guide. He gently held her, his hand warm against her feverish cheek. Hey, are you okay? But her world was already fading, blurring into a horrifying vision. No, please, not now. Splatters of blood pooled on a cold stone floor. A woman with fiery red hair trapped behind bars, her face contorted in agony. It hurts, a voice whispered, a voice that sounded chillingly like her own. I'd rather get killed. The vision shifted and she saw him. Callan kneeling over the dying fortune teller, his face a mask of shock. Oh my God, he murmured, reaching out to help. I'll take you to the doctor. But it was too late. An arrow sang through the air, embedding itself deep in his chest. Blood erupted from his lips as he collapsed to the ground. A smirking face watching from the shadows. No, this can't happen. Ree's eyes flew open. A silent scream trapped in her throat. She was in bed, safe. It was a dream. A terrifyingly vivid dream. A hand rested on her shoulder and she flinched, turning to see Callan leaning over her, his face etched with concern. Are you okay? He asked softly. But she wasn't okay. Her mind was reeling. What is happening? The memories from the novel flooded back. The arrow that hit Callan was coated with a powerful poison. He fell into a coma, his body still and pale under the white sheets. They brought in doctors from all over the kingdom, Zion even grabbing one by the collar in desperation. But it was no use. A month passed and Callan never opened his eyes. And with the Duke gone, the vultures began to circle. A line of people formed outside the gates, some seeking favors, others plotting to win the heart of the young heir. And some, the most dangerous, saw an opportunity to overthrow the Duke entirely. That was it. That was all she knew. That was the last episode she read before she collapsed, before she died, leaving her parents to weep outside the operating center. A fresh wave of panic seized her. Why did he have to become so important to me now? She clutched her head, her own actions haunting her. I shouldn't have told Callan about the fortune teller. A hand gently took hers, pulling her from her spiraling thoughts. It was Jade. Are you awake now? He asked, his young face serious. She looked around, disoriented. This is my room. Why is everyone staring at me? The doctor checked on her and the butler gently suggested Jade go to bed, but he refused. He'd waited for her to wake up. She saw him through the window, a small, loyal guard, and her heart ached with a strange warmth. A soft knock echoed through the room. The butler entered, carrying a folder. The research data you requested has arrived, he announced. Callan took the papers, his robe falling open to reveal his bare chest. And there it was in black and white. A report on the activities of the red-haired women. A report that confirmed her worst fears. A report that said Callan would go to the fortune teller's house. Tonight, no, she scrambled out of bed, her bare feet hitting the cold floor as she grabbed his robe. Mr. Duke, he looked down, surprised by her sudden action. What? Her mind was a whirlwind of panic. I have to stop him. How? What can I possibly say? This is the world of fiction that I read in my previous life. He'll think I'm mad. He placed a hand on her shoulder, his voice gentle. It's okay, you can tell me. But his eyes held no belief, only a weary patience. Tears streamed down her face, hot and desperate. She clutched his robe tighter, her voice breaking into a sob. Duke, please don't go. Callan scanned the report again, his expression grim. The common denominator was the redhead fortune teller in the slum. It's too accurate to be random, he thought. They want to bait me to that place. He felt a persistent tug on his robe and looked down. Ree was still there, her face tear-streaked and pale. What's wrong? He asked, his voice softening. Her eyes, wide and pleading, met his. Your Duke, please don't go. The words came out as a choked sob, her small body trembling. Don't go, Hicks, please don't. He knelt before her. Calm down, little lady, what's wrong? She latched onto the only excuse she could think of. I dreamt that you were heavily wounded. She whispered, hoping he would believe her. My dreams are really true. I am so worried. She grabbed his sleeve, a desperate lifeline. Can't you stay by my side just for tonight? For a long moment he was silent, his gaze unreadable, then he nodded. I understand. I'll stay at the manor tonight, he said, adding, it seems I must wait for you to be stable first. She looked up at him, her lip trembling. Aren't you mad you won't chase me away? He looked almost amused. No, why should I? He asked, gently patting her head. But the tears wouldn't stop. She hiccuped, a fresh wave of sobs shaking her small frame. He sighed, "Are you done with crying?" Just then, Zion burst in with a cup of medicine. "Young lady, please take your medicine." Ree shook her head stubbornly. "I'm all right now, I only need the Duke to be by my side." But the doctor's words were chilling. "If you keep feeling nauseous, you will need surgery." Surgery. The word struck her like a bolt of lightning. "No, not again. I don't want to be sick or have an operation in this life either." She snatched the cup and downed the bitter liquid in one go, grimacing at the taste. The butler gently wiped her mouth with a cloth. "I can do it myself," she mumbled, embarrassed. Callan gestured to the bed, "Now lie down." But when he turned to leave, she panicked. "No, I'll stay with you today." He sighed, a hint of exasperation in his eyes, and climbed onto the bed, settling against the pillows. "Come on, is this enough?" he asked, his voice laced with tired amusement. She nodded, her cheeks flushing. Then he looked at his son. "Jade, come here." Jade blinked, confused, but did as he was told. Ree's eyes sparkled with unshed tears of joy. The three of them tucked into bed together. Zion stood by the door, utterly bewildered by the scene before him. Callan dismissed him with a wave of his hand. The room fell silent, bathed in the soft glow of a single candle. Ree lay between them, her heart so full it felt like it might burst. "Lying like this, it feels like a family. Is this my real family? How much more fortunate can an adopted daughter be?" She felt her eyelids growing heavy. "You're sleepy because of the medicine," Callan murmured. She blinked. I was tricked." "You won't go anywhere, right?" she asked, her voice thick with sleep. "You promise?" He patted her head gently as she yawned. "I know," he said softly. Her last conscious thought was a promise to herself. "I'll wake up early tomorrow and call the police. Then, if the police catch the culprit, Callan will be safe." The next morning, Zion helped a fully dressed Callan with his coat. Callan glanced towards the bed where Ree and Jade were sleeping soundly, curled up together. A strange softness entered his eyes. "Jade seems to really like that kid," Zion remarked. Callan's lips curved into a faint smile. "And I'm also interested in that kid." His mind was working, piecing together her strange behavior. "She wanted to give me the intel and then cried not wanting to let me go. It doesn't feel like a conspiracy. He had to know the truth, and I'll know if it's a trap or not when I'm there. If something happens to me, that kid." His gaze hardened with resolve. Zion cleared his throat. "Phoenix Flower is the name of the spy he sent." Callan's smirk was sharp. I thought he would keep it a secret." Zion just chuckled. Dressed in a dark coat, his red eyes glinting, Callan looked every bit the predator. "Well," he said, his voice a low growl, "let's hunt." Ree woke to a room flooded with bright sunlight. Morning, her eyes shot open. "I gotta call the police before Callan wakes up." She sat up, looking around the large, empty room. Callan, he was gone. Her heart plummeted. On the floor, she saw the discarded report. "Don't tell me." She scrambled over to Jade's bed and shook him frantically. "Jade, wake up," he groaned, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. What's wrong?" "The Duke," she cried. "Where is he?" Jade yawned. Father left at the sunrise. He said that he had things to take care of." A scream of pure frustration tore from her throat. "I knew it, that evil Duke wouldn't listen to me. I shouldn't have slept." Jade stared at her outburst, then asked a very strange question. "Jade, do you know how to ride a horse?" She blinked, confused. Huh. His crimson eyes were serious. "I have a favor to ask you." He was testing her, a small smirk playing on his lips. "Of course I can ride a horse, but what are you gonna do for me in return?" Desperation made her reckless. "Just trust me for once." She pleaded. "I'll do anything as a return, I promise." His gaze was sharp, weighing her words. Finally, he relented with a sigh. "I got it for now." They raced down the long corridors to the stable. Ree's jaw dropped. The horse was a magnificent, towering black beast. "Is it supposed to be this big?" she squeaked. Jade swung himself into the saddle with an ease that belied his age, then reached a hand down to her. "Come on, grab my hand." The horse thundered through the streets, the wind whipping Ree's hair across her face. She clung to Jade, her eyes squeezed shut, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. "I can't hear anything." "Are you all right?" he shouted over the roar of the wind. "Yes," she managed to yell back. She pointed down a narrow street. "Over here, third alley." The horse skidded to a halt in front of a dilapidated building. "The fortune teller's house." She slid off the horse and ran towards the door. "You're here to find my father?" Jade called after her, disbelieving. "There's no way he's here." "I have to check," she yelled back, a terrible feeling twisting in her gut. "I don't feel good." He grabbed her arm, his small hand surprisingly strong. What exactly do you know?" he demanded. She met his gaze, her own eyes wide and pleading. "Jade, you already promised me. You will help me, won't you?" He let out an exasperated sigh and released her. Okay." At the doors, an unnatural quiet hung in the air. "I don't think she's already down there," she whispered. "If I'm right, there's someone lurking in the room." Jade pulled out a small, deadly-looking crossbow. "If there's anyone near the door, run," he ordered. "I'm stronger than most adults, so I'll be fine." Taking a deep breath, Ree pushed the door open just a crack and peered inside. A man stood in the shadows, a cruel, familiar smirk on his face, the assassin from her vision. Her blood ran cold. "I'm scared. It's scary, but..." Her fear was eclipsed by a fierce, desperate resolve. "I don't want him to get hurt." The scene inside was a nightmare. The fortune teller lay dead on the floor, black blood staining her lips. And standing over her was Callan, tendrils of dark magic swirling around him as he held a strange, shadowy weapon. Jade gasped beside her. Duke, what's going on here? Callan turned, his crimson eyes glowing with cold fury in the dim light. Jade took a step back, horrified. I didn't mean to. Callan's voice was like ice, cutting through the tense silence. Jade, take the child out. I'm busy now, so let's talk later. Jade moved to cover Ree's eyes. Come here, Ree. It's too early to see anything like this. But Ree wasn't looking at the body. Her gaze was fixed on the floor near Callan's feet. There's no one else here, then who's going to? Her eyes widened in horror as she saw it. A thin, almost invisible tripwire, the traps, there was an arrow trap, she shrieked, her voice high with panic. You can't be here, Duke. 3, Jade yelled, trying to pull her back. But she wrenched free and ran. Asterisk click, asterisk, Callan's boot snagged the wire. His head snapped down, his eyes widening in realization. But it was too late. With a desperate cry, Ree launched herself forward, shoving him out of the way. An arrow whistled through the air, embedding itself in her shoulder with a sickening thud, pinning her to him. Rhea, Jade screamed, his voice breaking. Callan caught her as she slumped, his face a mask of stunned horror. Child, a small gasp of pain escaped her lips. He held her tight, his composure finally shattering. Wake up, you must not lose consciousness, he pleaded, his voice cracking. Wake up, look at me. Her eyelids fluttered, her voice a faint whisper. My shoulders hurt. Hey kid, it's gonna be okay, Jade sobbed, rushing to their side. But her world was fading, dissolving into a memory from another life. The sterile white of a hospital, her parents' tear-stained faces. It's okay, Yuna. The feeling of being wheeled towards the blinding lights of an operating room. Her small, trembling hand reached up, gently touching Callan's cheek. Dad, she breathed. A single tear traced a path through the grime on her face. Sorry, her hand went limp, falling away from his face. Jade shook her gently, his voice raw with grief. Wake up, Ree, please. Callan didn't move, he just held her small, broken body in his arms. The world falling away until there was only silence and a single soul-shattering question that had no answer. Why? The heavy thud of footsteps echoed in the silent hall. Zion's face was pale, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he stammered an apology for being late, but his next words sent a chill down Callan's spine. The young lady and the young master, they had disappeared. Callan's crimson eyes snapped open, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. Disappeared how? What happened? The night was dark and foreboding as Callan stood over the scene, his heart a cold stone in his chest. There on the floor was his son Jade, cradling the small, still form of Leal. Her pink hair was splayed out like a tragic halo, her little body limp in his arms. And from her lips, a single heartbreaking whisper escaped, Mommy. Memories, sharp and unwelcome, clawed their way to the surface of Callan's mind. A voice, dripping with venom and contempt, echoed from the past. You are a monster, his own father, the previous Duke Llewellyn, had sneered. You are the cursed child of our family. The man's jealousy was a poison, rotting everything it touched. He envied Callan's power, the ease with which he could summon devils. He envied him and he feared him. The sound of a fist hitting flesh, the sharp crack of bone, it was the soundtrack of his childhood. Callan would curl into a ball, his small hands covering his head, trying to shield himself from the blows that rained down upon him. He was nothing but a stray dog to be kicked. But then a soft warmth would envelop him, his mother. She was his only shield in that cold, cruel world. She would hold him close, her gentle voice a balm to his wounded soul. It's okay, Callan, she would whisper, kissing his forehead. Mother's here. She endured her husband's rage for him, taking the brunt of his fury onto her own slender shoulders. And then she was gone. The day his mother died, Callan's world shattered into a million irreparable pieces. It collapsed around him, leaving him in an endless, suffocating darkness. Just like now. He looked down at the unconscious girl in his arms, this homeless child named. By some strange twist of fate, he had adopted her, and now she had saved him. But why? His mind reeled with confusion. This child, she took an arrow for him, she didn't despise him, she didn't fear him like everyone else. She looked at him with those big innocent eyes and sought a father. The sound of panicked footsteps broke his trance. Young lady, Jade and Zion rushed towards them, their faces masks of terror. Jade's eyes, wide with shock, were fixed on the small girl. Callan's voice was dangerously low as he addressed his butler. Zion snapped to attention. Yes, your grace. A single command left Callan's lips cold as the grave. Capture him. A shiver ran down Zion's spine, but he bowed his head in assent. Callan then turned to his son, his voice urgent. Jade, stop the bleeding. He saw Leal's body convulse, her teeth threatening to bite through her own tongue. Without a second's hesitation, he ripped a piece of his own pristine white sleeve and gently placed it in her mouth. Dark, swirling magic coalesced in his palm, tendrils of shadow reaching out to envelop the small girl. The black butterflies of his power fluttered around her, and slowly the bleeding began to stop. He scooped her fragile body into his arms. First, bring her to a safe place, he commanded. Zion, having already bound the fortune teller with a thick rope, nodded grimly. I'll go now. The scene shifted to a lavishly decorated bedroom. the kind of opulence Leal had never even dreamed of. She lay pale and still on the massive bed as a doctor examined her. Callan stood like a statue of death by the window, his back to the room. "How is she?" he asked, his voice devoid of emotion. The doctor, an old man with trembling hands, cleared his throat. "We need to wait for the surgeons to know for sure, but she has passed the critical stage." He added that luckily the arrow wasn't poisoned and her heart wasn't harmed. Callan's shoulders relaxed by a fraction of an inch. "It must be." His inner voice was a low growl, a promise of violence. If this child died, if she died, he would personally slaughter every doctor in this capital. The doctor flinched as if struck, sweat beading on his forehead. "We will try our best to save her," he stammered, terrified of the murderous aura radiating from the Duke. Callan moved to the bedside, his shadow falling over Leal's small form. He sat down, his crimson eyes never leaving her face. All the possibilities he had considered swirled in his mind. Was she the phoenix flower, a tool to trace his enemy, or was she simply a spy? He had thought the information she gave him was a trap, but she took an arrow for him. A small pained smile touched her lips in her unconscious state. He hadn't thought of this. He gently touched her face, his gloved fingers tracing the line of her cheek. "You took the arrow for me," he murmured. "If this is a trap, I still want to love you." His voice was a soft rustle in the silent room. "Who are you really?" He stared down at her, a fierce, possessive light burning in his eyes. "First, you have to live, you have to take responsibility for what you said." A strange, unfamiliar warmth spread through his chest. "If you have called me father, then we are bound by fate. Even if you are the kid that is used to cover the trace of another person, I'll just steal you back and make you my child." He gently took her small hand in his grasp firm and unwavering. A dark smile played on his lips. "When you wake up, I'll have to change the way I teach you. I have to raise you into a selfish and arrogant child, so that you don't even care if I'm shot or stabbed." He brought her hand to his lips, pressing a soft kiss to her knuckles. "That's right. First, let's put you in this comfortable place, then I'll be at ease." He leaned closer, his voice a desperate whisper against her skin. "Please wake up." Days bled into one another. Maids rustled in and out of the room, changing curtains and tending to the silent girl. A group of doctors stood huddled together, murmuring anxiously amongst themselves. Zion approached Callan, his expression somber. "How is the young lady?" Callan asked, his gaze fixed on the bed. "I think she will live," Zion replied, a hint of relief in his voice. "Where's Jade?" He said he would wait until the operation ended, so he's resting in his room. Callan sat in a chair, a glass of deep red wine swirling in his hand. Zion noted it had been a long time since he'd seen the young master so emotional. "Did the Holy Temple send anyone?" Callan asked, his voice tight. "High-class holy mages will know how to not hurt her with magic," Zion explained. "I have contacted them, but there will be a ritual at the palace today." Callan's eyes narrowed. "Almost all the high-class holy mages have entered the palace. They said they would send some people here right after the ritual ended." Callan took a slow, deliberate sip of his wine. "Now listen closely to what I said," he began, his voice dropping to a menacing purr, "and deliver it identically to the Emperor." He set the glass down with a sharp clang. "If he doesn't send all the holy mages here immediately, then I will personally go to the palace and cause the royals to feel the same pain my daughter is suffering right now." Meanwhile, Jade sat by Leal's bedside, his young face etched with worry. The memory of his father's words surfaced. "Do you want to be a stuffed animal like Popo?" Callan had once asked him. Jade had received a gift from his father that day. It wasn't a toy, a small creature with flapping ears peeked out from behind a door. Jade's red eyes widened in surprise. It was a cat with fluffy white and gray fur and eyes as blue as sapphires. "This cat looks so special," he had breathed, holding it carefully. "It's not an ordinary cat," his father explained, "it's a chimera. A magical creature that shares its life with its owner. If either one is injured or killed, the other will be partially affected." The little chimera had licked his face, sealing their bond. "From now on, you are its owner," Callan had told him. "Think of it as yourself and take good care of it." That bond had turned out to be a lie, just like Popo. He looked at Leal's sleeping face, gently caressing her cheek. She looked even more like his stuffed animal when she was sick, but she wasn't the same. There were differences. He wanted to see her laughing and talking again, not lying here so still and pale. He couldn't imagine a world without her bright smile. A storm of confusion raged within him. Why didn't I believe in this kid? Why did she save father while she was injured herself? It was so strange. An unfamiliar ache squeezed his chest, so tight it hurt to breathe. Darkness, then a sliver of light. "Where am I?" Leal thought, her mind fuzzy. Memories trickled back. "Right, I saved Mr. Callan, the arrow." It flew towards me. She tried to speak, to call out, but no sound came. Panic seized her. Asterisk, I can't speak. Did I die again? Is this the afterlife? Asterisk, she frantically grasped the sheets, her heart hammering against her ribs. Then she felt it. A presence beside her. She turned her head and saw a familiar mop of dark hair. Jade. He was asleep, his head resting on the edge of her bed. A wave of overwhelming relief washed over her. "He's here. That means I'm alive." But wait, why is he sleeping here? As if sensing her gaze, his eyes began to flutter open. His crimson eyes, hazy with sleep, focused on her. A slow, breathtaking smile spread across his face, surrounded by an illusion of floating rose petals. Good morning, princess, he murmured, his voice like velvet. You've opened your eyes, I've been waiting for so long. Leal could only stare, her mind completely blank. Then the realization hit her again and pure, unadulterated joy bubbled up inside her. Asterisk, I'm alive. Do you know how lucky it is? Asterisk, she wanted to shout and dance. She wiggled her arms and legs, a silent celebration. Callan wasn't killed by a poisonous arrow, everything's okay, but as she tried to laugh, only muffled sounds came out. Jade's smile faded, replaced by a look of concern. What's wrong with Jade? She wondered, seeing his expression. He quickly poured her a glass of water, holding it to her lips. Here, it's okay, slowly. She drank greedily, the cool water soothing her parched throat. She finally managed to speak, her voice raspy. Jade, where am I? The hospital, he replied simply. Then how about your grace? He stood up, his face unreadable. He's fine, you've been out for a week. A week? Leal's eyes widened in shock. Before she could process this, the bedroom door burst open with a bang. Jade turned, a triumphant look on his face as he announced to the empty hallway, she's awake. Suddenly, a whole crowd of doctors stampeded into the room. Leal peeked out from behind Jade, bewildered. They weren't looking at her with professional concern, they were crying, my God, really? One sobbed, clapping his hands. She opened her eyes, another wailed into a handkerchief. We're alive. They all cried in unison. Leal was utterly baffled. Asterisk, what is this? Did he prepare this to surprise me? Asterisk, she tugged on Jade's sleeve. Who are they? She whispered. They're the doctors, he explained calmly. He told her how they initially thought she'd wake up soon since the arrow wasn't poisoned, but then discovered it was laced with a sedative. For a child her size, even a small amount was incredibly dangerous. I really am very lucky, she squeaked. Jade raised an eyebrow. What's lucky about being shot by a poisonous arrow? Leal just giggled nervously. It's just positive thinking, right? He sighed. You waking up is magical, but why did they say they would live? Leal asked, still confused by their dramatic reaction. Jade hesitated. You know Father's weird personality, right? A week passed and you had yet to wake up. Father was very angry. He recounted how Callan had paced the hallways, his dark aura terrifying everyone, declaring that if something happened to his adopted daughter, he would vent his furious anger on all of them. You mean he said that because he was worried about me? Leal asked, her heart doing a little flutter. Jade confirmed that Callan had invited 7 of the capital's best doctors the day after she was hurt. The word inviting sounded a lot like kidnapping to Leal, and the royal family helped gather them. This country was completely swayed by dukes. The lead doctor cleared his throat, regaining his composure. Lady, can I check on you? After a quick examination, he declared she would be fine. As the doctors began to leave, Jade grabbed the old man by the collar, his voice laced with a threat. You're sure this time, aren't you? The doctor trembled. Yes, indeed, you are the luckiest man in the kingdom, he cried before scurrying away with his colleagues. Leal tugged on Jade's sleeve again, her face pale. The luckiest man in the kingdom? Is it that bad? She buried her face in his arm, shaking. Asterisk, I don't know what I'm going to do with Callan's hands to keep my mouth shut. Asterisk, the doctors bowed deeply as they left. Leal grabbed Jade's shirt. Jade, tell me what happened. What happened while I was down? Why am I the lucky one? Jade finally relented. He explained the trap at the fortune teller's house. The ring on the man's finger was a trigger. Turn it right, a poison arrow fires. Turn it left, an anesthetic arrow fires. He was strangled by father at that time. He only got it working, Jade said, a dark shadow passing over his face. If the ring had been turned to the right, the venomous arrow would have fired, and you would be dead. Oh, so that's what it was. In the original story, Callan was the one who got hit, and it was a poisoned arrow. Jade went on to explain the criminal's twisted motive, and Leal felt a wave of nausea. The criminals in this world were terrifying. I'm scared, she whimpered. Jade patted her head gently. It's all right now because father punished him enough. That meant he killed him, right? Probably in a very painful way. Doesn't it hurt? Jade asked, looking at her shoulder. She shook her head. I don't think the wound is too big. Jade looked at her incredulously. No, the flesh on your shoulder is completely off. I could see the bones. You could have bled to death. What? Leal shrieked internally. Jade assured her that priests had been pouring pain-relieving magic on her for a week straight and were still on standby in the next room. That kind of holy magic was for precious people. She was flabbergasted. This is the villain's mindset, she thought, overwhelmed. Jade's expression turned serious. I have a lot of questions for you, but first I want to ask you why you did such a stupid thing. He gently held her face. It wouldn't have been a big deal if my father had been shot with an anesthesia arrow. Why did you get hit instead? She flushed, unable to meet his intense gaze. I think that's enough because everyone's alive, she mumbled. I just don't want Jade and the Duke to get hurt. Jade's eyes softened. I'm sorry, he said suddenly. I should have believed you from the beginning. Believed me, what is he saying? Her mind raced. Asterisk, how will I convince them how I know about the fortune teller's house? I read it in the original book. I can't make excuses like this, can I? Asterisk, she needed a distraction fast. Arg, she cried out, clutching her stomach. Jade, I'm hungry, I'm sleepy. She thrashed around in the bed dramatically. Jade, ever the gentleman, immediately relented. Oh, okay, I'll tell them to prepare the meal first. Leal breathed a sigh of relief. A little while later, she sat propped up in bed, nibbling on some food. By the way, where is the Duke? Jade informed her that his father had gone out for a while, but he could send for him. No, it's okay. Leal yelped, waving her hands frantically. What a great thing this is, you should not bother him. She hadn't figured out what to say yet, plus she'd seen Callan kill people. The memory of his cold, merciless eyes sent a shiver down her spine. Are you okay? Jade asked, looking concerned. What's that mean? She stammered. Of course, I'd be happy if he could come, but he's busy. I meant it's okay if he can't come to visit me. Jade leaned in close, a smirk playing on his lips. Do you think father never came to see you? He playfully pinched her cheeks. Don't be stupid. He came every day. He's just out for a while now. Every day, Leal was stunned. Maybe he's not mad enough to visit me. Maybe he'll spare my life. Jade stood up, his expression unreadable. Let's talk about the incident when father comes. Panic flared in Leal's chest. What should I say? Should I say I don't remember because of the shock? No, that can't work for Callan. He'd see right through it. Ugh, let's think about it. I have to think. The Duke's face was a mask of cold fury, his crimson eyes blazing with a question that hung heavy in the air. What the hell is this? Before him, the room was a grotesque garden, overflowing with vibrant, blood-red flowers that spilled from every container, every surface, a sea of crimson. His gaze swept over the scene, a muscle ticking in his jaw. What the hell did the cops do? How could they let this happen? He had been away from the scene for just a short while, and this was the result. A shadow fell across his face, a darkness that had nothing to do with the dim lighting. He barked an order, his voice sharp as broken glass. Kshin, call the cops. His gloved hand reached down, parting the sea of petals to reveal the horror beneath. It's a dead body. The investigation began immediately, the air thick with grim purpose. The body, discovered amidst the scarlet blooms, was heartbreakingly small. As the investigation unfolded, a grim reality came to light. It was a boy, one of the children who sold flowers on the street. The Duke listened to the report, his expression unreadable. Is it related to the fortune teller? He asked, his voice low and dangerous. The officer continued, explaining that according to the other children, the boy was often solicited to introduce certain medicines to the ladies of the night district. So he was a solicitor for this fortune teller, the Duke mused, his mind racing, piecing together the jagged edges of a puzzle he didn't want to solve. Sells flowers. A chill, colder than any winter wind, snaked down his spine. I think I heard a similar story recently. The memory slammed into him. The nanny, the flower she received, his blood ran cold. He whirled around, grabbing Kshin by the collar, his eyes wide with a terror he rarely showed. What happened to them? He demanded, his voice a strained whisper. Kshin, pale and shaken, could only stammer, I guess he's really angry. But it wasn't anger, it was fear, pure, unadulterated fear. A memory flashed in his mind, the old butler reporting that on the first day someone gave the flower. The boy who gave out the flowers is dead. Panic seized him, tight and suffocating. He shoved past the guards, his long coat billowing behind him like the wings of a vengeful god. Kshin, let's go, he commanded, his voice tight. Kshin, startled, could only manage a confused pardon. The Duke's control finally snapped. He spun around, his face a canvas of desperation, his red eyes wild. We need to check on Le now. He didn't wait for a reply. His polished shoes hammered against the floorboards, a frantic rhythm of dread. He burst through the door to her room with a deafening crash, startling Le, who was hiding behind the curtain. He froze for a second, his chest heaving as he took in the sight of her, small and alive. He stumbled forward, grabbing Kshin again just to steady himself, the adrenaline leaving him weak. In her room, Le trembled. What do I do? What do I say first? I don't know anything. But before she could utter a word, a large, gloved hand gently touched her face. He was there. He swept her up into a fierce, desperate embrace, burying his face in her hair. Child, he choked out, his voice thick with emotion, Dad's here. He held her tight as if she might vanish into thin air. I'm sorry I'm late. Some work came up outside. His voice was a low rumble against her ear, filled with a relief so profound it was almost painful. I'm glad that you're all right. I was worried. A lot. Le froze in his arms. Worried about me? Memories of her past life flickered. When she was sick, when she was hungry, it was always up to her to take care of herself. No one had ever worried. Her bright green eyes widened. This is how it feels to be worried about. A warmth spread through her chest, unfamiliar and overwhelming, but a cold fear followed close behind. I can't keep getting used to this feeling. What if I have to leave this place? The Duke pulled back slightly, his expression serious. There's something I have to ask you. He produced the vibrant red flower, holding it between his fingers. Do you remember this? What exactly do you know about this flower? Le looked at the flower, then back at him, her expression one of pure innocence. Isn't this the flower I brought when I came to the mansion? It's a pretty flower, but other than that, I don't know. That's it, I don't know much about it. I'm sorry, the Duke sighed, running a hand through his dark hair in frustration. Ugh, what am I talking about? He looked back at her, his gaze softening. Oh yeah, and I have a lot to tell you. First of all, thank you for saving me, but don't do that next time. His voice grew stern, but it was laced with a deep, protective warmth. I'm your guardian and you're my daughter. A father must protect his child, so never ever sacrifice for me. It's the same for anyone, not only me. He gently patted her head, the gesture so tender it made her heart ache. But he stammered, looking away. Yes, tell me. I'm listening. What you want to say is, Le beamed, her smile as bright as the morning sun. You're saying this out of concern, aren't you? The Duke froze, a blank look on his face. Why do you look so blank? If consciousness is restored, your life won't be in danger. Did the doctors lie again? He started to panic, grabbing her face. No, it's not. I'm just relieved, she squeaked out. He had so many questions for her, she thought, about who he killed, why he was there, but she didn't ask. I'm sure it's because he's a bad guy. There's no way you're attacking innocent people, is there? He has a rule, an iron law. Callan doesn't touch unless he has killed or committed a crime equivalent to him. He looked at her, truly looked at her, a sense of wonder in his eyes. Where on earth did you come from? Aren't you scared of them? Liz shook her head. Yes, scary. But did you expect me to scream and run away? Okay, but I have no choice but to ask this. He leaned in closer, his voice dropping to conspiratorial whisper. Cade said you were in the fortune teller's house. I asked him to take me to the place where things happened that night. How did you know I was there? Her hands clenched in her lap. I'm not forcing you, he said softly. I saw the paper the Duke left in my room. Paper, he repeated, confused. I don't know why, but it was true. Why did Callan always leave a clue to the case in my room? It was a little unexpected. A report of the red-haired women, I see. However, he leaned closer still, a new sharp question in his eyes. How do you know how to read letters? Liz's heart skipped a beat. I don't know how to read. But I remembered everything, including all the signs near the street where I lived. The place where things happened, the fortune teller's house, was just 2 alleys away from where I used to live. You knew that place? Yes. There was a huge and gloomy fortune teller living inside. Rumors said that he ate children's flesh to maintain his power. I saw the familiar phrases again and again on those papers. So, because it was me who dug out the thing about the fortune teller, thinking that you might have come there to stress me. What if the fortune teller eats you? So I woke Jade up to go look for you. The Duke stared at her, utterly dumbfounded. How unbelievable. Not that I don't believe you, but because it was so magical. He tapped his fingers on his knee, a slow, thoughtful rhythm. So you had worked it out, huh? Including the part that I was investigating about it. All right, let's end it here. But you mustn't act on your own like that again, yes. She promised, her voice small. I'll be more obedient in the future. I'll ask nicely for your permission first. His lips twitched. I can see that my daughter is very smart, you misunderstood. But let's just leave it that way for a while. He held up the flower again. The first time I came to the palace, he was surprised by the flower I brought with me, and now he's bringing that flower to me. What is this flower? But may I ask what's this flower? Every time you look at this flower, your expression becomes strange. The Duke was silent for a long moment. Liz's eyes widened in panic. Hey, or did I say something I shouldn't? This flower was left behind by that bad guy. He was really, really evil. Really, really evil. How bad is he? I don't know either. I don't even know who he is. Callan explained it shortly. At certain murder scenes, those red flowers were left behind as a calling card. A dark, cloaked figure stood over a bloody scene, a single red flower in his hand. As for the murderer's true identity, even Callan couldn't figure it out. Liz's face went pale with terror. Someone left me the flowers. Wait, someone left me the flowers? The reason why Callan adopted me is not mere luck. Was his decision caused by the fact that I brought this flower? Her mind reeled. I honestly don't know anything about these flowers. Is he suspicious of me? Hey, is there a story behind that I don't know? She looked up at him, her big green eyes shimmering with unshed tears. I really like living with Callan, Jade, Zion, but I don't have a clue. The Duke's expression softened completely. You are a really quick-witted kid. I was suspicious of you at first. I thought you knew something. Every time you always show up and help solve things. Are you suspicious of me? Don't be sad, you're my savior. And it's okay even if you're suspicious. Aren't girls' thoughts always so complicated? Yes. His lips curved into a faint, gentle smile. It's all right now anyway. That day Callan talked to me for so long, he told her everything. I work to punish the bad guys, things that the police cannot do. Isn't this Callan's deepest secret? I didn't think he would tell me this. You've helped me a lot this time. Only Jade and Zion know what I do, but that was before. Now you're my daughter, you have the right to know it. Don't you feel anything? Yes? Now you're truly a part of this family. You knew my secret, so you must stay away now. Liz's eyes widened and she grabbed his arm, her voice filled with desperate sincerity. I swear I'll keep the secret until the day I die. A genuine warm smile finally broke through his stoic facade. Anyway, I have an important question to ask, my dears, again. Why am I the Duke to you? He leaned down, his gaze intense. Say it, what am I to you? Liz's cheeks flushed. Father, you're my father. What did you say, father? Why didn't you call me that before? Father, good job, he praised, looking slightly embarrassed himself. Now try to call me that again. Liz's whole face turned bright red as she hid behind a pillow. But where's Jade? She asked, changing the subject. He's sleeping in the next room. Jade has been on the little lady's side the whole night without any sleep. You have the talent of enchanting dukes. Shin quipped from the doorway. Callan shot him a look before smiling gently at Le. So let's go home, my dear. He scooped her up into his arms, and she beamed, wrapping her arms around his neck. Yes, on the carriage ride home, the sky was a brilliant blue. And the carriage was adorned with a rainbow of balloons. Whoa, balloons? Jade, are all of these balloons mine? Jade simply nodded. Wow, thank you so much, I love them. Callan watched her, a fond look in his eyes. We can stop at the toy store if you want. The toy store? Why is he being so nice? Is it because I'm sick? His voice was soft as he admitted, I saw you standing in front of the toy store last time, peering through the glass so cutely. Last time, when I was out looking for the balloon. The memory flooded back. A festival on the street, a little girl inside the store with her parents. To her, it was an entire different world, something to envy but never to have. And now, here she was, holding his hand as he stood before a grand door. You can go to any toy store you want in the future. If you don't know what to buy, just purchase the whole shop. He patted her head gently. Yes, yes. Why the whole shop? She turned to Zion aghast. Zion, are those words true? Lady, I obviously had tried to stop him, but his grace. Stop saying useless things, Zion, Callan grumbled. What? Tell me please, Zion coughed into his hand. The day before, his grace said once you wake up, he would bring you to the toy store to buy you a present. But he was confused with so many choices, so he bought the whole store. More specifically, he deposited the money as a prepayment. The amount was just enough to buy the whole store. Liz stared at Callan, her mouth agape. He turned away, a blush creeping up his neck. Is that true? I didn't know what to buy. I also haven't bought a single present. Wait, not even for Jade. I bought a gift for him once. I think it was a bear in the form of a soldier. A memory of a young, grumpy Jade played out. That's right, you don't need to treat me like other kids. Don't worry about presents. It's good enough to have an amiable father and son relationship. Instead of birthday gift, let's take care of each other on our bad days. But in reality, the present was chosen by the butler. You noticed even that, young master? Father can't choose a gift that's sensible. Who do you take me for? Instead of that, you put me in a cell and even bought me the venomous snake you've always wanted. The sweat dropped. It's dead now. Why is the relationship so violent? There isn't anything better. Mr. Callan never bought Jade a birthday present once until now. Zion whispered conspiratorially. His grace is terrible at choosing gifts for children. Callan just kept muttering to himself, ignoring them both. Flo watched him, a realization dawning on her. Ah, yes, Callan hadn't received any gift from his dad because he couldn't be needy. He tugged on Callan's sleeve. Ah, that teddy bear will chase away nightmares at night. How superstitious. Callan huffed. I really have nothing left to say. La puffed out her cheeks. HMPH? Then she declared loudly. I'll let you come into my room on a scary night. You can hug me. The Duke doesn't have a teddy bear. The two men stared at her, stunned into silence. What's wrong? Callan just reached out and rubbed her head, a strange look in his eyes. Patient, mind you. I want to bite you. Such a cute face, I can't help myself. Father, I understand your feelings, but please don't express that way. Shin stepped in. My lady, do you want anything? You can't go out for a while until you're well again. If you want anything, I'll go to the toy store and bring it home for you. La shook her head. I don't need that toy store. When I grow up, I'll buy you presents. She turned to Callan, her expression serious. I only need the doll you picked for me. His eyes widened slightly. Say that again. Yes, the word doll. Are you happy I've chosen the doll for you? He leaned in and pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead, his voice dropping back to the familiar, cool tone of the Duke. So sad to become the Duke again. All right, I'll pick the best one for you. La giggled, her heart feeling impossibly full, and the shopkeeper will return my money anyway. The days that followed were blissfully boring. La was confined to her bed with Shin nagging her constantly. Do you understand, my lady? You must be protected. You're not allowed to leave the bed before the doctors or the priests come. She nodded along, but internally she was restless. I don't feel hurt. Was I really almost dying? My stomach hurts from lying so much. I'll try to move a bit. She slid out of bed, her bare feet padding softly on the cold floor. But her body felt impossibly heavy, and she collapsed after just a few steps, panting for breath. Looking out the window, she saw the moon, huge and beautiful in the night sky. Come to think of it, the minus moon rises today. The day it appears the largest, this was it. This was the detail from the book she couldn't forget. The really, really bad guy. Who is that? The book illustrated Callan's brilliant ways to solve crimes. But the man who sent the flower, she had a bad feeling about him. There was a vague detail. They said the poison the murderer used was a rare kind with no taste and no smell. However, how could a poor country fortune teller acquire that precious poison? She sat by the window, lost in thought. Did Mr. Callan think about it? His voice echoed in her memory. Good job, call me father from now on. Of course, I've thought about having a father. She'd seen happy families, a dream she never thought would be hers. Being alone is so lonely. Having a family is like a feverish dream to me. But if many good things come at the same time, it is quite scary. What if I can't call him father? What if he becomes annoyed later on? What would happen if I turn out to be less useful than he thinks? She shivered, wrapping her arms around herself. She clasped her hands together, looking up at the full moon. Mr. Moon, I am being too greedy. I wish you would continue to bless me. Elsewhere, under that same brilliant moon, a shadowy figure stood on a balcony. He instructed his subordinate to deal with the flower boy, to put the body in an obvious place. That poison is too much for that fortune teller. Choosing criminals is a way to help more. He smiled, a chilling, cruel curve of his lips. Today is the day that the minus moon rises. Under the moonlight of Minus, everything on earth is equal. A hooded figure bowed before him. Yes, the man leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled. I'll keep on helping whoever needs my help, because building a criminal's profile is my career. So the Duke adopted a girl? Yes, her name's Le and she is 9. As she's only 9, she's too young to receive flowers. Then those I sent must be the first flowers she ever received. A rustle of fabric as he shifted. I wonder how that kid will survive in the Duke's family. His fingers traced the delicate tattoo of a butterfly on his hand. It would be an interesting experiment. I look forward to our meeting in the future. The soft chirping of birds outside the window gently pulled her from the depths of a peaceful sleep. She stirred, her eyelids fluttering open as she snuggled deeper into the warmth of her bed. But wait, what was that? Something incredibly soft was pressed against her cheek. Her eyes blinked open fully, and she sat bolt upright in a flash. It's a teddy bear. A wave of pure, unadulterated joy washed over her. Her very own teddy bear. She squeezed it tight, burying her face in its plush fur. It's so cute, so soft. A wide, happy grin spread across her face as she hugged her new friend. Her eyes traced over its button nose and stitched smile, but then she noticed something peculiar. Why does it have two different eye colors? One was a brilliant red, the other a deep, sparkling blue. As she tilted the bear, something tucked into its little vest slipped out and fell onto the sheets with a soft thud. What's this? A small, elegant black envelope. Her heart gave a little flutter of anticipation. Could it be from Mr. Callan? She couldn't read, not yet, but she knew who could. I'll ask Zion to read this. Clutching her precious bear and the mysterious letter, she scrambled out of bed, her mind buzzing with excitement. Her bare feet padded quickly across the grand, polished floors. She had to find Zion right now. She dashed through the opulent hallway, a blur of white nightgown and flying pink hair. Zion and one of the maids were just ahead, their backs turned to her. Hearing her frantic footsteps, they swiveled around, their eyes wide with surprise. Zion's face paled slightly as he saw her running towards him at full speed. "Young lady," he called out, his voice a mixture of shock and concern. He rushed to meet her, gently chiding her. "Please don't run, it's bad for your wound and you're still in your nightgown," but she was too excited to care. Hee, it doesn't hurt at all, look," she chirped, beaming up at him. "Zion, I saw it right next to me when I woke up." She proudly presented the teddy bear. A soft, knowing smile touched Zion's lips. "Ah," he said, his voice warm. "This is the present for you from Master Callan. It was made quite a long time ago." A present from him? Her heart swelled. "Anyway, there's a letter too," she added, holding up the black envelope. "Can you help me?" Zion's eyes focused on the letter, a flicker of understanding dawning on his face. He took it carefully, his gloved fingers tracing the seal. "This really is the Duke's present," he murmured, more to himself than to her. A charming smile played on his lips as he looked down at her. "Really?" he asked gently. "Yes, he had something he wanted to give you for a long time ago. Why don't you think about asking the Duke himself to read this for you? Of course, he would love to do that." Just as she was about to ask what he wrote, her breath hitched. A new name, her stomach dropped. Cold dread washed over her, chasing away the warmth of her newfound joy. "I don't want to lose the name Mom gave me. And the nobles always have such long names. I don't think I can memorize it." Her little shoulders slumped, the teddy bear feeling heavy in her arms. Zion noticed her sudden change in mood. "What's the matter?" he asked, his brow furrowed with concern. But before she could answer, a low, amused voice cut through the air, sending a jolt through both of them. Zion froze, his eyes widening. "Master?" From the doorway, Callan leaned casually, a devilish grin playing on his lips. He was dressed in a deep crimson robe, his dark hair artfully tousled. "Hurry up," he purred, his gaze fixed on the letter in Zion's hand. "Read it nice and loud." Zion let out a shaky breath, his professionalism kicking back in. He cleared his throat, his face a mask of neutrality as he began to read from the card. "Hello, Princess, I am Teddy Bear, please give me a new name." His voice was flat, robotic. Callan burst out laughing. "Zion, you have to read with emotions," he chuckled, clearly enjoying his butler's discomfort. She felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment, hiding her face behind the teddy bear. Zion, looking utterly mortified, took a deep breath and tried again, this time putting a little more life into his voice. The bear's little paw seemed to wave as he held it up. "From now on, Teddy Bear will be your friend. I will give you a new name as a gift." The words hung in the air, echoing with the light of the full moon that seemed to fill the room. "The Duke's lovely daughter will have a new name, Leticia." Leticia, her eyes widened, the name felt beautiful on her tongue. "It means the sky with thousands of moons. My two orbs will be looking at your moonlight. Treasure them." She looked down at the bear's mismatched eyes, a ruby and a sapphire like two tiny celestial bodies. "I'll protect Leticia from nightmares." The name, it means the kid who was born on Monday. That was the name her mother gave her, a simple name for a simple girl born on the street. "Callan still keeps my original name in my new one." He wasn't erasing her past, he was building upon it. He was giving her a whole sky full of moons to light up the darkness of her past life. He gave her a future. Zion finished reading, his cheeks flushed as he muttered to Callan, "That was quite naughty, Your Grace." "When did you write this?" Callan just smirked, replying that it was a secret. Then Callan's gaze, soft and intense, fell upon her. "Leticia, do you like this name?" She clutched the bear to her chest, her voice barely a whisper. "Yes, it's beautiful." A genuine, gentle smile graced his lips. "I've tried hard to find a suitable name because our first meeting was so dreamy. I'm glad you like it." He then added, "And you don't know your birthday, so you should have a birthday now. The day you received this new name is quite meaningful, right? It's like dying and resurrecting on that day." A birthday, her own birthday? The thought had never even occurred to her. Callan's voice was low and soft, filled with an emotion she couldn't quite name. "Happy birthday, my daughter." The words struck her with the force of a tidal wave. "My daughter." A warmth exploded in her chest, so powerful it brought tears to her eyes. Without thinking, without hesitating, she launched herself at him, wrapping her small arms around his neck in a fierce hug. Callan froze, his eyes wide with shock, completely taken aback by the sudden embrace. For a moment, he was just a man, stunned by the affection of a child. She pulled back just as quickly, her face beaming. I'll show it to Jade, she declared before turning on her heel, leaving a dumbfounded Duke and a secretly smiling butler in her wake. She ran through the halls again, her heart soaring higher than it ever had before. She burst into Jade's room without knocking. Jade, I have a name. Jade sat up in bed, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Name, he mumbled. Yes, it's Leticia. Father named it, and today is my birthday. A small, rare smile graced Jade's lips. Really, that's a very beautiful name. It suits you, Leticia. He then looked at the bear in her arms. He didn't even tell me beforehand. Turns out it is the present for your first birthday. There are gems on the bear. Leticia's eyes went wide. Gems, she squeaked. Jade held out his hand. He took the bear and pointed to its eyes with a delicate finger. The red one is ruby, and the blue one is sapphire. The world seemed to tilt on its axis. Her mouth fell open in a silent scream of pure shock. Real gems, a memory surfaced. She was sitting with the Duke, her pigtails bouncing as she looked at him with a serious expression. Your Grace, I have something to say. Why didn't you choose a simple bear? The expensive gems are not necessary. She worried I'll become a flashy, vain person keeping this up. But Callan had just smiled, a lazy, confident curl of his lips. That's okay. I like you growing into a flashy, vain person, become so vain that no one can stand you. Her eyes had widened in confusion, but then people will hate me. That's good, he'd said, his red eyes glinting. Then you'll become such a luxurious kid that you can only live with me and be my dear daughter forever, so? Then I can't be your daughter without some gems, she had asked, her voice small. He had paused, then chuckled softly. Then you just need to receive this one only. This will be the last expensive toy. He'd smiled then, a genuine, reassuring smile. The memory faded as Zion and a maid entered, carrying a magnificent cake topped with glistening strawberries and blueberries. Wow, the color is so beautiful. The Duke had prepared this in the kitchen. This is your first birthday cake. Leticia stood up, her heart pounding. The entire staff of the manor was filing into the room, forming a line behind Zion. They all smiled at her, their voices joining together in a warm chorus. We wish you a happy first birthday at the Duke's manor. A deep blush crept up her cheeks, her entire face turning pink with embarrassment. Young lady, happy birthday, Zion said with a kind smile. Callan, now properly dressed, grinned from his seat. Happy birthday, Leticia. Jade's voice was soft but sincere beside him. Happy birthday, Leticia. You're officially 10 years old now. 10 years old, a real age, a real name, a real birthday. A laugh pure and joyful bubbled up from her chest and escaped her lips. This was her 10th birthday, the day she was reborn as Leticia. And in all her lives, past and future, she knew she could never forget this joyful, wonderful birthday. A few years ago, in the biting winter of the capital, snow fell softly on Cal Street. A family was huddled outside a premium antique toy store, gazing at the wonders within. Inside, Callan stood, holding a small soldier doll, his expression unreadable. Zion stood beside him. The most important thing is that your Grace is the one who chose it, young master, everything else. Callan's attention was caught by a slight movement outside. What's wrong with the kids over there? They're probably kids who live in the back alleyway. Just then they scattered, running as if from a ghost. I think they thought the shopkeeper was coming, so they ran away, Zion explained. Callan's crimson eyes narrowed. They aren't running away because they saw me, are they? I don't think so, Zion replied. Normally, when the alleyway kids approach, the shopkeepers shoo them away with a whip, afraid they'll steal. Really? How cold-hearted. It was then that Callan saw her. A small girl with hair like a winter sunset peering around the corner, her bright green eyes wide with a longing so powerful it was almost tangible. She stared at the toys in the window, a world away from her own. Callan's expression softened almost imperceptibly. Give the shopkeeper this gold coin, he ordered quietly, pulling one from his coat. Tell him not to turn off the light when they close tonight. He then looked back at the soldier doll in his hand. Jade would just throw the bear away if he received it anyway. A gift must satisfy the receiver, right? He turned to leave. Zion, holding a beautifully wrapped box, bowed his head. Yes, master. That night, long after the street had emptied, the toy shop remained a beacon of light in the falling snow, and a little girl pressed her hands and face against the cold glass, her mouth open in a silent wow. Her world, for a moment, filled with impossible magic. It's been a long time since I became Leticia. For the past month, I spent all my time in the manor. I can't go out until my wound is completely healed, so I've immersed myself in learning literacy. Aunt Maria filled my closets with suitable dresses and my health is so much better. I'm even gaining a little weight. The maids fussed over her, remarking that it was snowing harder these days. Maria clasped her hands to her cheeks, her eyes sparkling. Baby Tilda, Leticia, why are you so cute? Look at you, who could imagine your appearance when you first arrived here? Leticia stood on a small stool wearing a beautiful floral dress, clutching her teddy bear. It was her first time going out on a boat, the first time she would travel this far. I look forward to it so much. Maria patted her head gently. I'm not sure if it's out of pity that I have to spend all summer inside my room. But as promised, he decided to hang out with me. Maria checked her temperature, asking how her body was. Excellent, Leticia beamed, nodding enthusiastically. If you're in any kind of pain, come back immediately. She looked at her reflection in the mirror, Maria smiling warmly behind her. Wow, so pretty. Thank you, Aunt Maria. You'll soon grow into a beautiful lady. I want to see your old photos when you grow up. Is this the feeling of raising children? Maria mused. A shadow crossed Leticia's thoughts. I've only found out the truth a short while ago. She told me that as a holy maiden, she cannot marry. Maybe that's why I feel she's very lonely. I want to grow up quickly and become someone like you, Aunt Maria. Maria laughed. You want to be like me? What about your love life? Like Maria, your face, your soul, they're all beautiful and perfect. You really shine like that. Maria couldn't contain her delight, sweeping Leticia into a big hug. How wonderful. Where does this little angel come from? Just then Jade arrived. Leticia, are you ready? Maria's playful side emerged. Jade, you should learn how to drink wine from me. Wine brings happiness for everyone. I can still drink it without learning. Jade deadpanned. Indeed, Maria is an audacious holy maiden. Maria wasn't coming with them. She had an event at the temple that afternoon. She placed a soft kiss on Leticia's cheek. Have fun. Until then, I didn't know how this much expected picnic would turn out. The boat squeaked gently as it glided across the sparkling water. Woa Tilda so beautiful, Leticia beamed, her heart feeling as bright as the autumn sun. If only the Duke joined us, it would be more fun. The Duke had to attend the national meeting today, Jade explained. Even if it's not too important, he still has to go. Suddenly, a voice called out from another boat. Hey, are you heading to Lennox Island? A group of boisterous young men were waving energetically. Jade's face soured. Unfortunately, it seems like those guys are also going to Lennox Island. Those guys. Leticia asked, confused, you know those people. They're my seniors, Jade said dismissively, not really close. We just celebrated our birthday together once, that's all. She hadn't seen him going to the academy much. Don't you have to attend every day? Normal people show up every day because roll calls are important. So Jade, you're not normal? He smirked. I just need to do well on the exams, so well that I don't need the diligent attendance award. You can do that. Of course, our family is the family of pure-blooded wizards, really rare in this kingdom. You can just learn in the magic tower and play inside it, isn't that a lie? She teased. I played with you all the time recently, so you're an accomplice, he shot back, making her gasp in mock outrage. The boat swished through the water. The academy fee is really expensive, right? I want to go one day, but I shouldn't be that ambitious. Living in the Duke's manor is enough blessing in itself. A bright smile lit up her face. I think you just taught me a bad thing, Jade. You taught me bad from the beginning. He glanced at her, his red eyes unreadable. Being bad and being exceptional is like kindness and sincerity, so I just chose the more reasonable one. Learning literacy is still too much for you. You're getting smarter by learning it, she pouted. Now you know how to write a bit right, yes. I can write my name. I sometimes make mistakes, but I learned how to write your name and the Duke's. My tutor told me that aristocrats often correspond with close friends and relatives, so I also want to write a letter for you, Jade. A sudden laugh escaped him. Jade, why are you laughing? You're pretty interesting. Don't tease me, she puffed out her cheeks. He cleared his throat. I know, you don't have anyone that you want to meet. Her smile faltered for a moment. I want to meet. I had a friend called Walter who lived with me in the alley. He helped me so much. Anyone else besides him? No, it's fine. We promised if we bumped into each other, we would pretend to be strangers. A promise? Yes, a promise. Even if one becomes sick and dies, or being beaten while begging, or even got caught and sent to the sacrificial camp. And also if one can go to a better place. Don't find the others. Act like we're total strangers. That's a well-known fact. She hugged her bear tightly, the memories of the alley a stark contrast to the beautiful scenery around them. Jade tilted his head. Didn't you say the alley you lived in was very warm? Her eyes darted away. That's the lie to perform well in the interview. Anyway, I'm still healthy, really. Except for winter, it's always warm, she insisted a little too brightly. He looked at her for a long moment, then his expression softened. Come close. All right, but you don't have to be thankful for that obvious thing. My house is your house now. She let out a breath she didn't realize she was holding. The more obvious it is, the more I have to be thankful. I learned that from my mom in the previous life. A small, genuine smile touched Jade's lips. Is it? Then I'll have to thank you often. Firstly, thank you for coming to my home, and thank you for hanging out with me like this. I feel so warm inside. His words made her heart flutter. I must be the one to thank you. I'm really happy to have you as my brother. She threw her arms around him in another impulsive hug. Wait, it's dangerous, he yelped, trying to steady them both. She pulled back, her mind racing. How nice it would be to write all this feeling down on a postcard, and how nice it would be to store them in my heart. So later on, when I'm miserable and fatigued, it reminds me of this happiness to live on. They finally reached the shore. Woa, how beautiful, it's so large. Leticia exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. Jade, hurry up, look over there. Easy, you're still a patient, he cautioned gently. You'll be tired if you overexert yourself. We have the whole day. Wow, these smell so good. She leaned down, inhaling the scent of a bush of vibrant blue roses. The blue roses only bloom 3 times a year on Lennox Island. It's that time now. Really, we're so lucky. I chose this day on purpose, he admitted. Not many people visit during this period of time. There are thorns, don't touch it. Come to think of it, there's no one here. It's like we have the island for ourselves. If this is such a precious flower, why aren't there many people here to observe it? Jade's expression grew serious, a shadow falling over his face as he looked at the flowers. There are bad rumors about the blue roses. Bad rumors? He reached out and gently touched a velvety petal. Poison of the blue roses makes people go crazy. His voice was low, almost a whisper. On the blue roses blooming season, those who come near Lennox Island will die. You never heard of it? He turned to her, a faint, mysterious smile playing on his lips as he stood among the cursed flowers. The horrendous legend of this Lennox Island. Have you never heard of it? The horrendous myth of the Lennox Island. Jade's words hung in the air, a chilling whisper against the backdrop of the beautiful blue roses. Leticia let out a sigh of relief. A superstition, thank goodness. Her mind immediately went to the silly old wives' tales she knew. Like the one about dying if you sleep with a fan on in a closed room, or how the devil would take you away if you wrote someone's name in red ink. It was just like that, right? She reached out a curious finger, gently touching a velvety blue petal. It's such a shame, she thought. How could a flower this beautiful have such a scary story attached to it? But Jade's next words shattered her relief. He spoke with a chilling casualness, explaining that they had found mysterious dead bodies around this very spot. Twice. Leticia's hand recoiled as if burned. What? Right here, she stammered, her voice barely a whisper. Jade's expression was grim as he confirmed it. Yes, right at this very bush. From behind Jade's back, Leticia's eyes widened in sheer terror, a gulp echoing in the sudden silence. He could see she was scared. He explained that the real reason the roses turned blue wasn't some curse. It was because of the power emitted from magic stones buried deep under the ground, which temporarily changed the roses' color. It was the poison from those stones that had killed people before, not the flowers themselves. That's why the myth started. It was just a myth. He assured her the flowers weren't poisonous, so that's how it is, she thought, her racing heart finally starting to slow. Just then, a voice called out, announcing that their lunch was ready. As they turned, another voice, friendly and familiar, called out Jade's name. It had been a while, the voice said, asking what brought him here. Leticia saw a group of young men sitting on a picnic blanket nearby. Jade greeted them with a cool, long time no see, explaining he was showing his little sister the flowers since it wasn't crowded. Little sister, the words echoed in Leticia's mind. Jade has a sister. She peeked out from behind him, her heart thumping nervously. She didn't know these guys. After her experiences with those awful aristocrats in the alley, she was still scared of strange men. But Jade had introduced them. It would be rude not to greet them, wouldn't it? Just as she was gathering her courage, Jade turned to leave, telling his friends to enjoy themselves. Wait, is it all right to leave just like that? The red-haired boy jumped up, protesting. He clapped a hand on Jade's shoulder, teasing him for being as rigid as ever. He insisted that the little lady should have a chance to say hello. Jade let out a small, tired sigh, a hint of reluctance in his eyes, but he turned back. This is my little sister, he said, his voice softening ever so slightly. Leticia stepped forward, clutching her teddy bear like a shield, her cheeks flushed. Hello, my name's Leticia, she squeaked. The effect was instantaneous. A massive heart attack of cuteness struck the three young men. They clutched their chests, their faces frozen in awe. Wow, she's so cute, they whispered, completely smitten. Is there really such an adorable girl in the Duke family? The kind-faced one with light brown hair smiled warmly and introduced himself as Leon. Huh, Leticia tilted her head. I think I've seen this man somewhere before. The one in the glasses bowed politely, introducing himself as Percy, a third-year senior from Jade's student council. Leticia bowed back, murmuring a nice to meet you. Percy was so overwhelmed by her cuteness, he had to cover his mouth to hide his blush. And then there was the blonde one. He took her hand gently, his eyes sparkling. My name's Zax, he said with a charming smile. I thought an angel had appeared in the flower garden. He then brought her hand to his lips for a gentlemanly kiss. But before his lips could touch her skin, she was suddenly lifted into the air. Jade had snatched her up, holding her protectively. His voice was cold as ice as he stated that his little sister was shy with strangers. He stared daggers at Zax, who could only stammer in surprise. The others laughed, exclaiming that it was only because his sister was too adorable. But you'll be in big trouble if you touch her, Jade warned, a subtle threat lacing his words. The red-haired boy laughed it off, thinking Jade had a strange sense of humor. But as Leticia looked at Jade's unsmiling face, she knew he wasn't joking, not at all. The butler announced he would come to pick them up later, bowing as he left them to their picnic. Leticia took a huge bite of her sandwich, her cheeks puffing out like a hamster's. It's really good, she exclaimed, munching happily. Jade watched her, a small, fond smile on his face. Zax watched them from his own picnic blanket, musing about the coincidence of running into them. He then turned to Jade, a teasing glint in his eye, telling him not to be so cold when they rarely got to have a picnic together like this. The red-haired boy chimed in, asking if Jade had skipped school to come here for a test of courage. Leon, meanwhile, was shaking, saying he told them they shouldn't have come because of the cursed blue roses. Leticia looked at Leon, a strange feeling of familiarity washing over her. Why does his face seem so familiar? But there's no way I could know an aristocrat, she thought, dismissing it. Leon, oblivious, offered to tell her an anecdote about Jade from the academy. The others jumped in, excitedly recalling stories of Jade falling asleep during a ceremony or the chaos at the academy ball. Leticia giggled, finding it all hilarious, while Jade just smiled faintly, letting them talk. They suggested he bring his little sister to the academy tour day, but Jade immediately shot the idea down, saying fleas might cling to her. Leticia laughed. These guys seem friendly enough. Maybe I only thought I saw him somewhere because of my mood. The boys continued their banter, with Percy humbly stating he was nothing compared to Jade and Zax declaring Leon the best among them. Zax then mentioned that Leon used to be very different, unable to even speak properly when he was Jade's age. It was only one day, about 15 years ago, that he suddenly became cheerful like everyone else. Leon just smiled softly, saying it was because he always had his friends with him. The mood turned thoughtful for a moment before Zax's boisterous energy returned. He was already talking about her social debut, arguing over whose family balls she should attend first. Leticia felt a little strange. They were treating her like a grown-up aristocrat, not a kid. Jade's voice cut through their bickering, his tone sharp. She's still this young, yet you're already talking about her debut. He squeezed her shoulder possessively. Not to mention, my father and I will be the ones to decide where she goes. Leticia looked up at him, her eyes wide. Does that mean I can't go anywhere? Jade's expression softened as he looked down at her. You can choose where you want to go when you've grown up, he said gently, but safe places only. Leticia beamed, her smile as bright as the sun. I understand. The sheer force of her cuteness was too much for Percy, who clutched his heart again. How could a child be so small and so pretty? Zax scolded him for using such barbaric language to compliment a lady. Their friends stared, mouths agape. This was the first time they'd seen Jade act like this. He was always so haughty and poker-faced. They wondered if he had been enchanted by the blue roses. You're being too noisy, Jade deadpanned. Yep, that's the Jade they knew. Leticia giggled. Leon then stood up, saying he was going to see the blue roses and be back in a minute. He wanted to pick some for his little sister, explaining that she used to love roses. Used to? Zax's smile faded. Percy looked concerned. Should I go with you, he asked, but Leon just smiled sadly. No need. He wasn't foolish enough to believe in the myth. Dying from a flower's aroma was just ridiculous. He waved and walked off. Leticia looked at Percy, who seemed distressed. Brother, are you all right? He forced a smile. Yes, I'm fine. Sorry for making you worry. Zax explained in a low voice that last year, Leon's little sister had left this world. He wanted to pick some flowers to put on her grave. Her name was Elise, a gorgeous and kind lady, and she was Percy's fiancée. They had been engaged for a long time, but since Elise grew up in the countryside, they hadn't seen her often. Still, she was a very nice girl, just like in her previous life. Leticia thought, a pang of sadness in her heart. Percy's gaze drifted away. He explained quietly that she had died of pneumonia. But as he spoke, Leon returned, a bouquet of blue roses in his hand. What are you talking about? He asked, his voice strained. He looked at Percy, his eyes filled with a deep sorrow. By the look of it, I believe you've known the story. He confessed that he had come here today because of Elise. It was his deceased sister's wish to see the blue roses once. I didn't mean to bring the mood down, he said, adjusting his cap. He explained that while sorting her belongings yesterday, he found a box filled with blue things. Ribbons, jewels, all because she loved the color blue. He looked at Percy, his voice thick with gratitude. To be honest, I'm grateful you haven't gotten engaged again because of Elise. Zax tried to brush it off, saying his family had nothing but money, but Leon was sincere. My first love coming from an honorable family meant a lot to me. His hand clenched around the flowers. Because your family didn't take back the money and jewels from the engagement, we were able to revive our family's fortunes. He looked at his friends, a genuine smile returning to his face. From now on, can we go see Elise together? Zax and Percy immediately agreed, their spirits lifting. I'm glad, Leon said. Elise must be happy if Percy brings her flowers. Leticia watched them, a small smile on her face. Their bond is so beautiful. To lighten the mood, Leon turned to Leticia, asking if she had any questions about living in the capital. He spoke of his own memories, the nervousness he felt when he first stepped into the station, the tiled floor tinted red by the sunsets. He recalled the bell chiming from the blue clock tower, and the pigeons that flew in the sky. It's an honor to spend my teenage years in the capital, he finished with a nostalgic smile. Leticia giggled, agreeing that the clock tower was beautiful. She felt happy, content. The afternoon sun was warm and the company was pleasant. Was it fun? Jade asked, looking down at her as she lay her head in his lap. Yes, I like it a lot, she chirped. I want to travel more already. Jade's smile was soft and genuine. I'm glad I brought her here after such a long time. He felt a wave of sleepiness wash over him. A nap, that sounded nice. Leticia's eyes widened. You want a nap? He nodded, his eyes already closing. Remember to wake me up, all right? Don't leave me behind. A flicker of fear went through her. This perfect life still felt like a dream. She was afraid one small mistake could make it disappear forever, parting with Jade here, and then having to go back to the street. The thought was terrifying. She pushed his hat down over his face, a silent promise. Of course. She smiled, clutching her teddy bear tightly. She must have dozed off too, because when she woke up, she was rubbing her eyes, wondering how long she'd been asleep. She sat up with a jump. The girls, a group of young ladies, were gathered by the water, fawning over someone. It's Callan. Her father. She jumped to her feet, calling out to him. He was on a boat, looking every bit the popular protagonist, waving to the swooning ladies. He saw her and his entire demeanor changed. He lifted her into his arms, his voice full of warmth. "Sweetheart, did you have fun?" "To see you, of course," he replied when she asked what he was doing here. "You were upset this morning." Leticia eyed him suspiciously. "Isn't that just a pretext to get on the same boat with that lady?" He pinched her cheek playfully. "No, how could I make up such a pretext? The only one who can make me rush here is you." Suddenly, there was a crash. The three young men who had been enjoying some tea had frozen in terror at the Duke's appearance, knocking over their things. Leticia asked to be put down, but the Duke's attention was elsewhere. "Jade," he said, his voice dropping several degrees. His gaze landed on Jade's friends, his eyes narrowing dangerously. "Who are these flies hanging around my daughter without a guardian?" And drinking alcohol in front of her, the boys scrambled to their feet, bowing frantically. Please excuse my discourtesy, but we are just drinking tea. We promise we won't do anything that could bother the lady." The Duke's cold voice cut them off. "Introduce yourself." The boys trembled, their knees knocking together. Jade stepped forward to intervene. "He's Percy, a senior in my student council. We just happened to run into each other." The Duke's lips curved into a chillingly bright smile. "So, are they vermin?" Jade smiled back just as serenely, not to the point of needing to exterminate. Leticia shuddered. "They're talking about a scary thing in such a gentle manner." She tried to wave at them to run away. The Duke chuckled, his expression softening as he looked at her. "Ah, I was just kidding. Don't worry, it's just because my daughter is so pretty." Jade looked at his father, a hint of annoyance in his eyes. "Why are you here so soon? The parliament meeting always lasts quite long. Don't tell me you're jealous that we got to spend time together." The Duke explained that His Majesty hadn't paid much attention to affairs lately, so the meeting ended early. Leticia doubted that was the real reason. The Duke then turned his charming smile on the terrified trio. "Anyways, nice to meet you all. What are you talking about?" They flinched, instantly straightening up. "We were telling the lady about life in the capital." The Duke raised an eyebrow. "What's with that expression? If you have something to say, just tell me." Leticia noticed they looked both happy and frightened at the same time. Percy suddenly excused himself, saying he needed some fresh air to sober up. Zax and Leon quickly followed suit, peppering the Duke with questions about his business and student council days, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Leticia watched Percy walk away. "Does that Percy guy not feel well?" she wondered. Her father noticed her curious gaze. "Are you curious?" he asked. She nodded eagerly. "Yeah, I want to know everything about you." "All right then, shall I tell you?" he offered, ready to regale her with stories. But just then, Leticia let out a tiny sneeze. The Duke immediately grew concerned. "Should we go home now?" Leon quickly offered to call the servants, explaining he'd used a mirror to send a signal from their side of the river. A moment later, a splash echoed from the water. "What was that sound?" Leticia turned, curious. Leon smiled reassuringly. "This island has a lot of kingfishers." So it was the kingfishers, she thought. Zax confirmed the servants had gotten the signal. He then noted that Percy had been gone for quite some time and must be very drunk. "I'm worried," Leon added. "Percy's very erratic when he drinks. He said he went to pick some roses, let's see." Zax then turned to Leticia with a bright idea. "Ah, that's right, Your Grace. You still haven't seen the blue roses, have you? Should we go see them together before going back? I'll show you." He gestured excitedly. "Hurry up, Your Grace. The blue roses are truly mesmerizing." But as they started to walk, the Duke's eyes narrowed slightly. He stopped dead in his tracks. Leticia looked up at him, confused. Then she looked at Jade. "What's wrong?" Their expressions. They were both completely frozen, staring ahead with grim faces. She started to turn her head to see what they were looking at. But before she could, Jade pulled her into a tight embrace, shielding her face. "Don't look," he commanded, his voice tight. But it was too late. Through the gap in his arm, she saw it. A flash of brown and red nestled amongst the vibrant blue petals. Just now, was that Percy? The Duke stepped forward, his voice a low murmur. "Is it a suicide?" "Calton," Leticia thought, her mind reeling as she saw her father kneeling by the body. And then she saw something that made her blood run cold. A small, almost imperceptible smirk played on her father's lips. Her eyes widened in horror. Did he just smile? How could he? Her father's voice cut through her shock, low and calm. "Baby girl, count to 3 from here and then walk away and yell. After you've called those 2 fleas, we'll check the body." She could only nod, her mind numb. She turned and ran, her small feet thudding against the ground. "Something happened," she screamed. Leon and Zax flinched, turning in alarm. "My lady, what happened?" She pointed frantically. Over there, they rushed past her, their faces pale with dread. What is this?" Leon knelt, his voice shaking. "Based on the cut on his wrist and the blood on that dagger, it seems like a suicide." Zax grabbed his shoulder, his face a mask of disbelief. "Are you saying Percy took his own life? That's impossible. He has a bright future. We've been together since the beginning, and there's no one else on this hill. This is obviously a suicide." Leticia thought, her own mind trying to make sense of the horror. "That's what he's trying to say." But Leon's voice was filled with guilt. "It was my fault because I mentioned my sister." His fists clenched, his body trembling. "Percy had been suffering for a long time. Did I open up his wound again?" Suicide is spontaneous, so that could be the case, Leticia pondered, her small brow furrowed. But why now? His fiancée died a year ago, why would he suddenly do it now? He was very cheerful, he even cracked jokes before Elise was brought up. Her father's hand rested on her head, his voice gentle. Are you scared? She shook her head. How many times have I seen dead bodies? The novel's content has been cut off before this. I don't know anythings. Zax turned to the Duke, his voice wavering but respectful. Your Grace, I truly mean no disrespect, but your family is the one who found Percy's body. We had been together until you three went for a walk. The Duke's voice was dangerously smooth. Ah, so you're saying we're suspected of murdering Percy and then calling you two here? Did I get it right? Zax stammered that it was reasonable given the rumors about them. Rumors? The Duke ignored him, his sharp eyes scanning the scene. Judging by how the blood dried up the roses, he must have died at least 30 minutes ago. He turned his gaze to Leon. You said you're Leon, right? By the time you sent the signal to the other side of the river, Percy was already dead. Leon gasped. The Duke continued his analysis. From the outside, this seems like a perfect suicide. Based on what we have known, you can say that everyone here is innocent. Leticia watched, a strange feeling creeping over her. Strange, I feel like I've missed something important. She looked at Percy's friends comforting each other. I don't think this is a suicide. She clenched the fabric of her father's cloak, a sudden wave of dizziness washing over her. Her father noticed immediately, his brow furrowing with concern. Does it hurt somewhere? Are you not feeling well? She shook her head, trying to steady herself. I'm fine. He gently touched her forehead to check for a fever. The moment his fingers made contact, a flash of distorted images seared through her mind. What are these? Visions? A flash of a memory not her own seared through Leticia's mind. A grand mansion perched precariously on a cliff's edge, overlooking the sparkling sea. A cheerful voice cut through the salty air, a woman's laugh echoing as she called out, Silly, come here. The scene shifted, a girl with long, flowing brown hair turning with a bright, playful smile. She was hiding in a lush green grove and she giggled, asking how he found her. But whose memory is this? The question hammered in Leticia's mind. It wasn't hers. This girl, this place, she'd never seen them before, and the boy she was talking to, his face was a complete blur, an indistinct shape against the leaves. It was impossible to see who he was. Suddenly, the vision fractured, the boy's face multiplying into a dizzying, kaleidoscopic pattern. It spun and twisted, a nauseating spiral of colors and shapes until a single name surfaced from the chaos. CIA? The vision shattered and she was back. A small voice called her name, Leticia. She blinked, her wide green eyes filled with shock as she stared at the person in front of her. It was Jax. He looked at her with concern, his voice soft as he asked if she was okay. He must have seen the terror on her face because he quickly added that she must be scared. He tried to reassure her, telling her to bear with it for a while, that the police would return soon. But Leticia's mind was racing. Did I just see an illusion? Was that the eyes of evil? She shook her head, trying to clear the lingering images. They stood by the shore, the golden autumn leaves painting a deceptively peaceful scene around the empty boats. Callan's deep voice broke the silence, suggesting that the baby should rest as soon as they returned home. Jax agreed, but the air was still thick with tension. A woman's voice, trembling, whispered that it was murder. Yes, it was murder, but something was strange. Jax voiced his thoughts, saying he wasn't sure if someone else was hiding on the island with them. This was the only place to board a boat, especially at this time of year. If anyone had entered the island, they would have noticed. Could the mermaid be the culprit? He mused. Callan, ever the pragmatist, simply stated they would find out when they looked into it, adding that they were rather lucky today. But Leticia's thoughts were spiraling in a different direction. What if the culprit wasn't an outsider? What's more likely, she thought, her gaze downcast, someone hiding on this small island from the beginning? Or that the culprit is someone among us? Her eyes widened in sudden realization. Wait, what if the illusion I saw? Yes, that's it. Her head snapped around, her gaze landing on Leon, who was wiping his eyes, feigning sorrow. If what I'm thinking is correct, the culprit made a mistake. And the sinner who will die at the hands of Callan for killing Percy is the police sergeant's voice was monotone as he delivered the news. What a shame, he said. He was a young man with a bright future. He claimed Percy had voluntarily taken his own life by cutting his wrist. But Leon, standing beside them, added a chilling detail. Percy's specialty was swordsmanship. With that skill, he had slit veins and arteries in one try before. Leticia looked up, noticing the strange coincidences piling up. Your Grace, you're getting caught up in a lot of weird things these days, she said, trying to sound innocent. There's lots of strange incidents in the city. Her eyes then landed on the sergeant. Oh, that's the person I saw in front of the dressing room. Callan asked for his name and the man introduced himself as Sergeant Sheldon. After giving his testimony, he bowed, asking if he could leave. Callan dismissed him with a curt nod. With the police gone, Callan's hand, covered in a black glove, reached for Leticia's. Let's go home, Leticia, he said, his voice softening just for her. But as they turned to leave, Leon, still dabbing at his eyes with a handkerchief, tearfully announced that he and Jax would be on their way as well. Leticia tugged on Callan's cloak, her expression pleading. Your Grace, I feel bad for Leon, she whispered. Callan looked down at her, a silent question in his eyes. It hurts me to hear about Leon's dead little sister, she explained, her voice full of empathy. Can't we take Leon home? I want to console him on the way back. Jade looked at her, his red eyes filled with confusion. How would Leon feel seeing the fiancé of his dead sister end up like this? He imagined them blaming each other for not noticing Percy's loneliness when they were alone. But Callan simply scooped Leticia into his arms, a rare warmth in his voice. Our baby is so kind, he murmured. He turned to Leon. If that's what baby thinks, then I can't help it. Come along, Senior Leon. Jade gave Leon a firm push towards the carriage. What? Leon stammered, surprised. Jade leaned in, whispering that perhaps this was the way to save Leon rather than him going back alone with Jax. Leticia watched them, her mind working furiously. If what I thought was right, this was her chance to prove it. The group walked toward the waiting carriage as the sun began to set. Leon tried to refuse the ride, saying he could go home on his own now. But Leticia grabbed his arm, her voice filled with fake concern. No, you look so pale you might faint. It's okay, I can't bother you that much. Callan stepped in, his voice leaving no room for argument. Get in, it's my family's policy to listen to the child's every request. He practically pushed Leon into the carriage. The carriage door clicked shut and they were on their way, the four of them reflected in the window pane. Leticia watched Callan, who was watching Leon with an unnerving expression. It was a look that said, what fun thing do you know? Meanwhile, Jade was deep in thought. Leon killed Percy today using a very simple trap. He couldn't shake the question. Why did you kill Percy in that way? Leon just stared out the window, avoiding his gaze. Jade sighed internally. What I'm curious about is the full story. If the reason is the same one I had guessed, Leticia, on the other hand, knew she had to tell Callan the reason. If I don't, I think I'll feel bad, she thought, glancing at him. Callan is a righteous person, but he doesn't listen to all the individual stories. She remembered the novel. This also happened in the original. The ending was rather depressing. And Callan in the novel wasn't a very happy person. The clatter of the carriage wheels was the only sound for a while. Leticia peeked out the window, her heart pounding as they neared their destination. We're here, she announced. She tugged on Callan's sleeve. Your Grace, what's wrong? He asked, startled. The ribbon tied around the bear's neck flew out the window, she said, her voice a perfect picture of childish distress. She pointed at her teddy bear. Was there a ribbon around its neck? Callan asked. Leticia nodded eagerly. Marion gave it a ribbon in the morning to match the one on my head. Callan tapped on the window and the carriage screeched to a halt. He leaned out, instructing the driver, my daughter dropped a ribbon on her way here, could you go find it? He then turned back to the occupants of the carriage. Leon flinched, a flicker of panic in his eyes. As expected, he thought, he quickly stood up. I'll get off here, he said frantically. Leticia feigned surprise. Here, it's dangerous as there's only a few people here. It's all right, I don't want to bother you anymore, he insisted, but his profile was tense. He must have a reason to get off at this alley, she thought. She grabbed his sleeve, stopping him. Leon, I have a question before you leave. He looked surprised. Me? Yes, she said, her voice steady. It's not that important, but have you perhaps seen me before? He let out a nervous laugh. What? No way, I'd never forget someone as cute as you. If that's not the case, who is this now? She wondered. He looked genuinely confused. Leticia pressed on, her voice soft but firm. I've seen Leon before, a very long time ago. Jade looked at her puzzled. What do you mean, Leticia? She ignored him, turning her full attention to Leon. One more thing, what color is the clock tower at the train station? Callan answered for him, a hint of amusement in his tone. Is there anyone who doesn't know that? It's gold. That's right. The biggest clock tower at the train station was a radiant gold. However, Leticia thought, a small, triumphant smile playing on her lips. Leon didn't say that on Lennox Island earlier. Her gaze was sharp as a needle. Earlier you said that the clock tower at the train station was blue, right? Leon froze, he flinched violently, his face draining of all color. Silence. A single bead of sweat trickled down his temple, he stammered, scratching the back of his neck. Did I say that? I must have made a mistake, I drank quite a lot back then. Leticia shook her head slowly. No, it's true that it's also blue. What? Leon asked, confused. Thanks to that mistake of yours, Leticia said, her voice clear and confident. Solving this puzzle has become easier. She explained, the clock tower at the station was painted with a special type of paint. It's yellow in the daytime, but it'd turn blue at night. The street kids used the clock tower as their meeting place. To say let's meet at the blue clock tower meant to meet at the clock tower at night. She remembered her own past. My friends used to tempt me to come and look at the train during the day, then we'd sneak into the station. She recalled running towards the golden tower, marveling at how it was blue just the other night. No decent person would come to the train station at 6 o'clock in the evening because all the trains stop working and the entrance is restricted. The only people who used it as a meeting place were kids who lived in the village at the foot of the mountain. Most of them were pickpockets. I've met Leon once at a meeting at the clock tower at night. I come from the same place as you all. Her eyes bored into him. Leon, you were born in the village at the foot of the mountain, weren't you? That's why you were so worried about what happened today. He was silent, his head bowed. She continued, but didn't you say you come from the countryside? Jade's eyes narrowed, his mind reeling. What should I do? It's so confusing, I don't know anymore. Leticia delivered the final blow. It's not like there are two Leons. He looked up, his face a mask of desperation. It was two people. He began, but before he could finish, he lunged. He yanked open the carriage door, and in a flash, he had grabbed Leticia, pressing a cold blade to her throat. "Erg," she gasped, the metal biting into her skin. "Don't move." He screamed, his voice cracking with panic. From inside the carriage, a voice yelled, "Let Leon out." It was the other Leon. Leticia's mind raced, putting the pieces together. They are twins. The vision I saw was indeed about Leon. At first, I thought it was a hallucination since it seemed like there were two of them, but I was wrong. They are actually twins. Callan's voice was dangerously calm, a low rumble that promised deaths. "Let go of my daughter." His red eyes glowed with barely contained fury. "If you let go of her now, I can at least let you die a peaceful death." But the man holding her hostage was desperate. "You must let Leon go first, or else this girl will." Callan's voice dripped with icy contempt. "What are you going to do with the girl? Are you going to leave scars on my lovely daughter's cheeks?" He pointed a single, black-gloved finger. "Or are you going to hurt a finger of hers?" In the blink of an eye, a whip of dark magic lashed out, striking the man and throwing him violently to the ground. He landed with a sickening thud, the pens in his pocket flying out. Callan was already out of the carriage, his dark cloak swirling around him like the night itself. He stalked towards the downed man, his voice a menacing whisper. "So you think if you threatened to hurt my daughter, I would be able to do anything to you?" Dark magic pulsed around him, a terrifying aura of power. The shadows wrapped around the man, lifting him into the air. "Cuke," he choked. Callan's eyes were merciless. "I'll let you die in the most miserable way." Suddenly, the other Leon leaped from the carriage, a desperate cry on his lips. "Ledin," he pulled a knife from his coat and pressed it to his own throat. "Father, I'll kill this one right this instant," Jade declared, ready to end it. Wait a moment." Leticia cried out, her voice high with panic. She ran to Jade's side. "There is still something I want to hear from them." Jade paused, looking down at her pleading face. "Please," she mouthed. He hesitated for a moment, then relented. "All right." But Callan was not so easily swayed. "But this bastard dared to put a knife near my daughter's face. First, I'm just going to cut off his arms." He reached out, his dark magic swirling. Leticia scrambled to stop him. "No, isn't that the same as killing him? If you cut off both his arms here, he'll die for sure." She waved her hands frantically. "I'm fine, really. It didn't even leave a scratch." Callan grunted, letting go of the man. "I don't have any interest in listening to murderers' stories," he said, his voice cold. "But if my baby girl wants to, then it can't be helped." Soon, the two brothers were kneeling on the floor of a nearby building. Bound by hissing tendrils of dark magic, Leticia stared at the shadowy restraints. "I thought it was a chain. Did Callan summon it using magic?" She then noticed that the man who held her Ledin was soaked. "Why is his body soaked?" Jade stepped forward, his expression serious. "Since when did you start to switch with each other, and which of you killed Percy?" They remained silent, their heads bowed. He turned to Leticia. "Also, one more thing, how did you know all of these, baby girl?" Leticia flinched, sweating nervously under his and Callan's intense gazes. That's not what's important right now. Don't you want to know what happened?" She deflected, laughing awkwardly. Callan just clicked his tongue. "Our baby girl sure is good at handling us." He gave a curt order, "Take off their mouth gags." As the gags were removed, he leaned in, his voice a deadly whisper. "If you dare to bite your tongue as a suicide attempt, I'll torture the other one to death." He lifted Leon's chin, forcing the boy to look at him. Jade sighed. "Father, you should have covered her ears before saying things like that." But Leticia just replied, "I heard everything." Callan straightened up. "Well, shall we start the interrogation as to my daughter's wishes? Speak." He directed the question to Leon. "Why did you do that?" Leon finally spoke, his voice heavy with grief. "The way he killed Percy was exactly as how I anticipated." The story tumbled out. When Leon went to cut the roses, he switched with his twin brother, Ledin. While Ledin was talking with the group, Leon, who was lying in ambush, had killed Percy and disguised it as a suicide. He sent a signal with a mirror and they switched back. It was a very simple trick, but Percy died without a single scream. Leticia's eyes widened. "Did you poison him?" Ledin looked up, a grim acknowledgement on his face. "So you figured it out correctly, young lady. You're such an intelligent girl." He explained that he'd covered Percy's mouth with a poisoned handkerchief, making him fall unconscious. It was easy to trigger Percy, who had always given their sister, Elise, blue things. Leon's voice was filled with a bitter hatred. "I don't regret it. That bastard had made fun of Elise." He continued their tragic story. "Because of our family's extreme poverty, my parent had to send Ledin, my twin brother, to a branch of the family to be a foster child since we were little. But the branch family that took Ledin in had gone bankrupt, and Ledin became a street child." He grabbed Leticia's hand gently. "We were very surprised to know that the young lady also came from that world. We have met again at that time." They were finally able to reunite when they were around 10 years old. Leticia's mind flashed back to a memory. By any chance, Sir Leon, have you two been living as one person since then up until now?" Leon nodded. "Yes, Ledin and I have been taking turns going to the academy. Among the twins, we have very similar faces." By doing that, he wanted to give Ledin back his life as an aristocrat. Jade nodded in understanding. Aha, so that's why he feels like someone else sometimes. Callan's voice cut through the air, sharp and cold. Then why did you two kill Percy? Because that bastard Percy practically killed our Elise. As Elise grew older, she became more and more gorgeous. Many men of high status and fortune wanted to marry her, even proposing to cancel her engagement with Percy and offering to pay the fine. And Percy knew all of this, and his insecurity festered, his nails bitten to the quick. Of course, Callan sneered, Percy, a guy who had nothing but money, made a stupid move. That's right, Leon confirmed, but Leticia knew there was more. That wasn't everything, was it? Ledin looked at her, amazed. You're such a sharp person, my lady. It's like the one in this little body is a completely different person. He wrapped an arm around his brother. You're right, that wasn't the end. At the summer villa, Percy had gotten drunk and became a different person. But the real problem was that there were a few other bastards at that villa besides Percy. They tempted him, made him drunk until he passed out, and then Elise was. Jade's voice was tight with disgust. That's disgusting. Those bastards are no different than evils. Leticia asked the question she was dreading. Did Elise take her own life? Ledin's voice was hollow. My lady, in noble families, there's a saying that goes unmarried people die because of pneumonia. In reality, most of them kill themselves. Before she was gone, she had told them everything, then she cut her wrist. Callan stared at them, his expression unreadable. You also killed Percy in the same way, so did you kill him for revenge for your sister? Even though one of you didn't even grow up with her, Ledin lifted his head. There was once, even though it was just for a week, we three siblings had lived together in the mansion. A memory of three happy children lying in a field of flowers flashed through his mind. That was the happiest time that we've ever had. Those memories are our salvation up until now. Leticia understood. The memories that I saw, those were theirs. Leon fell to his knees, pleading, but how? I'm the one who made mistakes. I don't care even if you use me as an experimental subject for dark magic. But please let Ledin go. Callan looked down at him, his expression one of faint boredom. I don't need experimental subjects. You must have heard those ungrounded gossips. Leticia suddenly spoke up, directing her question to Leon. I have one last question. My lady, how could you know that I was going to meet Ledin here? The twins flinched. Leticia started sweating again under the intense stares of Callan and Jade. She quickly explained her reasoning. During the time Percy was gone, they had always been together. If Percy was killed, there must have been someone else on the island. But the police searched everywhere and couldn't find anyone, which means that person had escaped before the police arrived. There was a bridge opposite to where they docked their boat. The suspension bridge, Pinnell, that bridge was close enough for someone to swim across the river, and under it was an underground drain outlet. Callan and Jade looked at her stunned. Yes, Jade confirmed, it's a secret that every street child knows. He stared at her in awe. You have deduced all the way here from just one simple clue like that? If Sir Leon knows about the clock tower at night, then he must know this place as well. Leticia scratched her cheek, beaming. You're unbelievably intelligent. It was thanks to the detective novel I had read in my previous life, plus a little bit of imagination. She then grew serious. That made me wonder. What's the story behind a brother who couldn't help but kill his deceased sister's fiancé? The brothers slumped, their story finally told. Jade turned to Callan. What are you going to do now? Is he going to brutally kill them like usual? Leticia added, actually, intuition told me someone has killed Percy, so I was thinking about investigating both Leon and the culprit. That's why I told them I might visit them later. She looked at the twins with pity. I don't know about Ledin, but Leon fits your conditions, right? What do you think, Jade? Jade patted her head, his expression softening. I feel for them, yes, since I'm now a brother too. He stepped forward, a menacing smile on his face. If there's anyone who dares to touch my sister even just a little, I don't want to imagine it, but... His smile widened, full of dark promise. Right now I'm wondering, should I kill one of these two identical guys to vent my anger? Anyway, I think we can let it slide this time. He looked at Leticia, who flinched. Leticia, what do you think? Yes, me? He was telling her to decide. Do you want to side with these two? That wouldn't be okay, right? Callan's voice was low and dangerous. Even if you do, I don't really want to spare these boys. I'm a mean father after all. Jade chimed in cheerfully. Then I vote to kill them as well. What? No, what should I do? Leticia panicked, her mind racing. They got jealous just like kids. Execution period. Is this don't side with anyone but me mentality? She clenched her fists, her heart aching. What if I didn't see those scenes? That poor girl. Even though she was someone I've never met, I feel sorry for Elise. She took a deep breath and looked at Callan, her eyes full of resolve. I hope your grace won't regret your decision. I know what kind of person Callan is. He was a dark hero who hunts down criminals, a tragic hero who walked a path of blood and bodies. He was someone who had no mercy for criminals. But this time, he had heard their story before making a decision. Leon and Ledin were different from the other criminals he had killed. They didn't want to leave a stigma on their sister's name. Callan looked at her, a thoughtful expression on his face. All right then. Actually, I want to thank you, baby girl. If not for you, I would have missed an important truth. Leticia brightened, her heart soaring. As expected, Callan has also changed his mind after listening to Elise's story. He spread his arms wide. Then we have decided not to kill them. He turned his piercing gaze on Leon, who was still kneeling. Leon, do you remember the names of Percy's evil friends? He approached the boy, his voice dropping to a terrifying whisper. I'm talking about the bastards that were there at the villa that day. Of course you remember them, right? Callan sat down next to the bound man, his arms slung casually over the man's shoulder as if they were old friends. Senior, he began, his voice smooth as honey. OHM, the man replied, utterly bewildered. Callan smiled warmly. Next time you see me, you can say hi. A wave of confusion washed over the captive's face. What was happening? The rich kid continued, his smile widening. I've started to like you. The man's heart pounded. But then the warmth in Callan's eyes vanished, replaced by a terrifying Arctic chill. But if you dare to act like you know my sister, he hissed, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper, I'll kill you. Before the man could even process the threat, Jade leaned in from the other side, his breath hot against the man's ear. Everything was good, Jade murmured, his voice a sibilant, terrifying secret. But you killed the one who hurt your sister too easily. A violent shiver racked the captive's body. Jade continued, his tone almost conversational. If it were me, I would have killed that guy slowly and painfully. From her spot, Leticia watched, her mind reeling. She had been so wrong. Asterisk, I've underestimated these two rich men, asterisk. A gasp escaped her lips as the realization hit her like a physical blow. No wonder, it all made perfect sense now. Callan stood, a dark and imposing figure, his voice echoing with cold authority. Rather than getting rid of an eyesore, it's better to handle the trash. Don't worry, he said, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. It's my specialty. The words from the book flooded Leticia's memory. That's right, Callan's principles, a sinister, purple energy seemed to swirl around him as the truth of his nature was laid bare. Callan absorbs magic power from the human body, and the poor souls he could drain, they were simply called food. A small, chilling smile touched his lips. There were only 3 specific cases where he would eat his food. First, murderers. Second, those who had just died. And the third, the most unforgivable of all, were the bastards who dared to hurt innocent women. In Callan's world, that was a sin even greater than murder. To him, murderers and rapists were exactly the same. Leticia trembled. She agreed that those who hurt Elise deserved the worst, but this was something else entirely. She watched the 2 terrified men who now stood before a predator. With a flick of his wrist, their bonds were gone. The men tapped their feet on the solid ground, their eyes wide with disbelief. They grasped each other's hands, hope and terror warring on their faces. Are we really free? One stammered. Are you going to let us go? Callan's voice was deceptively calm. Yes, however. He snapped his fingers and a single spark of golden magic flared in the air. People who have tasted blood once will change, so I'll leave my mark on you too. His warning was an icy promise. If you make any trouble again, remember I'll be the first to catch you. The men frantically searched their bodies, patting themselves down, but found nothing. Callan had already turned away, his focus shifting entirely to the small girl watching him. Come here, baby girl, he called softly. As she approached, he turned his head slightly and added, as if it were an afterthought, ah, right. I enjoyed my meal. The 2 freedmen froze, the words hanging in the air like a death sentence. What did he just say? Jade's voice cut through the tension, cold and matter of fact. We already said it when we found Percy, he has just died. Leticia's blood ran cold. He ate him, Callan's second principle of eating, people who have just died. That's why he told her to walk, count to 10, and then yell out. It was all a distraction so he could have his meal. In the other room, Jade let out a sigh, a smug look on his face. I'm more comfortable knowing Senior Percy is such a scummy bastard, he mused. But he was still my acquaintance, so I feel unpleasant that you ate him. The poor lackey still in the room could only stare. What are you talking about? The door slammed shut, leaving him in the dark. Callan stood up, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he looked down at Leticia. Cleaning up trash is always fun, he declared. His gaze sharpened, his red eyes boring into hers. And Leticia, now I know who you are. Leticia flinched, her heart leaping into her throat. Yes. He leaned closer, his voice a low, intense murmur. However I look at it, she swallowed hard, her pulse hammering in her ears. You're a genius. The world seemed to stop. A genius? Her mind went completely blank, filled with nothing but question marks. What? No, I'm not. I was just guessing. She shrieked, but it was too late. Jade grabbed her, his expression serious. You're lying. It has happened twice. It can't be a coincidence. Even Callan nodded, his arms crossed in agreement. How could an uneducated child remember complex patterns she'd only seen once? Panic, cold and sharp, clawed at her throat. She waved her hands frantically, trying to deny it. If I'm truly a genius, would I be begging on the street? I'm even illiterate. The words brought back a flood of painful memories. The biting cold, the gnawing hunger, her own body trembling on the filthy cobblestones. The chattering of her own teeth was a constant rhythm in the harsh winter. She stared out the window, her past a ghost that still haunted her. Callan and Jade watched her, their faces unreadable. Anyways, she mumbled, flopping onto the ground and hugging her teddy bear for dear life. I really am just a normal person. But Callan's expression was determined. We must check once to know, he said, his gloved hand gently stroking her head. There are specialists who Jade met when he was a kid. They will find out whether you're talented. A knot of dread tightened in her stomach. Asterisk a test. If they find out, he won't want me to be his daughter anymore, right? Asterisk the carriage ride back to the magnificent estate was silent and tense under the fading light of dusk. Welcome back, the butler greeted with a polite bow. You return rather late. He noticed Leticia slumped tiredly in Callan's arms. The young lady seems tired. Did something happen? Callan's lips curled into a proud smile. Something happened, but the most important thing was my daughter is a genius. The butler could only blink, utterly perplexed. Leticia felt boneless with exhaustion. The moment they were in her room, she collapsed onto the plush bed, the events of the day a chaotic storm in her head. A soft knock echoed through the room. Jade, he peeked his head in, his red eyes filled with a rare concern. I came to check if you're all right. I'm fine, she lied, hugging her bear, but he saw right through her. Then why? Do you look so upset every time the carriage goes past the intersection? She clutched the bear tighter, the confession tumbling out in a small voice. I used to live in the alley behind that intersection. Every time I go past that place, it reminds me of when I was still on the street. Just the memory made her shiver, a phantom cold seeping into her bones. Just thinking of it makes me feel cold. She peeked up at him. I miss my friends too. He reached out and gently patted her head. But you don't have to worry, it's our rule to forget each other. I understand, he said softly. Have some rest. As the door clicked shut, she let out a shaky breath. She was lying. That wasn't the real reason. A fragmented image flashed behind her eyes. Today when I touched Callan's hand, I saw a vision. It wasn't something from the book, it was new, frightening. What was that? She stared at her own small hand, the source of this terrifying new ability. I don't know why or when I did remember it. She clutched her bear, burying her face in its soft fur. Oh, should I accept this? A few days passed, and to Leticia's immense relief, Callan stopped mentioning the word genius. She hoped he had forgotten all about it, but then one morning he looked up from his paper. Baby, do you want to go out? Her head popped up. Where are we going? He smiled. Maria told me you really liked the coffee shop last time. I have some work to do near there. Coffee? The thought sent a jolt of pure joy through her. Coffee. And cake and donuts. I'll quickly get ready and be right back. She squealed, zipping out of the room in a blur of excitement. Callan watched her go, a wide, thrilled smile spreading across his face. Later, as they waited for the carriage, Leticia, bundled in a pretty brown coat, looked up at him. Can I hold your hand? Callan's heart felt like it was going to burst out of his chest, surrounded by a flurry of pink hearts. You're driving me crazy, sweetie, he breathed, pulling her into a crushing hug. She giggled, reaching out for his hand. As their fingers laced together, she focused intently. Asterisk, as I thought, I can't see anything. Asterisk, ever since that day on Lennox Island, she'd been trying to touch his bare hands, hoping to trigger another vision, but nothing ever happened. Not even now. What was this strange power she possessed? The carriage came to a stop, not in front of a cozy coffee shop, but a stern, imposing building. A sign read, Dr. Sybil's Research Institute. Where is this? She asked, a sense of dread creeping in. Callan's voice was calm, too calm. We are here today to do a small test. A small test? Her eyes widened in horror. Me? The genius test. The realization crashed down on her. But he told me we were going to the coffee shop. He tricked me. It was the classic parent trap. Luring a child with promises of treats, only to end up at the dreaded dentist's office. This is for your sake, sweetie, Callan said, trying to calm her as she shook her head and teddy bear wildly. But she was having none of it. You are a liar, she cried, trying to plant her feet as he dragged her inside. A man with long, silver hair and a kind smile greeted them. Come in, milady, this way, please. Asterisk, is this the doctor? He looks quite young. Asterisk, before leaving, Callan turned to the man, his voice a low threat. I'll be gone for a little, but the guards are still going to stay outside. If you dare to disrespect my daughter even the slightest bit, I won't forgive you. Leticia desperately grabbed the back of his coat. But he gently patted her head, his expression softening. Don't worry, I'll be right back. The heavy door clacked shut, sealing her in. This is our first time meeting, milady, the doctor said cheerfully. I'm Sybil. She puffed out her cheeks, still sulking. Yes, I'm Leticia. Sybil chuckled. Why are you laughing? She demanded. No, it's because you're adorable, like a puppy who got separated from her owner. She glared daggers at him. I'm not a dog. Are you a professor? She asked, changing the subject. She'd always imagined professors were old, with salt and pepper hair. He explained that he was what some people called a genius, and that the Duke had brought her here to confirm if she was one too, because people like him could help her. Thank you for your kindness, she said, her voice dripping with ice. I don't need help though, since I'm not a genius. Sybil just laughed, finding her adorable. Don't worry, milady, for noble families, things like this are quite common. He leaned in conspiratorially. Parents think their children are geniuses and bring them here. They are arrogant. He sighed, his expression turning serious. Some parents who thought their kids were geniuses and then got disappointed. But parents as such are people who want to exploit their children for their own benefit. They are completely different from the Duke. Asterisk, he knows I'm not a genius, yet he still does that. Asterisk, Leticia fumed internally, poking her teddy bear's eye in frustration. Asterisk, so annoying. Asterisk, suddenly Sybil let out a yelp as he fumbled with a stack of papers, dropping them on his own head. Are you all right? She asked, startled. He just rubbed his head, smiling sheepishly. Yes, this happens all the time, it doesn't bleed. Asterisk, he seems like a clumsy adult, asterisk, she thought. The test began. Dr. Sybil showed her magical stories, complex mazes, and number sequences. She answered what she could, but much of it was beyond her. She'd never had a proper education, not in this life or the last. But she had to admit, solving the puzzles was surprisingly fun and the time flew by. I'll have to put together the testing result, Sybil announced, leaving her alone in the room. She rested her head on the desk, a wave of relief washing over her. Asterisk, the result will surely be that I'm not a genius. Asterisk, she imagined a stereotypical wild-haired professor frantically scribbling equations. But then a familiar anxiety began to creep back in. Asterisk, does Callan think I can be useful for his job later on? Asterisk. The memory of his casual ruthlessness made her shiver. What if she couldn't help him? Would Callan be disappointed? Would he kick her out shouting, "Get lost"? Or worse, would she be forced to scrub the floors of the massive mansion? The thought was so miserable, her eyes began to well up with tears as she hugged her bear tightly. The door creaked open. Footsteps approached, she turned. And there was Callan, his red eyes wide with concern. "Sweetie, what happened? Did that doctor say something to you?" She shook her head frantically, trying to hold back the sobs, but it was no use. "I'm sorry," she wailed, the tears finally spilling over and streaming down her face. "I'm not a genius." Callan stared at her, completely baffled. "What?" Her words tumbled out between sobs. "Dr. Sybil asked me 3 questions today, but I couldn't answer any of them. My memorization ability is just average. I can't be of any help to you." Callan's expression softened and he gently cupped her tear-streaked face in his hands. "Help? What are you talking about?" She sniffled, her little nose red. "I thought you would be disappointed if I'm not a genius." In an instant, he pulled her into his arms, hugging her tightly. "Shush, calm down, baby girl," he murmured into her hair. "People say daughters always play with their father's hearts. I guess they are right." He held her close, a protective shield against her fears. "I didn't put expectations on you, I was just worried." He explained that their family was famous for producing geniuses, but that true geniuses often suffered, falling into depression or even taking their own lives. Though it wasn't as severe, Jade also had some mild mental illness when he was a child. He looked down at her, his voice sincere. "You were also a genius, I should be prepared for your sake, but you've shown me you're just as I expected. How could I not be happy? To be the parents of such a smart and pretty child as you, anyone would be happy." He stroked her back gently. "It doesn't matter if you're not smart, it's all right if you're a silly girl. How can a fool be of any help? A fool is someone who can't do anything." His logic was strange, but his tone was comforting. "It's all right if you can't do anything. Just consider spending the heap of money at our house your job, because I can take care of everything. Do you understand? That's what being my daughter is about." She sniffled, pulling back slightly. "Your way of comforting others is strange." He chuckled. "Are you done crying now? Then shall we go to the coffee shop?" He promised her choco cake, anything she wanted. Just then Dr. Sybil burst back into the room, looking flustered. "Your Grace, you are back. Is the result out already?" Callan waved him off impatiently. "Keep it short and finish quickly. It's time for my baby girl's supper." Sybil shuffled his papers hastily. "Ah yes, the young lady isn't a serious genius that would need special treatment, but in some fields she shows outstanding intelligence. In her case, her ability can be classified as talented." Callan's eyebrows shot up. Leticia stared in disbelief. "What, I'm talented?" 130. The Duke stood over the crumpled form on the floor, his voice a low, dismissive rumble. Ah no, he wasn't attacking the doctor. He was merely giving Milady some advice from today's test. He held out a pristine white card, an offering in the aftermath of the chaos. Leticia blinked, her head still spinning from the sudden faint. He gave me his card," she thought, a bubble of confusion rising in her chest. She looked up at him, a mischievous glint in her eyes as she pushed herself up. "Oh really?" she chirped, a small smile playing on her lips. "You know, now that I think of it, you're more like a comedian than a doctor." Callan's eyebrow twitched, his composed facade cracking for just a moment. But Leticia wasn't finished. She looked up at him with those wide, innocent green eyes, her voice filled with pure sincerity. "Dr. Sybil said you're very proud of me." The tension in Callan's shoulders melted away. His gaze softened, the dangerous edge in his eyes replaced by a warmth she was just beginning to recognize. He reached out, his large hand gently resting on her head. "I'm very proud of you too," he said, his voice a soft murmur. "And I hope it would always be that way." "I know, sweetheart." He gave her head a soft pat. "It'd be great if you can call me father without being shy, but there's no need to rush." A brilliant smile bloomed on her face. "Yes." Callan turned his gaze to the still recovering doctor. "We'll be leaving now," he announced, his tone leaving no room for argument. "I'll make you pay for it later." The doctor scrambled to his feet, stammering, "Yes, I understand." As they walked out, Leticia turned, giving a cheerful little wave. "Goodbye, doctor." As the heavy doors swung shut, Dr. Sybil's flustered expression vanished, replaced by a cool, calculating calm. "What an interesting child," he mused, a faint smile touching his lips. He turned the lock with a decisive click. She almost found out the answer. His hand moved to a small, ornate wooden box on his desk, his fingers tracing the carvings. "The true answer wasn't your amazing." He lifted the lid, inhaling the scent of dried petals inside. No, this way is much better. He moved to a bookshelf, his steps silent and purposeful. The next riddle is, his hand pressed against a hidden panel and the shelves slid open, revealing a dark, secret chamber. Inside, a massive glass cylinder pulsed with a soft, ethereal blue light. Floating within was the still form of a man, the real Dr. Sybil. The imposter's lips curled into a cruel smirk. Where is the real Dr. Sybil? If she got it right yet couldn't find out the answer, then the problem is her imagination. His own hand glowed with a faint blue magic. Perhaps her imagination can only be perfect if she experiences more cruelty. He took off his glasses, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light. Sleep tight, Dr. Sybil. I think I'll have to use your identity for a while. He looked towards the window, a name on his lips like a prayer and a promise. Leticia. A black butterfly tattoo was stark against the skin of his hand. She's going to grow into a great woman. I look forward to it. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a man was shouting, his face red with fury. Does it make sense to you? Didn't that person break my friend's arm? The man he was yelling at remained unimpressed. So do you have any proof? Not far away, a man with pale blue hair leaned against a wall, smoke curling from the cigarette between his fingers. He overheard the whispers of passing nobles. Did you hear? In the end, Percy couldn't forget about that fiancé, so he took his own life. The man scoffed, a cynical smirk twisting his lips. Isn't that too dumb? He sneered to himself. If it's women, we can have as many as we want. What's so special about that poor girl? He flicked the cigarette to the ground, crushing it under his shoe with disdain. It'd be a huge mess if we touched his wife-to-be. Suddenly, a hand shot out of the shadows, grabbing his head with brutal force and slamming it into the stone wall. A dark figure loomed over him, his voice a low growl. Hello, your friend introduced you to me. The man's eyes widened in terror as he recognized the face of Duke Calland, his red eyes burning with cold fury. The name is Percy, isn't it? A wave of dark, suffocating energy pulsed from the Duke. The blue-haired man gasped, huh? Calland's voice was laced with venom. Hazel Dates, a pervert who plays with women and then solves everything with money. On top of that, there are many cases of assault against 15 women and 15 accusations that haven't been confirmed. Calland leaned in closer, his disgust palpable. Wow, these kinds of people are nothing more than trash to me. So people like you still exist, huh? But I won't let you be able to open your mouth ever again. Hazel's heart hammered against his ribs. Who is this man? Why can't I move my tongue? Calland's eyes glowed a terrifying, inhuman red. Well, shall we start? As I thought, eating them alive is the best. His hand clamped over Hazel's mouth, silencing his scream. It's going to be a little bit painful, all right? Since you have lived like an animal, you should die like one. Now that I have a daughter, I'll prioritize people like you when I go hunting. Oh, and my name is Calland de Llewellyn. He shoved Hazel to his knee. Remember the name of the one who will kill you today? I'm being pretty merciful right now. You had played around with your friends all this time. But now that you're about to die at my hand, you should be grateful to Percy. Behind him, a monstrous shadow rose up, a giant black serpent with glowing red eyes, its forked tongue flicking the air. Calland's voice was a dead calm command. Ball, enjoy your meal. A spray of crimson painted the alley wall. Calland calmly pulled out his pocket watch, the ticking a stark contrast to the grim silence. My baby girl's test should be done by now. He turned and walked away, his long black coat swirling behind him, leaving the gruesome scene without a second glance. Later, he sat across from Leticia in a cozy little bakery, his previous darkness completely gone. Bring us every cake that you have, he told the wide-eyed waitress. Leticia tugged on his sleeve, her voice small. I really can't finish that much. Just one chocolate cake is enough. Calland's resolve wavered for a second. I must be tough in this kind of situation, he thought. But then Leticia looked at him, a hopeful sparkle in her eyes, holding up 2 tiny fingers. How about 2? He paused. Is something the matter? She asked. Calland let out a quiet sigh. Hayes, it's nothing, sweetheart. He turned back to the waitress, his voice firm. Bring us every chocolate dessert that you have. As they waited, Leticia tilted her head, studying him. You seem to be in a good mood. You even changed the way you tie your cravat. The way it's tied right now isn't Zion's, is it? He's so sharp, Calland thought, a flicker of surprise and pride warming his chest. She's already adorable, yet she's even that smart. He composed his features into a casual smile. I met up with a friend. We just greeted each other. Inside, his thoughts were darker. Seems like Hazel's body has been found out. It doesn't matter if the body was found, it'd still be classified as an unknown death after all. The low crime clearance rate in the Empire nowadays is a good thing. A smirk played on his lips. Life in the capital would never be boring. I can't stop thinking about new bliss. He looked at Leticia, his expression unreadable. As I thought, I truly like you, Leticia. A lovely appearance, mysterious personality. You don't have literacy, yet you're very smart, even to the point of being a little suspicious. It's enough if every day is like today. Their eyes met and she looked at him with confusion. What day is today? She asked. He simply smiled, just perfect as your existence. As they left the bakery, a familiar carriage pulled up. Leticia's face lit up. Zion, Jade, are you here to pick me up? Zion nodded from inside the carriage, a small smile on his face. That's right, Calland watched them, a genuine sense of peace settling over him. I wonder what just day is today? The carriage ride took an unexpected turn, however, venturing into the city's darker alleys. Leticia hugged herself, shivering. It's cold. She peered out the window, her brow furrowed in confusion. So we are going through this alley. No wonder it's so cold. Her eyes widened the scenery. It was familiar yet completely wrong. Everything has changed. She stepped out of the carriage, her feet landing on the grimy cobblestones of the street I used to live in. The houses that pretended not to know we were reasoning through the trash. The memory of her and the other children digging for scraps flashed through her mind, and the warehouse that couldn't make us any less freezing. The image of them huddled together for warmth, their breath misting in the frigid air, they are all gone. In their place stood a new, clean building. Her hands flew to her mouth, a gasp escaping her lips. This is the children's shelter, she peeked through the window. Wow, there was a roaring fireplace, toys scattered on a warm rug, and children eating happily. What is this? She whispered, turning to Callan and Jade. Callan's voice was gentle. This is the work of Jade and me. I heard you were worried about your friends on the street, so I have this as a present for your friends. You always seem to be so down every time we pass this alley. A soft, rare smile touched his lips. So I thought, what should I do so that you won't make such an expression anymore? He leaned down to her level. You're just a child. Sometimes adults can understand the mind of a child, you know. Leticia whipped her head around to look at her brother. Jade, did you tell him about it? Jade just shrugged, a bit flustered. I bought all of the houses in this alley and paid them a big sum of money. Everyone was happy. After that, I combined the houses together to make a beer house. Callan finished the thought, his eyes on Leticia. Only children are allowed to go in here and stay warm anytime in the cold winter. Leticia's face crumpled, her bottom lip trembling. Thank you so much, Jade smiled gently. No need to thank me that much, it was all Father's work. He asked you to call him Father, the word hung in the air, Father. Leticia's hands clenched into tiny fists. I like Jade and I like you too, but I can't call him Father. Her heart ached with a familiar fear. I'm afraid that I might have to get out of this family someday, that I'd become too greedy and crave for more, such as a real father. But in this moment, watching the warm light spill from the shelter, feeling the genuine kindness from these two people, the fear shattered. She launched herself at Callan, her arms wrapping tightly around his waist as she buried her face in his coat. F's father, the word was a choked sob. Thank you so much, and brother too. I'm the happiest person now. Tears streamed down her face, tears of a joy she never thought she'd experience. I never thought I would be so happy like this in this world, for being Father's daughter and Jade's sister. Jade watched them, his own eyes misty. Don't forget those words, all right? Leticia squeezed tighter. It's all right even if they are a bit scary. I want to be their family. Callan held her close, his hand resting on her head. Just leave the misery that happened on this street and the part of Le here. The part of Le that you left has become this house. It will help keep other children warm. Later, Jade gave her an update. I tried to look for that child named Walter but couldn't find anything. I heard he left this place not long ago. Leticia wasn't worried. She smiled brightly. If it was Walter, I'm sure he'd be fine. He can live well wherever he is. In the original story, Walter's fate was to die, but now his fate has changed. If we ever meet again, I hope Walter is having a better life. That day Le's house was built and my winter has ended. But as one darkness receded, another gathered. The newspapers were buzzing with grim news. Young men of the aristocracy keep dying for an unknown reason. This is already the third time since Hazel. Were they all the Duke's work? At train station, Leon and Ledin read the same article, their faces pale. Now that I think of it, the doctor is kind of like the Duke. As in not like humans, I'm not sure, I just feel as if they are of the same kind. They can do the most horrible things without blinking even once. Their thoughts turned to the little girl who had saved them. I wonder if Leticia is doing well. Shouldn't we tell her about the doctor? A flashback consumed them. We didn't come up with the plan to kill Percy entirely on our own. We've got help from the doctor. Leon's face was twisted with hatred. If I can, I want to kill him. Then the doctor had appeared as if from nowhere. Who are you? He'd asked. I'm Dr. Sybil. He'd identified Percy as the one who violated their sister. The one who drove her to take her own life. And then he'd whispered his poison into Leon's ear. How sad would it be? How about this? I'll help you kill him. Killing Percy was very simple when we followed Sybil's plan. However, the Duke and Leticia were a variable. After the plan had failed, they had no other choice but to explain everything to the doctor. Leticia, that child, figured out that we were the culprits. The Duke took us away. The doctor just kept fondling a red flower and stayed silent. But they had defied him in a small way. And Leon left a blue rose instead of a red one. It was a small act of rebellion, a gesture of respect for Leticia. It was also a warning. Back in the present, standing on the platform, fear coiled in their stomachs. We would be dead if the Duke found out. I know, Ledin said, his voice tight. But we are going to leave this city, leaving everything behind. This is the last train. Leon, I said, let's go. Why are you still standing there? But Leon was frozen, his eyes wide with horror. That person's, a man with white hair, bumped into a passenger nearby. Haha, sorry, I was in a hurry, so. Ledin grabbed his brother's arm, trying to pull him away. Turn around, Leon, but it was too late. A chillingly familiar voice cut through the noise of the station. Where are you going? The fake doctor stood before them, a polite, terrifying smile on his face. Don't tell me you are going on that train. He grabbed Leon's wrist, his grip like iron. You left without saying anything. I'm really sad. Leon's voice trembled. Doctor, we were in a rush. We are truly sorry about that. The doctor's smile didn't reach his eyes. Oh, so that's how it was. It's okay. By the way, the girl named Leticia is brilliant. Just recently, I opened a research institute and a guest named Leticia paid me a visit. I'm glad I've got to meet her once. She definitely has potential. Leon's blood ran cold. Did you do anything to that young lady? No way. I ought to appreciate things that I want. Leticia is the ideal person that I have been looking for. Still naive, yet very clever and pretty. His voice dropped to a whisper. I didn't mention the contract penalty, did I? Penalty. We made a promise. I decided not to take money for killing that scumbag Percy. Instead, I only had one request. To create a perfect crime without getting caught by the police. The one that would leave a red rose at the scene. But you violated my order. Didn't I tell you I've always been a flawless criminal? It'd be pointless if you successfully killed the target but then got caught. He leaned in, his breath cold against Leon's ear. You were caught by the Duke, weren't you? Now is time for the penalty. Doctor, Ledin cried, trying to pull his brother free. We are running to get on the train. The doctor's smile widened. Where are you going? To North Sentia? No, we are going to the west. He held up their tickets, a playful glint in his eyes. That's strange, it doesn't say so on the tickets though. Suddenly a scream pierced the air. Fire, there's fire. The train they were meant to board erupted in a massive explosion, sending flames and debris flying. Run, everyone, get out of the station now. The twins stared in horror. The tickets, give them back, doctor. The doctor's smile was a cruel slash across his face. All right, fine. A blue flame erupted in his hand, consuming the paper tickets in an instant. The twins cried out as their vision warped, a dizzying sickness overtaking them. The penalty. Goodbye, the doctor said, his voice laced with mock sympathy. I'll send you off. I'm glad that you killed that scumbag. Thank you for introducing Leticia to me. Don't worry, I'll appreciate Leticia. Just like the Duke, as a respect for your elevated revenge, I'll let you die painless deaths. He turned and walked calmly away from the inferno as their bodies collapsed to the ground. The news of the train explosion rocked the capital, but something even more shocking happened the next day. A postman hurrying on his route tripped and fell with a scream of terror. Before him, in front of the Grand City Clock Tower, were two bodies. They were tied together and surrounded by a sea of vibrant blue roses. At the Llewellyn estate, Jade read the article aloud. They must be Leon and Ledin. Zion's face was grim. Poor Leon, he just wanted to avenge his sister to live a happier life. Callan, listening from his chair, replied coolly, do you think a murderer can live a happy life? His crimson eye glinted. How strange, why do I feel like I've received a challenge? There weren't any red roses, but it's as if I see someone's trace. On top of that, there are many twins, yet the ones that I saved were killed. That's weird. Did the ghosts that I killed return to revenge? He gave an order to his butler. For now, keep an eye on Leticia and don't let her go out alone. Winter settled over the city, blanketing everything in snow. Leticia, bored of being indoors, convinced Zion to let her play outside for just a little bit. While playing, her ball bounced over the tall iron fence. As the guards went to retrieve it, she ran to the gate herself. Wait a minute, I'll just take the ball and be right back. Peeking through the bars, her eyes caught a flash of color against the white snow. Oh, what is it? Lying there was a single, perfect blue rose. I thought the blooming season of blue roses was already over, she mused, picking it up gently. I wonder who left it here? A memory of a kind boy holding a bouquet of blue flowers surfaced in her mind. By chance, did Leon come here? A guard called out, my lady, please come back. Yes. She turned away from the gate, clutching the rose, unaware that just beyond the bars, a chapter of revenge and sorrow had finally, tragically come to a close. The gentle crackle of the fireplace filled the grand, sunlit room. Outside, snow glittered on the window panes, but inside it was warm and safe. Sprawled out on a plush rug, little Leticia was lost in her own world, a crayon clutched in her tiny hand as she worked diligently on her homework. A soft voice pulled her from her concentration. Are you drawing a house? Zion asked, his tone gentle as he knelt beside her. Leticia jumped, startled, but then beamed up at him. Yes, it's my homework, she declared proudly. Zion's gaze fell to the paper, a faint smile on his lips as he pointed to her drawing. He asked what color she was going to use for the sky, and she answered without hesitation, well, blue. So it was a daytime scene, he noted, admiring the very nice tower she'd drawn. He told her it was a building the Duke cared a great deal about. He then suggested, how about showing this to the Duke later? Leticia's face fell instantly. No, she exclaimed, a wave of panic washing over her. My father is excellent at drawing and playing instruments. He's a genius. I'm sure he will laugh if he sees this drawing. The thought made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Zion, ever so perceptive, seemed to read her thoughts. He leaned in, his voice a soft reassurance. My lady, he said, although it's a bit rough, it's perfect for your age. She looked up at him, her heart swelling with a strange familiarity. Wow, Zion, you talk just like my father, she mumbled, a small smile playing on her lips. A flicker of something unreadable passed through Zion's eyes before he simply said, I just thought it was a very adorable drawing. Leticia puffed her cheeks out. She knew Zion was busy. In fact, he was the one who ran this entire household in Callan's stead. He was not someone who should be unoccupied to the point of seeing her homework. Zion, you have a lot of work to do, don't you, besides playing with me? The words came out sharper than she intended. She was mad at her father. Playing with me isn't Zion's task, it should be his. The fire crackled, casting a warm glow on Zion's face as he leaned closer. Taking care of you is one of my important duties, my lady, he said, his voice sincere. That's not true, she thought. When the master and the young master are gone, there are only you and me here. He continued, a mischievous glint in his eye. No, they might even be irritated if they know I'm the only one taking care of the lady, don't you think? Why would they be irritated? The thought was a confusing jumble in her mind. Flames of jealousy seemed to erupt behind him as he explained, because they get jealous very easily and they are affectionate towards the one they are fond of. Suddenly it all clicked, her father and brother jealous of Zion spending time with her. A deep blush spread across her cheeks and she quickly cupped her face in her hands, her heart thumping wildly, trying to change the subject. Zion asked if she had finished her homework yet. I still have to read a children's book and write a poem, she mumbled, still flustered. He noted that was quite a bit of homework. Leticia sighed dramatically. I can finish other tasks quickly, but writing a poem is pretty difficult. She grumbled that she wasn't good at drawing or poetry. Does every aristocrat have to learn to write poetry or something like that? She whined, the very thought making her headache. Zion chuckled softly. I don't understand lines at all, and what are verses? She pouted, resting her chin on her hand. He assured her not to worry, as he used to learn poetry as well. His advice was simple: if you don't understand verses, just write down your favorite sounds or things that happen in your daily life. What do I like? Her mind immediately filled with images of delectable treats. Strawberry shortcake, tiramisu, Mont Blanc. Chocolate cake, Zion's voice broke through her sweet daydream, a light bulb practically appearing over his head. Yes, that's a good place to start. You can try describing the chocolate cake's sweet flavor. Her eyes lit up. That sounded easy enough. A new question popped into her head. Did you go to school when you were young, Zion? He paused, a distant look in his eyes. Because I came from an orphanage, I was fortunate enough to be able to join a course for priests. He explained, his past was shrouded in white robes and ancient texts, learning ancient languages, literature, and music. Her mind reeled. Aren't those pretty advanced knowledge? I heard being a butler doesn't require such high education. Zion seems to know a lot of things. Was that a compliment, my lady? He asked, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he placed a hand over his heart. Before she could answer, he moved on. Do you have any homework left? She pointed to a thick red-bound book. What I have to do now is read a fairy tale book, she said, picking it up. You can read a book on your own now, yes? He asked, proud. She clutched the book to her chest and looked up at him with wide, curious eyes. Have you read this one, Zion? His smile faltered, replaced by a shadow of bitterness. The priests don't like mages very much, he said, his gaze dropping to the book in his hands. When I was a child, I couldn't read books about mages. A strange tension filled the air. Zion seemed to have a bitter expression when he talked about the temple, or is it just me? She wondered, studying his face. He quickly composed himself, offering, should I help you read the book? Leticia shook her head. It's all right, I can read it out loud on my own, she said brightly. Then a thought struck her. Zion. She began hesitantly, holding the book out to him. If you have never read this book, can I read it for you? Zion froze, his eyes wide with surprise. He was utterly speechless. What's wrong? She asked, tilting her head. He quickly shook his head. It's nothing, I'm truly grateful for your offer, but what if the master knows about this? Does he get in trouble if he helps me with my homework? She worried. No, that's not the problem, he murmured, his hand on his chin. He explained that the story about a good mage and an evil mage was the most well-known story in the kingdom. Yes, my teacher told me to read it, she confirmed. Zion's gloved finger traced the cover. I see, this is a story about the Duke. The Duke? Leticia's mind raced. Come to think of it, my teacher did say something like that. She pointed to a figure on the cover. Is one of the two mages a black mage? Yes, that's right, Zion confirmed. A horrifying thought dawned on her. Don't tell me the evil mage is the Duke. She and Zion both paled at the implication. He quickly corrected her. My lady, the Duke doesn't only do good things. He then clarified, the legend of the good mage in this book is about a craftsman. In other words, the fairy tale about the good mage is the beginning of the Duke's family. I see, she breathed, opening the book as a dark, starry magic seemed to flow from its pages. And so she began to read. Once upon a time, there were good mages and evil mages living in the kingdom. Ancient mages used a lot of magic crystals. They were more powerful than the current mages. But the greedy evil mages used their power to harm people. So the people of the kingdom had to join forces to defeat them. Among them were good mages. The name of the good mages who led the people was Llewellyn. The story unfolded, a tale of a great war where mages split into two sides and fought to the death. With the help of the good mages, the kingdom defeated the evil mages. They were all executed and only good mages were left. The good mages hid their power, using it only for good, and became the kingdom's friends. The bad mages all died and stayed in their graves. Leticia closed the book with a soft snap. The end. Zion clapped his hands together, his face beaming with pride. Wonderful, my lady, you can now read fluently without stumbling like before. Leticia giggled, pleased with the praise. Haha, he confessed. It's a historical story that I've known of, but listening to the fairy tale makes it feel so different. Thanks to you, I was able to learn something new. Thank you, my lady. Zion's words were so sincere, so warm. I have never received a compliment in my entire life. In this house, it's so easy to get compliments, so heartwarming. Thank you, Zion, she said, her smile wide and genuine. But as the warmth settled, a thought pricked at her. But isn't this fairy tale a little strange? She looked at Zion, who nodded in agreement. Ah, I thought so too, he leaned in conspiratorially. This fairy tale is a bit cruel, ruthless. It was true, no matter what, a lot of mages died. But they turned it into a fairy tale book full of cute pictures? How bizarre. She asked him if everything in the story really happened. Yes, it's true, he confirmed. The first mage was the first to stand by the people, that's why the Duke holds great power. Is the family's status determined by who sided with the kingdom first? She asked, looking at the family crest. Zion explained that the Duke's family was exemplary, contributing many technologies to the kingdom. All the rights for producing, selling, and exporting belonged to the Duke, so diverse that even the royal family couldn't take them away. A light bulb went off in Leticia's head. So that's why father is wealthy. Just then Zion stood up. It's time to prepare dinner, he announced. I'll go to the kitchen and be back in a moment. A sly smile touched his lips. This evening's dessert, I'll prepare some chocolate cake. Leticia's eyes sparkled. Whoa, she cheered silently. With renewed inspiration, she turned back to her paper. Great, should I continue writing poetry? She picked up her pen, her mind buzzing with ideas. Writing poetry, poems. She chewed on the end of her pen, thinking hard, a determined look on her face. But the warmth from the fire and the long day of homework were too much for the little lady. Soon her head drooped, and she drifted off to sleep right there on the rug, her poem unfinished. She was still sleeping soundly when a familiar voice whispered her name. She blinked her eyes open, yawning sleepily. You're home, father, she murmured, rubbing her eyes. Callan smiled down at her, his gaze soft. I'm home, he said, effortlessly scooping her into his arms. He frowned slightly. Why are you getting lighter and lighter? I wonder when will you grow and get heavier? But I weigh more than before, she protested sleepily. Maria said she feels as if I'm getting heavier each time she carries me. He held her up, examining her critically. Look at your height, you don't seem to get any taller since you started living here. I don't like how you keep being so small. His words were a tease, but his eyes were full of affection. Do you not like me anymore if I'm small? She asked, a little worried. He chuckled, a low, rumbling sound. It's best when you're a small creature that cannot get out of the nest yet, he purred, his face close to hers. His crimson eyes held hers, and for a moment the world seemed to stop. It's almost time for dinner, he said, setting her down. I'll get changed and be right back. Yes, father, she replied, watching him go. As Callan turned to leave, he spotted something out of the corner of his eye. It was Zion standing near the fireplace, looking down at something in his hands. He looked jumpy. Zion, Callan called out, is something the matter? Zion whirled around, startled. Ah, master, no, it's nothing, he stammered, hiding the paper behind his back. Callan's eyes narrowed. What's wrong with Zion? He's usually as indifferent as a statue. How suspicious. Let me see it, he commanded. Zion hesitated. I was just bringing the lady's homework back to her room, he explained quickly. Homework? Callan's interest was piqued. He held out his hand. Did you peek? Zion flinched. Peek? Because it was right at the top. I didn't mean to peek. But Callan was insistent. Give it to me. Zion clutched the paper tighter. Ah, I can't. Just then, another voice joined them. Father, where is Leticia? It was Jade. And in that moment of distraction, Callan snatched the paper from Zion's grasp. The three men huddled together, peering at the single sheet of paper. The topic was my favorite sounds. And there in Leticia's childish scrawl was her poem. Rattle, the carriage sound signals that father is home. It began with a cute drawing of Callan in his carriage. Knock, 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 Jade knocking on the door to invite me to go out and play is my favorite sound. It continued next to a drawing of a smiling Jade. Squeak, the sound of cleaning the tableware means delicious food is coming, she wrote with a picture of a butler who looked suspiciously like Zion. And the grand finale, I like chocolate cakes the most, accompanied by a drawing of herself happily holding 2 slices of cake. Silence, then Jade spoke, his voice thick with emotion. Oh my goodness, these scribbled letters, she even misspelled a word. Callan, however, was in another world, his eyes were wide with awe. As I thought, she's talented in other aspects. Call the scholars and have them analyze this poem, he declared with the utmost seriousness. Zion looked at him, utterly bewildered. That's a bit too much, he began, but Callan was on a roll. The rhythm flowed within the lines, and she ended it with her passion for chocolate cakes, Callan mused, his eyes sparkling. Didn't she just want to get her homework done? Zion muttered under his breath. Callan turned to him, his expression deadly serious. Please keep it a secret to the lady. I will take this poem with me. Zion sighed internally. Do these two have no intention to have a proper conversation? But the 2 brothers were lost in their adoration. Why is her writing so cute? Callan wondered aloud. Jade nodded vigorously. Even fairies can't be as lovable as her. Zion just smiled faintly, a silent observer to their ridiculousness. I'm not sure if their conversation is getting better or worse anymore, Zion thought. Jade then had a brilliant idea. You should put protection magic on this, father. Callan's eyes lit up. Ah, that's not a bad idea. And just like that, they both agreed this masterpiece was something to preserve. Suddenly, Callan's gaze turned sharp, landing on Zion. You seem to have overstepped your boundaries, Zion. Zion immediately panicked. I really didn't mean to peek at the poem. That's not it, Callan growled, his jealousy flaring. You became arrogant as you were also part of the poem. Didn't the lady only mention me because she likes chocolate desserts? Jade chimed in, equally annoyed. It still annoys me, I'm the one who plays with her the most, but why are you the first one being mentioned? He puffed out his chest, declaring, I'm the master of this house, duh. Zion could only bow his head. As I said, it's an honor for me. He tried to get the poem back, saying the lady would be upset if she found out they read it, but Callan had other plans. Why should she be upset? Let's make a copy and send it to the newspaper so that everyone can admire her talent. Jade added, even being in the newspaper won't do justice to this poem. Zion's face paled. If you do that, the lady will probably resent you when she gets older, he warned. Everyone will see this poem and she will be extremely embarrassed. Jade finally saw reason. Zion is right, father. Her loveliness should be known within our family only. Callan nodded thoughtfully. I'll praise her in private. That's not exactly good either, Zion sighed, already imagining the fallout. Praising her too early for being talented in poetry might hinder her growth later on. Finally, after much debate, he managed to convince them. But Zion had a new worry. If he finds her drawing journal, he might really make copies and publish it. A cold sweat ran down his back. I must keep the fact that we read the fairy tale together today a secret. A few days later, the dinner table was thick with a terrible, icy silence. Leticia sat with her arms crossed, her face a thunderous mask of fury. What's wrong, Leticia? Callan asked gently. Do you not like the food? Her reply was a bombshell that shattered the quiet. I hate father and brother. The declaration echoed in the vast dining room. Callan was stunned. Sweetheart, it was a mistake, he stammered. He immediately pointed a finger at Zion. Zion did it. It was Zion who took a peek. Now, are you putting the blame on Zion? Jade interjected, defending the butler. Zion would never do something like that. Then he turned to Leticia with pleading eyes. My dear sister, please forgive me. It was all father's fault. Even Jade is blaming Callan, Leticia thought, fuming. She couldn't take it anymore. Pushing her chair back, she stood up abruptly. Thanks for the meal, I'll go and get some rest. As she stormed out of the room, leaving her father and brother in a state of shock. Once she was out of sight, she broke into a run. Her face burning with humiliation, she dove into her bed, pulling the covers over her head with a strangled cry. I can't believe they read that, I'm done, she wailed into her pillow. Maybe Callan and Jade secretly took a look at my homework, and then, from now on, our family's official dessert will be chocolate cakes, her father had declared at breakfast. The memory made her want to curl up and disappear. Though it's somewhat my fault for leaving my homework all over the place, they must at least apologize for reading it without my permission. But then another thought surfaced. Then again, we're having chocolate cakes tonight. A tiny part of her was still tempted. Just then, a soft knock echoed through her room. Darling, Callan's voice called from the other side of the door. She burrowed deeper under the covers, determined to ignore him, but he was persistent. He entered the room, his footsteps soft on the carpet. He stopped by her bed. I have something important that I must tell you today, he said, his voice serious. Leticia remained silent, holding her breath. It's something you're really gonna like, what a shame, he sighed dramatically. Her curiosity was piqued. What is it? Am I going somewhere? A picnic or the circus maybe? What if it's really so? What if Callan changes his mind when I'm stubbornly staying here like this? The internal battle raged. But then he played his trump card. It's about your school. School, her eyes flew open in shock. She shot out from under the covers. Wait just a minute. Callan leaned against the doorframe, a smirk on his face. Finally out, he teased. I'm tricked, she cried, realizing his ploy. What's the matter, father? She asked, trying to sound nonchalant. He explained his plan. He was sending her to a private school, a prestigious one for nobles. It wasn't an easy place to get into, but he had pulled some strings. My daughter is a genius who learns how to read in no time at all. If you can go to school there, you'll be able to learn more. If it's the nobles' school, then it's clearly. She clasped her hands, her mind racing. But if I pass this opportunity, would Callan change his mind? This was her chance. She grabbed his shirt, her eyes blazing with determination. When can I go there? He looked down at her, his expression unreadable. That depends on you. He told her the semester was almost over, so she'd need to decide for the next one. Okay, really? She asked, her voice small. Then she took a deep breath and stood her ground. If father doesn't apologize for reading my diary, then I won't go either. Callan's face was a mask of stone. I've never, he thought, clearly taken aback. Oh, have I gone too far? Leticia panicked internally. Is it because of Callan's arrogance that he finds it hard to accept my childishness? A tense silence stretched between them. But then Callan's expression softened. But if my daughter who I love most is mad at me, then I must learn how. In one swift movement, he lifted her into his arms. He held her close, his voice a low murmur against her hair. I'm sorry, my darling. Leticia's eyes widened. Did he just apologize? I'm sorry for reading your homework, he continued, his words a bit clumsy but full of sincerity. As I care so much about every little thing you do, I'm starting to become a real father. I'll do it more formally next time, all right? She was so stunned, all she could manage was a muffled, I got it. He looked her in the eyes, his own filled with a vulnerable hope. Then do you hate me? No, I don't, she whispered. A radiant smile spread across his face. That's great, he breathed, pulling her into a tight embrace. You're the only one that can have my heart. And so, with the matter settled, preparations for school began. It was her first day, and the entire household was in a frenzy. Maids bustled around with dresses. No, no, another one, Maria, the head maid, commanded. She scoffed at a white dress. Why white? She's not a vicar. It looks like we're going to the temple, she huffed. The person who's considered a saint of the temple, can she really say those words? Leticia wondered with a giggle. Callan, sitting nearby, chimed in. I knew it. It's good to have come here. It's her first day at school. She must dress beautifully. Maria finally found a dress she approved of. This is better, she declared, her eyes sparkling. Leticia twirled in the beautiful green and white dress. It was perfect, but the styling wasn't over. Maria decided to tie half of her hair up, rejecting pigtails as too childish. Don't get her a big ribbon, she instructed, her eyes sharp. Instead, give her a ribbon with gemstones. A beautiful, sparkling gem was clipped into Leticia's hair. Callan looked up from his newspaper, frowning. Why, she's the most beautiful person in this world. It's time the other noble kids know that my daughter is the host. Maria just shook her head. Callan, you know nothing. At this age, kids are so sensitive and subtle. It's best to look natural on the first day. Callan turned to his daughter for the final verdict. Don't you trust my eyes? But Leticia smiled sweetly and said, I like the one Maria picked out for me. Maria always dresses elegantly, so she's more trustworthy. Callan slumped in defeat as Maria beamed. Aish, how can a person in this house say such cute, adorable things? She cooed, pulling Leticia into a bone-crushing hug and planting a big kiss on her cheek. Don't kiss her too much, you'll wear her cheeks out, Callan grumbled. He then looked at Leticia. Now that you're going to school, you'll have many new friends, right? Leticia nodded, though she felt a pang of sadness. It'd be great if that's true. Friends, I only have Walter. Is Walter well? I owed him so much. Maria must have sensed her thoughts. I'm so curious about the school. I heard that Commoners' School has lots of students. Maybe it's much different from what you imagine. The Nobles' School has fewer students as it's a reputed school for the elites among nobles. Is that so? Leticia asked. Hey, what's the school's name? Callan answered from his chair, Madame Paulin's School for the Nobles. Maria gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Really? She whispered, her eyes wide with disbelief. How did you get the acceptance letter? Callan just smirked. There's always a way. But Maria was genuinely worried. Will it really be okay? I'm worried. Must we really find a school like this? Callan and Jade exchanged a look. What? Leticia looked from one adult to the other, her head tilted in confusion. Is that place amazing? Just what kind of school was she about to attend? As Leticia stood there bathed in a warm golden light, she felt a pure, unadulterated joy bloom in her chest. Her new winter coat was soft and warm, and her heart felt just as cozy. It's so beautiful, she thought, her eyes sparkling like tiny stars. Her father's voice, deep and calm, cut through her reverie. He told her if she was ready, it was time to go out. Her face lit up with an even brighter smile. Yes, she chirped, her little hand immediately reaching out to grab the thick fabric of his cloak. This was it, her first day of school. She turned, her long pink hair fanning out behind her as she waved enthusiastically to the butler. See you, Jade, she called out, her voice filled with the sweet excitement of a brand new adventure. The carriage ride was a gentle sway, the clip-clop of the horses a rhythmic beat against the snowy landscape. Inside, nestled beside Maria, Leticia's mind was buzzing with questions. She asked about the school, how many students there were in total. Maria, wrapped in a deep red cloak, thoughtfully tapped her chin. She explained that at most there were only 30 or 40 students, not in a single class but in the entire school. Leticia's eyes widened. That was? Tiny, Maria continued, her voice low, explaining that the tuition was astronomical, but the school took the students' family backgrounds into great consideration. A knot of anxiety began to form in Leticia's stomach. A place like that? Can I really fit in? From across the carriage, her father's sharp voice cut in, asking what she meant. Maria sighed, trying to explain that Leticia was just nervous. She gently tried to persuade him, suggesting there were other, more comfortable schools that might be more suitable. But Callan's expression was unyielding. Why would they need to find a suitable school when they already had the best one? His golden eyes, sharp as a hawk's, met Maria's. He declared that his daughter was smart and she deserved to go to the best place. Maria could only offer a weary, seriously, I can't understand you. Leticia, caught in the middle, felt a fresh wave of nervousness. Was studying going to be difficult? She voiced her concern, but her father quickly dismissed it, telling her not to worry about the standards. Maria, however, wore a complicated expression. She explained that most students in this school, well, they had their backgrounds. As the carriage rolled on, a magnificent building came into view, shimmering under the pale winter sun. It was a palace, grand and imposing, with towering pillars and golden accents. Maria's words echoed in her mind. These students were from royal or powerful families. Inside, they were greeted by a woman with a kind smile and an air of authority. Welcome, Duke, she said with a polite nod. Callan didn't waste a moment on pleasantries. He got straight to the point, his voice firm as he addressed Madame Polly. I think my daughter is number one, he stated, his gaze unwavering. I hope that my daughter will get the best treatment in this school. She's very special. Leticia's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Father, what are you saying? Madame Polly's polite smile faltered for a second, her hand rising to her chin. So the rumors that Sir Callan had changed were true. She met his intense gaze, her own eyes sharp and assessing. She asked if he wanted her to show an obvious bias. Callan scoffed lightly. He clarified that he just wanted normal, unnoticeable care and attention, his tone implying that he believed she understood exactly what he was talking about. With a gentle hand on her back, he urged Leticia forward. Taking a deep breath, Leticia performed a perfect curtsy, her voice small but clear as she introduced herself as the Duke's daughter, Leticia. Madame Polly's smile returned, warm and genuine this time. Such a lovely lady, she cooed, expressing her hope that Leticia would get along with the other students. She informed them that a personal tutor would be assigned that day, and it was time for Leticia to greet her new classmates. Madame Polly then turned her attention to Maria, her tone shifting to one of deep respect. It was a pleasure to have the Saintess stop by. Maria, graceful in her red cloak, returned the sentiment, saying it was her pleasure to meet a noble guest from her empire. Madame Polly assured them not to worry, promising to take special care of the young lady. Leticia watched the woman, a strange feeling bubbling up inside her. So this is what she is like. She peeked out from behind her father's cloak, her green eyes wide with curiosity. Suddenly, Maria leaned in, whispering conspiratorially in her ear, "Do you notice? That person is a man." Letitia's jaw dropped, huh? As Madame Polly gracefully gestured for them to follow, her father and Maria said their goodbyes. Leticia waved, a small, hopeful smile on her face. But as she watched their figures recede down the long, ornate hallway, a feeling of loneliness began to creep in. Madame Polly led her down the corridor, her voice echoing slightly. She explained that the current class had kids her age, and if nothing occurred, the class would remain the same until graduation. Kids my age, Leticia thought, a spark of hope igniting. Maybe they'd be different from the street friends she once knew. A tiny prayer formed in her heart. I hope everything will be okay. They stopped before a grand wooden door. Madame Polly announced to the class that they had a new friend, the Duke's daughter. Leticia stepped forward, performing another small curtsy as she introduced herself once more. The teacher informed the class that since they had no lessons that day, they would spend the time drinking tea together. But as the door clicked shut behind her, the atmosphere in the room turned icy. A girl with bright blonde hair twisted into two large drills stepped forward. Her voice was sharp as she asked, "You're the Duke's adopted daughter?" Leticia flinched but nodded. "Ah, yes," she murmured. The girl Ravi stared at her with wide, challenging blue eyes. She leaned in close, their noses almost touching, and said, "Hello, nice to meet you," but her tone was anything but friendly. Then she pulled back, crossing her arms. "Do you know what class this is?" Leticia felt a prickle of unease. This class, Ravi announced with a sneer, was for elite nobles from the age of 8 to 14. She threw her arms out wide, a smug, theatrical laugh escaping her lips as she declared that more than half the class was royalty. Her eyes narrowed. "But why is a person like you here?" Leticia met her gaze evenly, refusing to be intimidated. "It's the grown-ups' decision," she replied calmly, a small knowing smile playing on her lips. "If you're curious, then I'll let you know." Ravi's jaw dropped, her face flushing a furious red. She sputtered, completely flustered by Leticia's unexpected cheekiness. "Okay, fine," she finally managed. "The Duke already brought you here, so we can't force you out." She pointed an accusing finger right at Leticia's face, her voice rising. "But know your place, we will be at the top in the future. We're the real nobles, unlike you." Leticia's expression remained placid, but inside a familiar bitterness welled up. The kids in the alley behind were just as cruel as them, even their evil faces are the same. "Ah, that's right," she said aloud, her voice deceptively sweet. "You will be at the top in the future, right? Great." Ravi, puffed up with self-importance, continued her tirade. They had decided to do a play for the end-of-year festival. "Don't you know how important this is?" she shrieked. "Our mother said so. The kids who play the main roles each year are normally very successful in our society." Since Leticia was late, Ravi declared, she couldn't have any roles, even adding a snide comment about not knowing if Leticia could even read with her background. A flicker of amusement crossed Leticia's face. "She thinks I want the main role, doesn't she?" "Fine then," Leticia said, shrugging. "I won't participate in the play." Ravi was stunned into silence. "Huh, then what will you do when others are practicing for the play?" Leticia just gave her a sly little smile. "If it's books," she thought, "then I've read so much in my past life. So I'll take care of the script," she announced cheerfully, holding up the papers with a confident flourish. Ravi stared, completely baffled. "Take care of the script? Oh, what does that even mean?" The other girls whispered amongst themselves, equally confused. Leticia didn't wait for them to understand. She read a line from the script, her voice clear and melodic. "You are like the lavender branch of May, like the goddess of roses." Then she looked up. "Isn't it too hard to learn by heart? Let me make it easier." She cleared her throat. "My heart blooms because of your flowery beauty. How is it?" The girls were stunned. "What's that?" one of them whispered. Ravi's friend, a girl named Angel, murmured that it sounded like a revision to the classics. Ravi and her friend looked at each other in shock. Leticia puffed out her chest with a proud little ahem. Not long ago, she declared, she was judged a genius. Since she wasn't interested in the roles, it would be more helpful if she took care of the script. Also, she added, her eyes twinkling, you need someone to review your acting. Ravi's face was a picture of disbelief. "Are you going to give us advice?" she stammered. Wait for us to discuss it first." The girls immediately huddled together in a tight circle, whispering furiously. She said that she's a genius. It's my first time seeing a genius. One girl exclaimed, that person must be very smart, another added. There's a big problem, Ravi hissed. This must be an investigation into the commoners, and she looks kind and adorable. What does her face have to do with it, you dummy? Another girl snapped back. How dare you call me a dummy, Ravi shrieked. It's because of you that she'll eliminate me since she's the adopted child of the Duke. The argument devolved into a mess of pointing fingers and accusations. Leticia watched them, a smug little smile on her face. I can hear you all, she said sweetly, making them all jump. The bickering only got louder. You guys said that if we play with the lowly commoner, our status will be affected, didn't you? Now you're blaming me? Ravi yelled. Another girl defended Leticia, reminding Ravi that Lady Rose was the one who said she was kicked out by the Duke because of that girl. She quickly clapped a hand over her mouth. Right, it's a secret, isn't it? Leticia sighed. You guys really are dummies. Ravi, desperate to change the subject, suddenly rounded on Leticia. Anyway, not too long ago, I heard about you at the festival from someone whose identity shouldn't be revealed. Her face twisted into a grotesque mask as she mimicked a puppeteer controlling a marionette. I heard you were controlling the Duke, making him hurt other women. That person said you're a very bad girl. Leticia's eyes narrowed. Who's the person that cannot be revealed? The image of a sneering blonde woman flashed in her mind. If it's Lady Rose who said that, Leticia stated calmly, then it's the person who said that she'll sell me to the circus. That's a bad person too. She looked at the group of girls, a wave of disappointment washing over her. So they were forced to listen to bad things about me. A girl explained that the person had graduated from this very school and still maintained relationships with the students. Leticia's heart sank. If they're all kids with status like this, then I can't make friends. What does father expect when I'm so little here? Can I really get a high-quality education here? The tea time that followed was a disaster of spilled cups and awkward silence. Finally, Ravi cleared her throat. I've decided what you're going to do, she announced. Like you know you're only an adopted child. She yawned dramatically. To be honest, studying with you is a huge disgrace to us. Leticia's small hand clenched into a tight fist beneath the table. I already knew that I cannot be Callan's biological daughter, she said, her voice strained. Ravi leaned forward, a saccharine smile on her face. But if you're good, then you can hang out with us. Good, Leticia repeated, her green eyes wary. Another girl spoke up, proposing a pet walk festival at the Glass House in the Central Park that Saturday. She asked if Leticia liked pets. No, Leticia answered honestly. The girls burst into peals of mocking laughter. Then you can't join it, Ravi crowed. Even so, I don't have any intentions of letting you join. They listed off all the other events she was excluded from, a simulated ball and opera meeting. We refuse to let you join as a friend, so you can't come, Ravi finished smugly. So obnoxious, Ravi patted Leticia's shoulder with false sympathy. No need to be disappointed. If you perform well in a month, then you can join next month. She leaned in close, her voice a venomous whisper. Good things will come when we all like you. The rules they set were bizarre and cruel. Be the first to come to class and the last to leave, Ravi dictated. Write sincere letters and gifts for all of my friends. Stacks of envelopes and paper appeared as if from nowhere. And not to refuse to help any of my friends. How is that good? Ravi preened, fluffing her ridiculous hair. Of course, it's good. Being an adopted child like you, it's very important who you get along with. That's called elevating your status, right? Leticia finished for her, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Her eyes hardened into chips of green ice. These kids are probably 10 years old. What do they learn to talk like this? So what you mean is you'll consider the things I do first, then you'll decide whether I can join you. Ravi giggled, delighted. It's an offer I'm really excited about, so cheer up. Leticia clenched her fist again. Just bear it, don't talk back yet. But she couldn't. The words tumbled out before she could stop them. Thanks for the offer, but I refuse. She grinned brightly. I'd rather play military games with my brother, it's more fun. Ravi's jaw fell open. Huh. I don't suppose you know how fun it is. Leticia continued breezily, leaning back in her chair. Her smile vanished, replaced by a cold, hard glare. I don't want to be your servant. Ravi's hand shot out, grabbing a fistful of her own dress in rage. Leave it, Leticia said, her voice dangerously quiet. Ravi's face contorted with fury, her cheeks burning a bright red. Indeed, you behave so badly since you were a commoner, she spat. You're so arrogant. The other girls looked ready to pounce, their faces twisted in anger, but Leticia simply turned her back on them and walked away. What is this? She thought, clutching her school bag to her chest. I can't fit in like a normal person. When she left the school building, a familiar voice called her name. The Duke was there to pick her up. Leticia felt a lump form in her throat. The other girls crowded at the window, whispering in awe that the Duke himself seemed to care so much. In the quiet warmth of the carriage, her father asked how school was. It was fun, she lied, her voice barely a whisper. He asked if she learned anything. She just shook her head, explaining she only took a tour and had tea with her classmates. Was it fun? He pressed. Yes, she said, her small hands twisting the fabric of her pants. I talked a lot with the kids. But his crimson eyes saw everything. He saw the tremble in her hands, the sheen of unshed tears in her eyes. If that's true, he asked softly, then why does it look like you're about to cry? Her carefully constructed facade crumbled. They see me as a fool, she thought miserably, slumping in her seat. Sending me to school for a day and everything is ruined. What would I do if he thinks that? It's nothing, she mumbled, her face sullen. Darling, he said, his voice a low purr. He leaned closer, a faint purple aura swirling around him as he gently cupped her face. Be honest with me, his gentle persuasion worked. He patted her head, telling her she was a good girl. The truth spilled out, a simplified, less painful version of it. The kids told me not to come to the meeting on Saturday, she sniffled. They usually meet up when there's no class. She quickly added that there was a reason. It was a meeting where they bring pets. A pet festival. But we don't have any pets now, do we? He asked, his expression unreadable. I don't want one either, she insisted, shaking her head frantically. But I don't feel sorry for not being able to make it there. She looked up at him, her eyes pleading. What's more, I want to spend Saturday with my family. Father, are you still busy, even on Saturday? A slow smile spread across his face. No, it will be all right if we did both, right? He murmured. Meeting friends and hanging out with your family isn't a day long enough to do that. Leticia blinked, confused. Then he leaned in, a mischievous glint in his eyes. I forgot to mention, but I have a pet. Her eyes widened in surprise. Really? I've never seen it at home. He told her he kept it in the forest. The forest? Zion's stern warning echoed in her memory. Lady, you must not get close to the forest. It's one of those places that Zion said not to go in under any circumstances. Callan waved off her concern. To worry is not considered rude if a duke goes somewhere uninvited, he said with an arrogant smirk. Everybody wants to meet and get close to us. Some people even cry because they get to meet us. I'm sure those kids will feel grateful. That's Callan's and Jade's business, she thought wryly. How can they cry when they meet me? Father, she asked hesitantly, are you sure it's an animal? Is it something that crawls with 4 feet? The image of a giant, terrifying spider filled her mind. He just smiled. Ah, of course, and it's quite cute. Then it should be all right, she puffed out her cheeks, still unconvinced. Saturday arrived all too quickly. As their carriage waited, another girl was having a complete meltdown. Really? Seriously? You have this animal at home? Can you even have this animal in the capital? Zion stood calmly beside a frantic Leticia who was being held aloft by a massive tiger. Then what is mine is also yours, he said smoothly. Don't worry and just take it. He introduced the tiger as Pippi, explaining it would become calmer if she touched its head and called its name. He then offered another pet if her friends weren't pleased with this one. An elephant from another continent that they donated to the zoo. Before Leticia could protest, she was being swung through the air by the elephant's trunk. Don't say anything, Zion advised her calmly. Don't worry, Lady Pippi won't bite. He flashed a handsome, sparkling smile that felt strangely familiar. No, the problem isn't that it bites or not, she whimpered as Callan urged them into the carriage. As he lifted her inside, she saw another figure approaching. It was Jade, dressed in a sharp, dark uniform. I heard what happened, he said, his expression serious. He insisted on coming with them. I can help you more at your age, he explained, a faint blush on his cheeks. Sometimes a guy that's not too old can act as an accessory. Inside the sun-drenched glass house, Ravi and her friends were showing off their fluffy Pomeranians and tiny puppies. Suddenly, the birds outside took flight in a panic. What is it? One of the girls asked, looking around in confusion. And then they saw it. A collective shriek of pure terror filled the air. Leticia entered, calmly leading a full-grown tiger on a leash. Chaos erupted, girls screamed, pets yelped, and everyone scrambled to get away. Help us, they cried, cowering behind the furniture. Ravi stood frozen, pointing a trembling finger. Use, what's up with that? My father's pet, Leticia replied simply. The tiger Pippi let out a low growl. The name's Pippi, the Duke raised it. Ravi's face went pale. If it's your father, the Duke. The tiger leaned in, sniffing her face with a soft huff. Ravi burst into tears. Don't eat me, she sobbed, collapsing to the floor. Ah, it doesn't eat humans, Leticia said reassuringly. A cool voice cut in from behind her. Not if the master doesn't command so. Jade stepped forward, his expression utterly bored. It's a pet meeting, so I was really looking forward to it, but it's more boring than I thought. He looked directly at the trembling girl on the floor. Princess Ravi? Ravi looked up, her tear-streaked face filled with awe and confusion. Jade. Leticia's mind went blank. Wait, Ravi's a princess. The world seemed to spin, the glass house dissolving into a dizzying cosmos. So now I'm faced against a princess. A formidable presence appeared before Princess Ravi, his shadow falling over her like a storm cloud. It was Jade, and his voice was smooth as silk but sharp as steel as he announced he came to greet her, having heard how well she was treating his sister. Ravi's heart leaped into her throat. Asterisk his sister, Leticia, asterisk she stammered, a nervous blush creeping up her cheeks, insisting that yes, she had tried to befriend the girl, but Leticia had refused. It was a flimsy excuse and she knew it. Suddenly, Jade leaned in close, his dark eyes boring into hers. His voice dropping to a menacing whisper. He told her not to misunderstand. A warning laced his words, reminding her that to survive in the palace, one had to be observant, no matter how young. His questions were like daggers, asking if she was the 4th or 5th child, reminding her how easily she could be replaced. A cold dread washed over Ravi. Her mind went blank, her blood turning to ice as his words echoed in her ears. The Duke only has one daughter, he hissed, but the imperial family has plenty of spares. He questioned if the Emperor would still value her if her arrogance soured the relationship with the all-powerful Duke. He moved even closer, his breath a cold whisper against her ear, telling her to grasp the situation carefully. Then, just as quickly, he pulled back, the threat lingering in the air. He turned away with a dismissive glance, his voice now deceptively light as he told her to say hello to her friends. And just like that, the dam broke. Ravi's friends, who had been watching in silent terror, burst into tears, their sobs filling the once cheerful garden. From a distance, Leticia watched, utterly bewildered. She thought they must be so touched to see Ravi that they were crying. She'd never seen anything like it. A thought sparked in her mind, a dawning realization of the power her new family wielded. Indeed, she thought, her heart thumping in her chest, Jade is like a duke. Just like Callan. With Pippi trotting at her side, Leticia innocently approached the weeping princess, thanking her for treating her so well until now, and sheepishly admitting she hadn't known Ravi was a princess. A brilliant, guileless smile lit up her face as she suggested they be good to each other from now on. Ravi could only stare, dumbfounded. What was happening? She sputtered, completely flabbergasted, asking how Leticia couldn't have known she was a princess. Leticia just shrugged, saying she'd only just found out, and then, with devastating innocence, thanked Ravi for not inviting her to the tea party. After all, her brother said it didn't look very interesting anyway. With a cheerful "excuse me," she turned to leave, calling for Pippi and announcing that her father wanted her home early. She paused for a moment, looking back over her shoulder. As a final, gut-punching blow to Ravi's already shattered nerves, she offered one last piece of advice with a sweet smile. They should smile the next time they meet, she said, and if possible, Ravi should smile first. As Leticia walked away, Ravi and her friends could only watch, frozen in a state of shock and terror. Leticia glanced back, a curious thought entering her mind. Ravi wasn't screaming like before, then the truth settled in her heart, simple and heavy. It's because I'm the Duke's daughter, she realized. It turns out they're afraid. The carriage ride home was quiet, the world outside blanketed in a soft white snow. Pippi was sleeping soundly beside her, looking so peaceful and well-behaved. But then the tiger let out a sleepy yawn, revealing rows of terrifyingly sharp teeth, and Leticia jolted in panic. Why were there so many? She trembled, suddenly remembering the beast she was cuddling with. Jade, ever calm, merely glanced over and commented that Pippi probably just wanted belly rubs. Hesitantly, Leticia reached out a hand, her fear giving way to curiosity as she stroked the giant tiger. Her mind reeled, the words echoing in the sudden silence of her thoughts. What, the prince? Her eyes widened in shock, the world spinning into a dizzying vortex. Not just any prince, but Ravi's brother? Oh no, no, no. Her heart began to pound a frantic rhythm against her ribs. She was already on awkward, tiptoeing terms with two members of the royal family. How could her future possibly be all right now? After all, she was just the adopted daughter of a duke, a fragile position at best. The thought sent a shiver of pure dread down her spine. The crisp winter air did little to cool her sudden anxiety. But then a familiar figure appeared in the distance, standing tall against the snowy landscape. All her worries melted away in an instant. "Dad," she cried out, her small feet carrying her as fast as they could. She threw herself into his arms, burying her face in the warm fabric of his coat. He caught her effortlessly, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he asked how her day at school was. Her voice was muffled but filled with childish glee as she told him it was fun. That the teacher had taught them how to draw and even told them stories about the Duke's family. He listened patiently, his hand gently stroking her hair. He told her she didn't have to study so much, suggesting she take a break from school tomorrow and spend the day at the mansion with him. She pulled back, her big green eyes blinking up at him in disbelief. "Is that really okay?" she asked, a hopeful tremor in her voice. His gaze was soft, but his words held a firm conviction. "You don't have to go every day," he said, his red eyes looking down at her. He believed a smart kid like her would study even if she were confined to her room. But then his tone shifted slightly, a hint of something else in his voice as he mentioned he might be busy with her school for a while. Leticia tilted her head, confused. "Busy?" "Yes," she chirped, her excitement bubbling over. She explained that she had been chosen for a role in the children's play at the palace event. She even got a role in it. The words had barely left her lips when the air around them seemed to crackle with energy. Callan's expression went from calm to thunderous in a heartbeat. He turned to Shin, his voice booming with an order that could shake the foundations of the empire. "Shin," he commanded, his eyes blazing, "collect every single video crystal in the country immediately, no exceptions. The same goes for the magic tower." Leticia flinched, waving her hands frantically. "Wait, I only got a minor role, that's all." But it was too late. Shin was already overcome with emotion, his eyes sparkling with unshed tears of pride. "I can't believe it," he whispered, his voice thick with awe. "The young lady is actually going to perform in front of an audience?" Callan ignored them both, his mind already racing. Did he ever say he wouldn't attend the play festival? He ordered Shin to tell them he would be there immediately. Leticia tugged on his sleeve, trying to bring him back to earth. "Dad," she said softly, "you don't like those kinds of events. You don't have to force yourself to attend." He turned to face her, his intense gaze locking with hers. "Of course I must go," he declared, his voice leaving no room for argument. She tried again, her voice small. But it's just a little event with the kids, it's such a minor occasion, and my role is really minor. A tiny, hopeful smile touched her lips, but I think I'd still be happy if you came. Shin, ever the curious one, asked how she suddenly got involved in a play. Leticia beamed, explaining that she had started getting a bit closer to her classmates. She told them how they had played a game together. A memory flashing in her mind of the girls huddled around a book, their faces alight with excitement. The blonde girl Lavine had been so competitive, her face burning with determination. And when she won, she leaped into the air, cards flying everywhere, her victory cry echoing in the room. Even then, she'd tried to keep her distance, sniffing haughtily that this didn't mean the wall between them was gone. But another girl had whispered to Leticia, her eyes shining, "You are truly an amazing person, this is fun." Leticia smiled brightly at the memory. Before she knew it, they had all become friends naturally. As for the play, it was simple. During rehearsal, a girl named Angel said she didn't want to be in it anymore and asked Leticia to take over her role. The other kids insisted dropping out wasn't an option, so she ended up taking the part of the sixth princess in the Seven Princesses at War. Ah, a classic tale, Shin remarked with a warm smile, recognizing the story set during the ancient wizard wars. It was about seven princesses who went to war to inspire their people, but Callan had fixated on one word, princess. His eyes widened, a dangerous glint appearing within their crimson depths. "My dear little one," he murmured, a terrifyingly grand idea forming in his mind. "A princess role?" He immediately barked another order at Shin. "Open the vault immediately and bring out the gold and jewels. If she's playing a princess, she must be dressed in them from head to toe." Leticia panicked, trying to stop the runaway train that was her father's affection. "It's too late to have a crown made. Let's call a jeweler right away." She began to mimic him before shaking her head. "No, I really have a minor role, only about 20 lines. Dressing extravagantly would just be a hassle." But Callan just gave her a sly, confident smile. "Don't worry about that," he purred, his voice dangerously smooth. "We simply need to make you the main character." Leticia's brain short-circuited. "Bribing the original scriptwriter won't be a problem," he continued as if discussing the weather. Leticia could only stare, a nervous laugh escaping her lips as she thought, "What a great life lesson you're teaching me." But he wasn't finished. "Start the lobbying efforts immediately. We'll make my daughter the lead character. If there's a male protagonist involved," his eyes narrowed, "we'll just get rid of him." Leticia's jaw dropped. She wanted to scream. Even a dictator wouldn't go this far. "This play is based on history," she cried out. Callan waved a dismissive hand. "Oh, is it? Then that makes it even easier. We'll just hire a few screenwriters to reinterpret the story," he said nonchalantly. "If there are any copyright issues, we'll just purchase the rights." Leticia's mind raced. "Hire screenwriters?" she blurted out. "As the script supervisor, I can't allow that." Callan paused, a flicker of surprise on his face. Then his expression morphed into one of immense pride. "Wait, you're the script supervisor too? As expected, my daughter is a genius." Oh no, what had she done? She shot a desperate look at Shin, silently pleading for help. But Shin, completely missing the point, chimed in with his own grand idea. "How about letting the Duke's family sponsor the poster production, or maybe even fund the entire event?" Callan's eyes lit up. "That's an excellent idea." The two men began plotting, their voices filled with excitement. "Ensure that Leticia's name's the biggest on the poster." Leticia felt herself shrinking between them, crushed by their overwhelming plans. "Really, it's fine," she insisted, her voice getting lost in their scheming. "I don't want to make a big deal out of it, it's really nothing." Callan stopped and leaned down, his face close to hers, his expression deadly serious. "What do you mean nothing, Leticia?" he asked, his voice low and intense. "It's your first public activity, so of course it's a big deal." Her cheeks flushed. Is that so?" It was so heartwarming that he thought it was significant. But wait, no, she thought, shaking her head violently to clear it. She couldn't get swept up in this. She grabbed the hem of his coat, her resolve firming. "Dad," she said, her voice clear and earnest, "please just come watch the play." She looked up, her eyes shining with pure, unfiltered emotion. "You're not ashamed that I'm just a supporting role, are you? I'm already really happy, so please don't miss my first public performance." The intensity in Callan's eyes softened, melting away into pure, unadulterated love. He wordlessly pulled her into a fierce, protective hug, holding her tight against his chest. He pulled back just enough to look at her, his voice gentle. "I'll make sure to bring flowers," he promised. "Okay," she chirped, her heart soaring. Then a practical thought surfaced. "Oh, by the way," she said, still nestled in his arms, "we're responsible for our own costumes, so I need a dress. I'm playing the princess who loves wearing blue dresses, so just one blue dress will do." She remembered the light sky blue dress Marion had made for her. "But that won't do," Callan interrupted her thoughts, his tone firm. He stood up, pulling her with him. "Costumes shouldn't look like everyday wear. Since it's a royal role, everyone will be dressed in extravagant costumes." Leticia frowned. This extracurricular activity sure is expensive," she mumbled, thinking practically. "Then let's keep it at a reasonable price. It's only for a single use after all." Callan just gave her a look, his red eyes unreadable. "Got it," he said simply. A wave of suspicion washed over her. "I can't trust this, got it, right?" And so the day of the play festival finally arrived. Leticia, wrapped in a beautiful blue cape, was greeted at the palace entrance by her father and Jade. Welcome, Callan said, his eyes crinkling at the corners. I've been waiting. Portian had to stay behind due to a policy prohibiting employees from attending, and Leticia remembered how gloomy he'd looked that morning. Of course, her father had enjoyed teasing the poor butler about it relentlessly. As they walked down the opulent hallway, Leticia marveled at the sheer number of paintings on the walls. A maid met them at a grand golden door. The play will be held here, she announced, before guiding Leticia toward a smaller entrance. Miss, you'll need to enter through this back door. Leticia turned to her family, a brilliant smile on her face as she waved. Wish me luck, I'll see you on stage. Callan's lips curved into a rare, soft smile. I'm looking forward to it. The maid urged her inside, saying the performance was about to begin. And with one last wave, Leticia hurried through the door. The backstage area was a magnificent, bustling world of its own. Hello, Leticia, one of her classmates greeted her. Hello, she replied, finding her spot. She sat down in front of a brightly lit mirror, her heart thumping with a mix of awe and nerves. I can't believe I've come to the palace. A friendly voice broke through her thoughts. Hello, my name is Mira, and I'll be the maid handling your makeup today. Leticia looked up at the smiling woman who promised to make her look beautiful. A moment later, a stern-looking woman in a dark dress approached. I am Claire, the head maid of the Queen and the director of stage decorations today, she announced crisply. She introduced Mira as the team leader of the maid's makeup team. Leticia felt a fresh wave of nerves. She only had a few lines, but she desperately hoped Callan and Jade wouldn't laugh at her acting. Her thoughts were interrupted by a gasp from one of the other girls. Leticia, what is that dress? Following the girl's suggestion, Leticia stood and gave her skirt a little shake. The deep blue fabric, studded with what looked like tiny stars, billowed around her like drifting clouds. The girls crowded around, their eyes wide with amazement. It looks like clouds drifting. This is the famous Taya silk, right? It's my first time seeing it. Do you know how expensive this silk is? Leticia blinked. Is this really that expensive? One of the girls explained that Taya silk only comes out 5 pieces a year, even with money. It was nearly impossible to acquire. Leticia clutched her dress, a sudden weight settling in her stomach. I'll definitely have to return this later. She looked up to see Lavine, the blonde princess, staring at her with an unreadable expression. You, she said slowly, you must be really favored at home. She accused Leticia of wearing the dress on purpose to show off. Leticia frantically shook her head. No way, I really didn't. Seeing Lavine's downcast face, another girl asked if she was okay. Lavine sighed, her shoulders slumping. Honestly, I'm a bit frustrated with how much I envy you right now. She confessed that being a princess wasn't all it was cracked up to be, that her life felt ridiculous compared to Leticia's, which seemed so much better. But then a small, genuine smile touched her lips. That dress looks great on you. Leticia was taken aback. She smiled back warmly. You look pretty today too, Lavine. When we go on stage, everyone will only look at the protagonist's white dress. Lavine's cheeks turned a delicate shade of pink and she tentatively took Leticia's hand. I hope so too. Suddenly, a shriek shattered the moment. It was Angel, the girl playing the second princess. She was trembling, her face pale with terror. I can't do it. What's wrong, Angel? Leticia asked, rushing to her side. Angel was shaking her head, tears welling in her eyes. I don't want to stand on stage, it feels weird. I'm scared of things like a knife, Lavine scoffed. A knife? What's so scary about it? It's a fake knife, just a prop. Leticia gently reminded her that some people are genuinely scared of such things. Then what should I do? Lavine huffed. That scene is the most important one, though. Angel looked at Leticia with pleading eyes. After all, she had inherited the role from Leticia. Leticia, Lavine called out. An idea dawning on her. Angel was still trembling, unable to compose herself. Lavine's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. You've almost memorized all the lines since you reviewed the script, right? Leticia blinked, then nodded. Well, yes. Plan was quickly formed. Angel confirmed she could handle all the other lines. It was just the sword that scared her, so they decided to modify the scene. Angel would perform the first and second parts, and Leticia would step in to take over the crucial sword scene. Okay then, Lavine declared with a confident grin, leave it to me. Angel threw her arms around Leticia in a grateful hug. Thanks, Leticia, really. The stage was even more impressive up close, feeling like a real room in the royal palace. Hurry up, Leticia, Lavine called. We don't have much time for rehearsal. As she got closer, Leticia noticed a peculiar scent in the air. Smell? Lavine asked before realizing. It's because the royals are entering. The incense burner is spinning and releasing fragrance. Lavine then explained the scene one more time. When I lie on this bed, you'll come and stab me with a sword here. You know the scene, right? The second princess, under a spell after a kiss from a sorcerer, stabs the first princess. It was the climax of the play, the moment that led to the first princess's death and drove the plot forward. Lavine was practically the main character. Leticia poked the bed. Is this really a bed? Lavine laughed. No, it's a fake bed. Most of the furniture is just props. She picked up a gleaming dagger from a nearby table. Look at this. This dagger is the prop you'll be using. She demonstrated how the blade retracted inward, assuring Leticia it was safe. So don't be scared on stage and stab my left heart deeply. To prove her point, she pressed the tip against her own chest. My clothes have padding just in case of accidents, so don't worry. Got it, I'll try it, Leticia said, taking the prop. Lavine wagged a finger at her. And you need to act shocked and cry after stabbing your older sister. You can do that, right? Leticia nodded. Yeah, I guess I have to. They practiced playfully, Lavine shouting, stab it, stab, stab, as Leticia made mock lunges. Just then Claire, the head maid, walked onto the stage. This is the final check of the stage, she announced. Please make sure no harm comes to our esteemed ladies. Check all props that will touch the ladies' bodies. Her eyes landed on Leticia and Lavine. Oh my, both of you haven't checked if the props are safe yet. Lavine quickly explained. It's safe, I just tried it. Leticia was teaching me how to use the prop sword because the play's content changed. Claire's expression remained stern. I see, but since we can't let the ladies get hurt, I'll check once more. She gestured to the makeup artist. Mira, please take the sword. As Mira took the prop, Claire added, this play is being overseen by the princess, so the queen is also looking forward to it. I'm sure you're nervous, but you'll do well. Lavine murmured, I hope so. Suddenly, Claire's head snapped to the side. Oh my, you, she exclaimed, spotting a cloaked figure near the stage wing. What are you doing over there? The figure turned, revealing a young man with silver hair holding a sack of glowing blue stones. I'm the magician in charge of the video stones today. He explained he had gathered the stones from the magic tower at the Duke's request. Claire looked suspicious. I haven't heard about this, let me check, what's your name? I'm Yon, he replied calmly. The name clicked, so this was the mage Callan had mentioned. Meanwhile, in the Grand Theater, a hush fell over the crowd. The Duke has also come, someone whispered. It's been a long time since he's come to such a place. From the royal box, Callan and Jade looked down at the stage, their presence commanding attention. The young ladies in the audience swooned. Jade is only 14, but already like his father, he's so popular. Leticia peeked from behind the curtain, her eyes scanning the audience. Who is that person? She wondered, spotting a man with a magnificent white beard. Haha, that's His Majesty, another girl whispered. The king himself was here. Leticia felt her stomach do a flip. She scanned the royal box again, but I don't see Prince Cedric anywhere. Angel sidled up to her. You'll make a grand appearance in society like this, she said with a knowing smile. You'll be on the stage even before greeting anyone. Leticia was confused. A grand appearance? I'm not even the main character in today's play. Angel's smile widened. Why, you've been assigned the most important scene today. Another girl chimed in, her purple eyes sparkling. Even if you'll stand out, you should take on a more significant role. It means everyone's paying attention to you. She reminded Leticia of the tiger incident, the story of which had spread like wildfire through the entire social circle. Some are even speculating that you're the Duke's hidden daughter. Leticia shook her head. But I'm not a mage, and I don't have red eyes either. That's why everyone's curious about you, the girl explained, wondering what kind of child you must be for the Duke to treasure you so much. So I'm someone who will be in the spotlight today, right? The realization hit Leticia like a ton of bricks. A wave of anxiety washed over her. She nervously smoothed down her dress. They won't think some strange kid has shown up, will they? Just then, a distinguished-looking older man approached them. I am Dehan, His Majesty's chief attendant. He bowed slightly, his gaze fixed on Leticia. His Majesty the King has summoned you. Leticia's eyes widened in shock. Me. She was escorted through the buzzing theater to the royal box. Callan stood and placed a hand on her shoulder. This child is my adopted daughter, he announced to the king. Leticia gathered her courage and performed a perfect curtsy. I'm Leticia. The king's stern face broke into a delighted smile. Incredibly cute, he declared. His attendant agreed enthusiastically. The king then turned to Jade. She and Jade look like real siblings. Callan and the king began discussing what title to give her. Seeing that the conversation would be long, Callan took her hand. We should go in soon. I feel like this conversation will be long. Come here, I'll take you to the stage. He gently took her arm to lead her away. But as his gloved fingers brushed the side of her neck, the world dissolved. A vision, sharp and clear, flooded her mind. A memory that wasn't hers. Two men stood in the very theater she was in now. One looked like an older Prince Cedric, the other a white mage just like Mrs. Sybil. They were discussing a secret passage, a network of escape routes hidden within the walls. The older man explained that the location of each entrance was only taught to one person per generation to keep the secret safe. To hide the entrances, they would hang paintings over them. The first passage, the man said, was located at the center of the outer wall. Leticia, Callan's voice sliced through the vision, pulling her back to reality. She blinked, finding herself standing in the wings of the stage. Are you all right? He asked, his brow furrowed with concern. Yes, she managed, her voice trembling slightly. I just feel a little nervous. But inside, her mind was screaming, whose memory is this? The man looked so much like Cedric, she thought he might be a grown-up version. And the other was a spitting image of a portrait of a white mage who looked a lot like Mrs. Sybil, and the blueprint they were looking at a map of the secret passage. Why do I keep seeing these memories? She wondered, a strange feeling creeping over her. Should I even be doing this play? Suddenly, a pair of hands landed on her shoulders, making her jump. It was Lavine. What did His Majesty say to you? She demanded. Leticia stared. Huh, Lavine, why are you so sparkly? Lavine puffed out her chest, which was now covered in a thick layer of glitter. I put glitter all over my body, that's what the main character does. She waved a dismissive hand. He didn't really say anything, it must be nice to get attention from you. Lavine's bright expression faltered. My mother and father don't even know what role I'm playing. Her gaze fell on Leticia's exquisite dress. The maids prepared the dress. You're talented and your family even prepared this dress for you. Leticia felt a pang of guilt. Lavine, you practiced well. You're much better at acting than me. Lavine, the world turned to crimson and screams. A spray of red, warm and shocking, splattered across the white sheets of the bed. Leticia's breath hitched, her eyes wide with a horror she couldn't comprehend. Lavine, her voice was a choked whisper, her own name for her friend feeling alien on her tongue. The sword, slick with blood, felt impossibly heavy in her hand before it slipped from her nerveless fingers, clattering onto the floor with a sound that echoed the shattering of her reality. She stared down at her hands, her pristine white gloves now stained with the proof of a nightmare. What did I do? Panic began to claw its way up her throat, hot and suffocating. The room erupted into chaos. A maid shrieked, her voice cracking with terror, the sword has been switched. Another voice, shrill with accusation, pierced through the din, the Duke's adopted daughter stabbed the princess. The words were a death sentence. No, this can't be happening, Leticia's mind screamed. She stumbled forward, her legs like jelly, shouting for guards, for anyone. Her eyes were locked on the still form on the bed. Lavine, wake up, she pleaded, shaking the princess's small frame. But there was no response. The only warmth was the sticky blood seeping through the fabric of their dresses. The doors burst open and uniformed guards flooded the room, their presence making the grand theater feel small and suffocating. One of them checked for pulse, his voice grim and final as he announced, "She's not breathing." The air left Leticia's lungs in a painful rush. Did I kill someone? The thought was a poison spreading through her veins, freezing her from the inside out. No way, it can't be. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through her spiraling terror. Leticia, a figure moved swiftly, planting himself firmly in front of her, a shield against the accusing eyes of the world. Jade, her brother, his voice was firm, ringing with authority as he declared, "This is an accident." Leticia grabbed onto his sleeve, her voice a desperate, broken plea. "It wasn't me," the sword was switched. But her words were lost, drowned out by the cold, booming voice of the king. His eyes were chips of ice, his face a mask of fury as he proclaimed, "This is an attempted royal assassination." The accusation hung in the air, heavy and final. But then another presence made itself known. A wave of dark, oppressive energy rolled through the room. Her father, Callan, stepped forward, and behind him a monstrous shadow took form. A giant black serpent, its eyes burning like hellfire, coiled in the air, its hiss a promise of death. Callan's voice was low, a rumbling threat that vibrated in the very bones of everyone present. "No one will touch my daughter." His own eyes mirrored the demons, glowing with a terrifying crimson light. No one, the nobles and servants alike, scrambled back, their faces pale with fear. And then the world erupted in flames. The serpent opened its maw and breathed a torrent of fire, consuming the stage, the curtains, everything. Screams of pain replaced screams of shock as people caught in the blaze cried out for help. "Angela," Leticia shrieked, seeing one of her maids engulfed in the inferno. Strong arms wrapped around her, pulling her back. "We have to get out of here," Jade urged, his voice tight with urgency. But Leticia's eyes were fixed on the stage, where Lavine's small body lay, moments from being swallowed by the fire. The king and queen watched in horror, trapped. "Bring the king," the queen shrieked, but the guards were useless, pounding on doors that wouldn't budge. They were locked in. Were they all going to die here? Callan and Jade stood like twin pillars beside her, a wall of defiance against the encroaching flames. "No way, we are not dying like this." In the chaos, a flash of memory, a vision, pierced through Leticia's panic. Something she'd seen earlier, an illusion of the theater. At the very end of the room, behind a large portrait of a woman, there was a secret door. "It's real." Her eyes darted to the back wall. Yes, smoke was curling out from the edges of the frame. Hope surged through her. "Dad," she yelled, pointing frantically. "I hear the sound of wind from over there." Callan didn't hesitate. He scooped her into his arms, his voice booming over the roar of the fire. "Quickly, we have to break that portrait." The massive shadow snake lunged, smashing through the canvas and the wall behind it. Darkness gaped where the portrait had been, a secret passage. "Everyone go through that passage," Leticia shouted, pointing the way for the terrified crowd. The king and queen stared, their faces a mixture of fear and utter astonishment. How did she know this? They tumbled out of the passage into a damp, dark sewer, the smell of moss and cold water filling their lungs. They were alive. Callan's shadow serpent stood guard at the entrance, a silent, terrifying sentinel. As everyone gathered their wits, Callan ordered a head count. A maid's panicked voice cried out, "Headmaid Claire is missing." Back in the inferno, Claire had collapsed, the last thought in her mind being the utter ruin of the festival she'd worked so hard on. But the survivors had no time to mourn. The passage was blocked ahead, but they could feel a draft. "Push the door," someone yelled. With a collective heave, the stone door groaned open, revealing not more darkness, but a world of white snow. They were outside in the royal garden. Jade gently touched Leticia's shoulder. "Are you hurt anywhere?" She shook her head, numbly whispering, "I'm fine." But her heart ached with a guilt so profound it felt like a physical wound. The king clutched his wife, his face contorted in grief. "I left Lavine behind, my daughter." His gaze then fell upon Leticia, his sorrow twisting into cold fury. He pointed a trembling finger. "Duke, send that child here," he commanded. Callan's response was immediate and absolute. I refuse. The king sputtered, insisting he had to investigate. Callan's laugh was devoid of humor. You are suspecting this child intentionally approached our family from the beginning, aren't you? He sneered. This child is not an assassin. If there is an investigation, it will be done according to the Duke's family procedures. This is my child, my little munchkin, my kid, my family. His eyes began to glow with that dangerous crimson light once more. If you harm this child, he warned, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper, you will have the entire Duke's family as your enemy. The queen gasped, her hand flying to her throat. She turned to a soot-stained Claire who had somehow made it out. Was the sword switched from the beginning? Claire shook her head vehemently. That's absolutely not true. We checked everything. The sword was never switched. The king rubbed his face in frustration. So is a ghost responsible for this? Leticia's mind was racing. I checked the sword myself. How did a mock sword turn into a real one? Who would do this? Were they trying to start a war between the Duke's family and the royals? But that made no sense. I'm just an adopted daughter. I have no value in a political game. Her thoughts drifted to Angela, who was supposed to have played Lavine's part today. It was Angela who asked to switch roles. It's suspicious, but it feels wrong. Something is missing. It's not a ghost, she murmured to herself, her resolve hardening. I have to solve this for my family who believes in me. She thought about the fire, how quickly it spread, too quickly for wood and fabric. Let's doubt all the facts I saw, she decided. What is true and what is not. There is someone behind the scenes, she was sure of it. She looked up at her father, tugging on his sleeve. Right? Callan looked down and a rare, gentle smile touched his lips. You're right, Jade suddenly spoke up, his sharp eyes scanning the crowd. Someone must have soaked the stage fabrics in oil, he deduced. Was it the incense burner that masked the smell? He turned to the king, who set up the stage. The king pointed to his chamberlain, who immediately began to stammer, denying he installed the burner himself. Leticia saw her chance. Father, they're right, she said, her voice clear and loud. But among all the people here, we can't be sure who might be involved, so shouldn't we gather everyone here in one place and investigate them all? I'm scared, but this is the only way. Callan nodded in agreement. That seems like the best course of action. Let's move everyone somewhere immediately. At this rate, there might be even more casualties. He announced, adding with a sharp look at the king, and ensure no one leaves the area. The king, having little choice, ordered his guards to escort the entire party to the Annex Palace, declaring no one was to move until the investigation was over. As they walked towards the distant building, Leticia's mind was a whirlwind of terrifying questions. Did I kill Ravine? What happened? Did someone really use magic? There had to be an answer. She clutched her head, feigning weakness. Father, I feel dizzy. I can't walk. Without a word, Callan swept her up into his arms. I'll carry you. Safe in his embrace, she whispered her true plan. Father, there was a recording stone at the scene. Is there no way to view the footage? He shook his head grimly. The person who took the stone fled, but one was recovered. Unfortunately, he glanced at a nearby mage. The magic is distorted. It will take a month to restore it. A month, Leticia thought with frustration. I can't afford to wait that long. She met his gaze, her green eyes pleading. Father, do you trust me? He raised an eyebrow. Is that even a question? Then please, she whispered, take me back to that secret passage. I want to check something. To that dangerous place, his eyes asked, but he simply nodded. All right, he understood. They needed evidence. Leticia subtly caught Jade's eye and mouthed the words, Operation Number 3. Jade sighed dramatically, but a flicker of resolve crossed his face. I'll tolerate it, since it's for Leticia. He strode forward, interrupting the king. Your Majesty, my little sister seems to be caught up in an unjust situation. I believe it's necessary to request separate protective supervision. He then clutched his head, his face a mask of rage and grief. I'm too angry, he roared before his eyes rolled back and he collapsed to the snowy ground in a theatrical faint. As everyone rushed to the unconscious young Duke, Callan seized the moment. Hold tight, little one, he murmured, and with a burst of dark energy, he leaped into the air. Soaring away from the chaotic scene, catch him, the king bellowed, but it was too late. The shadow serpent rose from the ground, blocking the guard's path. Callan smirked over his shoulder. Crawl on the floor like worms, you fools, he taunted. Leticia worried for a moment. Jade will be fine, right? Callan chuckled. The royal family isn't stupid enough to touch the only heir of the Duke's family. Besides, that boy could use a little suffering. Leticia felt like she was flying. The world a blur of white and gray. How is such speed even possible? She gasped. It runs in our family to be healthy, he quipped, earning a deadpan look. But her mind was already back on the case. They saw the castle in the distance, smoke still billowing from the theater wing. Let's go back through the secret passage, she urged. They landed before the rocky outcrop that served as the exit, but it was sealed shut. It seems we can't return once we've used the passage, Leticia realized. This entrance was created by a mage, Callan confirmed. Then we can't open it, she asked, her heart sinking. Callan smirked. Normally, that would be impossible. His shadow serpent materialized, its head rearing back before it smashed into the rock face with earth-shattering force. Blasting the entrance wide open, there's really nothing magic can't do, Leticia thought in awe. Callan looked down at her, his expression soft. If it's something you want, I can make it happen. To cover their tracks, he wove an illusion of a fearsome, horned demon at the entrance to scare away any pursuers. Amazing, she thought, but there was something more urgent now. The passage was pitch black. Callan summoned a small, floating candle, its gentle light pushing back the oppressive darkness. My focus is divided since I summoned 2 demons, he explained. It's okay, we have candles, so it's fine. The air was cold and damp, the silence broken only by their footsteps. It was spooky, and Leticia shivered, pressing closer to her father. I heard there are many spaces like this underground, Callan said, his voice a low comfort in the dark. It makes it all the more impressive that you managed to find this one. When survival is at stake, anything is possible, she replied, trying to sound braver than she felt. She paused, tilting her head. The air seems to be escaping through that direction. Callan's lips curved into a proud smile. You're really calm and clever, my daughter really is remarkable. He looked at her seriously. So Leticia, what are you thinking? First, I'm innocent, she stated firmly. I need to clear my name, and the truth of what happened here will be my path to doing so. Do you have a plan? He asked. Her green eyes shone with fierce intelligence in the candlelight. Yes, 3 of them. She explained her first theory, a calculated act of revenge against the royal family. Staged like a cruel play, for maximum emotional impact. It was definitely overly dramatic, she finished. Callan's expression darkened. So someone who holds a grudge against the royal family planned this and you got caught up in it unfairly, using my daughter for their schemes. A low growl rumbled in his chest. How absurd. The second possibility is manipulation, she continued. A political conspiracy to drive a wedge between our house and the throne. She shook her head. But the chances are low, I'm only an adopted daughter. If Jade were involved, it might be different. Her voice faltered as a familiar insecurity crept in. Callan would abandon me without hesitation. They didn't abandon you, Callan's voice cut in, firm and gentle. He reached out, his gloved fingers wrapping around her hand. The royal family has always viewed the Duke's house as expendable, he said, his gaze intense. So don't worry. He squeezed her hand. I'll protect you to the end. A warmth spread through her chest, chasing away the cold fear. He then asked, and the final case? Leticia took a deep breath. The last one has only a 1% chance of being true. If I hadn't seen that hidden passage in my vision, I never would have even imagined it. Suddenly, Callan let out a startled yelp, tripping over something in the darkness and stumbling forward, pulling her with him. They looked down, the candlelight flickering over a large, still shape on the ground, wrapped in a white sheet. Callan cautiously reached down and pulled back the fabric. Leticia gasped. It was Lavine. She was lying there, pale and still, the dark stain still on her dress. But as Leticia leaned closer, she heard it. A faint, shallow breath, a weak but steady heartbeat. She's alive. The relief was so overwhelming it buckled her knees. I didn't kill anyone, she sobbed, burying her face in her father's coat. Father, it wasn't me. Lavine is alive. It was a miracle. But as her sobs subsided, a chilling thought settled in her mind. This was her third theory. She remembered the strange wax marks on the bed. Someone sawed the bed slightly and then glued it back together with wax, she explained, her voice trembling with dawning realization. So that when the fire melted the wax, the bed would collapse immediately. The stage was a trapdoor. That's why I suspected a secret passage, she said, her eyes wide. Someone created a diversion and smuggled Lavine's body away, but why? The answer was terrifyingly simple. Obviously, it was an abduction. This is a kidnapping case. The fire was just chaos to cover their tracks. But for what purpose? Money, revenge, a foreign plot. But wasn't the princess stabbed? Callan asked, his brow furrowed. The dagger was a trick, Leticia reasoned. The knife went in too easily, and the princess wasn't breathing, right? The bed must have had drugged needles embedded in it, causing temporary paralysis. The blood we saw was just stage blood. Callan's eyes widened. It was elaborate, but it was possible. To pull this off, you'd have to know everything about the theater, the play, the secret passages. The culprit must be an insider, she declared. Just then Lavine stirred, her eyes fluttering open. A panicked whisper escaped her lips. We need to run, he's coming. Leticia's blood ran cold. If the culprit was an insider from the theater, they should be locked up in the annex by now. A shadowy, smiling face flashed in her mind. Then who brought her here? Who is he? Lavine was trembling. I don't know. Someone grabbed me, covered my mouth, and dragged me away. Her eyes were wide with terror. He's still here. Callan was on his feet in an instant, his posture radiating menace. Let's go. They moved quickly through the suffocating darkness. Suddenly, Lavine let out a terrified gasp, and Leticia clamped a hand over her mouth, silencing her. The accomplice Lavine mentioned, he's here. Callan's voice was a low, urgent command. Keep moving forward. Feel along the walls with your hands, go ahead. Leticia grabbed Lavine's hand, trying to project a calm she didn't feel. I want to see his face, Callan thought, his knuckles white as he clenched his fists. To know how much of a beating he deserves, this calls for fists. I can't risk using magic and hurting my daughter. Just keep moving forward, Leticia chanted in her head. Dad is here, I can do this. And then with a soft hiss, the candle went out, plunging them into absolute terrifying blackness. The girls screamed, clinging to each other in the dark, lost and vulnerable. Darkness, that's all she could feel, all she could perceive. A thick, suffocating blanket of blackness that pressed in on all sides. Panic clawed at her throat. Who's there? Where am I? A whimper reached her ears, and the sound cut through her own fear. Lavine, she was still here, crying, her dress stained with blood. A voice, small and trembling, called out for Callan. Leticia's heart clenched. She grabbed Lavine's hand, pulling the terrified girl close. What's going on? Lavine sobbed, her body shaking uncontrollably. Leticia's mind raced. One thing was clear, if they stayed here, they would just be a burden to Callan. They were holding him back, making him fight with one hand tied behind his back. Listen to me, she whispered, her voice a fragile thread in the oppressive silence. Just keep walking forward, Lavine. The princess's face was a mask of terror, tears streaming down her pale cheeks, but Leticia squeezed her hand tighter, pouring all her reassurance into the simple touch. It's okay if you can't see, even if you run into something, she promised. She had to be brave for both of them. It's fine, he is strong. She had to believe it, she asterisk had asterisk too. Callan was the strongest person in this world. He had to be far below. The sounds of battle echoed and then stopped. The world plunged into an eerie, terrifying quiet. No way did he lose? Her blood ran cold. Who won? Before she could even process the thought, a hand shot out of the darkness, grabbing her arm with crushing force. An adult man's hand, a scream was trapped in her throat. Who are you? Her voice wouldn't come out. She was paralyzed, her body refusing to obey her frantic thoughts. Fear, pure and absolute, seized her. From the corner of her eye, she saw Lavine collapsing, screaming her name in raw terror. Her mind flashed back to the man who kidnapped her. Why is he? Is it Dad, the kidnapper? The grip tightened and she flinched away, every nerve screaming in revulsion. The touch felt disgusting, like a cold, slimy snake slithering across her skin. The hand moved from her arm, clamping over her mouth with brutal force. And then another hand was on her head, pushing her down, and a strange, cold energy began to seep into her. Her forehead was burning, a searing, agonizing heat spread from the point of contact. What was he doing to her? The world warped into a terrifying blue haze. No, a silent scream ripped through her mind, no. Suddenly, a violent shockwave of red energy erupted through the cave. Her captor was thrown back, a sickening crunch echoing in the darkness as he slammed into the unforgiving rock. Leticia stumbled, her wide, terrified eyes trying to make sense of the blur of motion. Through the dust and chaos, a figure emerged. And her heart stopped. No, it couldn't be her real father, the Duke. His eyes were blazing with a demonic, crimson light, his face twisted into a mask of pure fury. His voice was a low, guttural growl that promised death as he snarled at the crumpled form on the ground. Don't you dare lay a hand on my daughter, he seethed, the threat hanging heavy in the air, unless you want your joints crushed one by one. In the sudden stillness that followed, one thought echoed in Leticia's mind. Callan is safe. She scrambled forward, her body still trembling from the ordeal. She had to get to Lavine. The chaos of the cave melted away, replaced by the soft, flickering glow of a single candle. Her father's face, etched with worry, swam into view. His voice was low and gentle as he called her name. Leticia, come here. She didn't hesitate. She launched herself into his arms, burying her face in his chest, the solid feel of him chasing away the lingering terror. Dad, she sobbed, clinging to him like a lifeline. He held her tight, his hands stroking her hair. She pulled back slightly, her voice muffled as she asked if the enemy escaped. He nodded grimly. Yeah, his eyes scanned her from head to toe, searching for any injury. You're not hurt, are you? He asked, his voice strained. She shook her head. I'm fine, but... His gaze hardened, his crimson eyes filled with a dangerous light. He explained that the enemy seemed to be a mage. A mage, Leticia's eyes widened in shock. In this darkness, he continued, his voice tight with regret, I was afraid you and the princess might get hurt, so I couldn't finish him off. He admitted the enemy was definitely injured too. She noticed the dark stain on his cravat and gasped, but he quickly reassured her. It's not my blood, it's his. Callan joined them, ever vigilant, asking if he was sure the enemy was really gone. The Duke nodded, confirming they would be able to detect him if he came near again. Lavine, looking pale but resolute, insisted they had to get out of there, but Leticia's mind was already racing. But if we leave now, the case won't be solved, she protested, her voice regaining its strength. Lavine may have come back alive, but Leticia still needed to completely clear her name. She looked at the bloodied princess. Lavine, the investigation isn't over yet. Lavine winced, clutching her arm. Ugh, okay. Leticia's gaze was determined. You're not the only key evidence in this case. Key evidence? Lavine looked confused. Leticia's eyes swept over the glittering cave walls. Then, her gaze landed on a shard of something reflecting the light. A slow smile spread across her face. Found it, she murmured, the final piece of evidence. The Duke looked down at the object in her hand, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. So it was just a cheap trick, he said, his voice laced with contempt. He asked her if she understood now. Leticia's eyes, bright and sharp, met his. A single thought crystallized in her mind, connecting all the scattered pieces of the puzzle. Yes, she said, her voice clear and certain. I understand the whole truth. The world outside was a stark contrast to the dark cave, a landscape of pristine white snow under a pastel sky. The sound of running feet broke the silence as royal guards swarmed the area. "The Duke is here," one of them shouted. The Duke stood tall and imposing, Leticia half hidden behind his long coat. His voice was ice as he addressed the soldiers. "How dare you point your blades at me?" His gaze was filled with such chilling authority that the guards flinched back. "Looks like the entire royal guard needs to be retrained," he sneered. "What are you staring at?" He held up the injured but safe princess for all to see. "I brought back the princess, take me to his majesty at once." He then held up the shard he'd recovered from the cave. "Now I've gathered the last crucial piece of evidence." His voice carried across the snow, sharp and clear. He explained that the stage fire was tampered with, and based on the method, he already had a suspect in mind. Leticia chewed on her lip, a worried frown on her face. The details were still fuzzy, and they didn't have a solid way to draw out the culprit. But then an idea sparked in her mind, a memory from her past life. In the detective stories she used to read, they always set a trap in situations like this. A trap that would force the culprit to reveal themselves. She tugged on her father's sleeve. "Dad," she whispered. He looked down, a silent question in his eyes. She leaned in, whispering her audacious plan into his ear. He listened intently, then asked quietly if she was sure it would work. She looked up at him, her eyes shining with fierce determination. "Yes, it will," she promised, a bright smile breaking through her serious expression. "I will reveal the truth behind this case." After all, Lavine is only 12 years old. And even adding her own past life's age, the culprit had harmed someone who was, in total, only 22. They deserved to be punished at least 22 times over. A cold fury settled in her heart. "This time I'm really angry," back inside the opulent palace. Lavine's parents rushed to meet her. "Mother, father," she cried, collapsing into their arms. The king and queen were overcome with emotion, their faces a mixture of shock and overwhelming relief. "Lavine, you're alive," her mother sobbed, checking her for injuries. Lavine whimpered that her skin hurt. The king immediately ordered the royal physician to check her condition. The staff looked on, tears of relief streaming down their faces. The doctor quickly confirmed the wounds were minor and not life-threatening. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, shocked that the princess had returned alive after being engulfed in flames. Lavine, pointing a trembling finger at Leticia, exclaimed that she had saved her. The king turned to Leticia, his heart full of gratitude, thanking her over and over. But he was still confused. "How did this all happen? Where was the Duke?" Leticia smiled brightly. "I think all the questions will be answered soon," she announced. "It's the same with solving the case. Dad said he found a way. He can restore the video stone." The king looked baffled. "Video stone?" "Yes," Leticia chirped. "I heard the fire on stage was caught on the video stone." The king confirmed that a messenger had just told him the stones had been collected. Leticia beamed, her voice loud enough for everyone in the hall to hear. "Dad is working with Yon, the wizard in charge of the video stones right now. Not only the stage, but everything that happened in the secret passage was also recorded." At her words, a butler standing nearby went pale, his eyes wide with shock. "How could the secret passage be recorded? Wasn't it dark there?" Leticia continued her performance, her voice full of innocent wonder. They said it was accidentally captured thanks to Yon running around with the video stone. Since it's a magic stone, it brightly captures everything even in dark places," she exclaimed. The king was amazed. Leticia then put on a show of remembering something important. "Oh, Dad said he can do it with magic, but what was it? Violation of magic power regulations?" The king boomed with laughter. "If we can only uncover the truth of this case, we can break the rules as much as we want." Leticia's eyes twinkled. "Anyway, by watching the video, we can catch the person doing suspicious things." She leaned in conspiratorially. "In fact, we already have a strong suspect." "A suspect?" the king demanded. "Who is it?" But Leticia shook her head, looking hesitant. I can't say without solid evidence." Just then, the main doors swung open. It was the Duke, and he was dragging a terrified, whimpering man behind him. "Duke," the king exclaimed. "Dad," Leticia cried out. The Duke announced that the wizard needed to concentrate, so he was completing the last task alone. In the dark room, the king asked where the wizard was now. Was he being punished for his earlier failure? A cruel smirk played on the Duke's lips. "He is currently working alone," he purred, "in the prison." He then addressed the assembled guests, his red eyes sweeping over them. "Did you forget that all of you are suspects? Until the case is resolved, no one is allowed to leave the annex." He gave a final, chilling smile. "The suspect will be gradually revealed. Just make sure to come immediately if you're called for the investigation." In the cold, damp prison, a figure cloaked in blue magic worked over a glowing stone. A second hooded figure slipped out of the shadows. "Are you restoring the video?" the newcomer asked. The wizard nodded. Yes, in fact, it's almost done now." The hooded figure marveled that it was even possible, but the wizard seemed nervous. "But you shouldn't come in here," he stammered. The visitor explained they were on an errand for the person they served, sent to gather information. The wizard seemed to accept this. "Then it can't be helped," he sighed. The hooded figure moved closer, their hand reaching for something hidden in their cloak. "Can I take a closer look?" they asked, their voice smooth as silk. The wizard waved a dismissive hand. "Then hurry up and see it." In a flash, the visitor's hand shot out, a dagger gleaming in the magical light as they lunged forward. If it's their order, they hissed, but their wrist was caught in an iron grip. They cried out in shock, stumbling back. The wizard looked up, the hood falling back. Why you ours? The attacker gasped, you're not Yon. Callan smirked, his red eyes glinting. Ah, yes, he said calmly. And the claim that the video stone was restored. His smirk widened into a triumphant grin. Is a blatant lie. At that exact moment, the prison doors swung open, revealing the Duke, Leticia, and the entire royal court. The trap had been sprung. Finally, Callan said, his voice ringing with satisfaction, you've revealed your true identity. The crowd gasped as the culprit's hood fell away completely. Leticia's voice was cold and clear. Chief Maid Claire. The woman stood frozen, her face a mask of disbelief and horror. How did this happen? The Duke's voice was laced with pride. It really is just as my daughter said. He declared she knew the culprit would come to kill Johann. Leticia corrected him. To be more precise, I said they would either contact their accomplice, run away, or try to get rid of Johann. The queen's face was a picture of utter betrayal. Claire, she screamed, her voice cracking. How could you? Leticia stepped forward, her small frame radiating an unshakable confidence. You betrayed us, she said, her voice soft but filled with accusation. She looked Claire directly in the eye. Did you come here to destroy the moving image stones? Claire flinched, her composure shattering. Did you think they might show something that would incriminate you? Leticia pressed. So you came to the dungeon to stop Johann even if you had to kill him? Am I wrong? What are you talking about? This is a misunderstanding. Claire stammered, trying to regain control. I only came here to see what was happening. Callan's voice cut through her lies like a knife. Is that why you brought a dagger with you? He took a step closer, his presence menacing. With a snap of his fingers, a sinister black aura hissed from the dagger, coalescing into the form of a venomous snake. Ugh, Claire cried, dropping the weapon. The Duke looked on in disgust. Oh dear, it's been coated in poison. He took the dagger from Callan. His expression grim. I can't let you have such a thing near my young daughter. The king, rubbing his temples, finally spoke. Now, tell us the truth, Duke Llewellyn. I'm dying to hear the whole story. The Duke gestured towards Leticia with a proud flourish. You can hear the details from her. After all, she's the one who solved this case. Leticia felt a wave of pressure as all eyes turned to her. Whoa, so much pressure, but she couldn't let them down. She cleared her throat. Yes, well, as you've all gathered by now, this whole talk of restoring the image stones was a trap, right, Dad? The Duke confirmed it would take 50 mages 2 to 3 weeks of nonstop work to even have a chance of success. Claire's face went white. What? Her hands trembled as the reality of her situation sank in. Callan explained that he had received a note from the Duke and had been hiding there, pretending to be the cowardly magician, Johann. In other words, he concluded with a sharp-toothed grin, this was all a trap to catch the culprit. What? Claire stammered, looking around wildly. Leticia began to lay out the evidence piece by piece. First, the knife. She produced the prop dagger from the play. Have a look at this. She showed the king how the blade retracted easily. It was a simple trick, a small plate on the handle when pressed. Locked the blade in place, turning it from a harmless prop into a deadly weapon. The knife was never swapped out, she explained. As soon as Lavine was stabbed, Claire had shouted that the knife had been changed. And in the chaos, everyone believed her. However, Leticia said, her eyes narrowing, Claire pressed this plate while pretending to check the knife right before the play. The king finally understood. That's what she feared had been captured on the image stones. Yes, Leticia confirmed. Now, the second problem, there were multiple entrances to the secret passageway. She theorized that Claire used a hidden entrance backstage to start the fire, but panicked when everyone else fled into the same passage. She pretended to fall behind, slipping away while everyone else was focused on escaping the smoke. The guests murmured, realizing that none of them had actually seen Claire enter the passage with them. She planned to recover the knife, Leticia continued, but if the moving image stones had shown her already in the passageway, everyone would have known she was the culprit. Claire exploded. That's all speculation. What proof do you have? She shrieked, her voice cracking. I'm not a magician. Lavine nearly died in that fire. How could I have possibly kidnapped her? Leticia turned to her father, tugging his coat. Dad, I saw a painting once. The Duke picked up the story, his voice a low drawl. He spoke of a legend of a light magician sentenced to burn at the stake. He spread a non-flammable substance over his body before the execution. He explained, a dark grin playing on his lips. You may think that was just a legend, but such a substance actually exists. It is still being sold by thief guilds. Lavine gasped in horror, a hand flying to her chest. You put that all over my body? Leticia pointed to Lavine's arms, which still shimmered faintly in the light. Lavine, your arms are still a bit sparkly. Lavine stared at her arms, then back at Leticia, stunned. The pearl powder. She whirled on her personal maid, Mira, who had applied her makeup. Mira trembled, swearing her innocence. But as Leticia pointed out, it would have been easy enough for Claire herself to mix the substance into the makeup. Claire shrieked again, calling it all baseless speculation. You have no moving images. How can you prove any of this? Are you accusing me merely because I was the last person to touch the knife? She raved, her eyes wild. That would make Lady Leticia a suspect too. Leticia's voice was calm, cutting through the hysteria. There is proof, Claire, it's right before our eyes. She turned her gaze to the young maid Claire had supposedly saved from the fire. You helped her put out her dress when it caught on fire. That was very brave of you. The girl nodded nervously, but Leticia continued, her green eyes sharp as glass. I asked the doctor residing in the annex, and he said Claire never went to see him. Putting out that fire with your bare hands must have burned you quite badly. Will you show us your hands? The maid flinched, hiding her hands behind her back. Before she could protest, the Duke was on her, grabbing her arm in a vice-like grip. He sniffed the air around her. You smell of medicine, he growled, his eyes glowing a menacing red. Perhaps we should try setting her on fire. His voice dropped to a terrifying whisper. If she doesn't go up in flames, Leticia's suspicions will be confirmed. The maid slumped in his grip, all pretense gone. The Duke turned to the king. You have adopted a remarkable daughter. She looks so small and adorable, but she's really a genius, isn't she? The queen's rage finally boiled over. Claire, how could you? She screamed, her face contorted with grief and betrayal. What could possibly motivate you to do such a thing? Was this all for money? Why? Claire stood silent, her face a cold, emotionless mask. Her eyes were dead, devoid of all feeling. When she finally spoke, her voice was a hollow whisper that chilled everyone to the bone. My daughter was stolen from me. What are you saying? The guard's voice was cold, devoid of any pity as it echoed through the damp dungeon. He told the king to ask Princess Anna, to ask her what she did. She knows perfectly well, he sneered, his eyes burning with a righteous fire. He knows who she killed several years ago at the theater festival. The words hung in the air, thick and poisonous. Anna's blood ran cold, her eyes widened in sheer terror, a strangled gasp caught in her throat. Princess Anna, the queen whispered, her voice trembling. Anna couldn't breathe. Her small hands flew to her mouth, trying to stifle a scream as her entire body began to quiver uncontrollably. It was an accident, she stammered, the words tumbling out in a desperate plea, I swear. An accident? Claire's voice cracked with rage, her face contorted in a mask of pure fury. She was only 5 years old. You asked her to do something impossible and she fell off a ladder and died. What's all this? The king roared, his patience shattering like glass. He lunged forward, his massive hand grabbing the front of Anna's delicate dress, yanking her towards him. His face was inches from hers, his eyes blazing with a terrifying light. Answer me, Anna. Anna's mind went blank with fear. She could only stare, her body limp in his grasp. The confession spilled from her lips in a broken whisper. It happened several years ago, the day before the theater festival. Memories flooded back, vivid and horrifying. They were rehearsing in the vast, empty theater. A little girl had appeared, her eyes shining with excitement as she asked if she could join. Anna remembered thinking she was cute, so she played with her for a little while. But then the little girl's eyes had landed on the magnificent chandelier, glittering with fake jewels. She had asked for one, her voice so small and innocent. I just wanted to tease her a bit, Anna choked out, tears streaming down her face, so I said she could have one, if she managed to reach them. But the little girl took her seriously. She actually started climbing up a ladder. A rickety, towering thing that reached towards the ceiling. It looked so dangerous, Anna sobbed. I told her to come down at once, but the girl was startled by her shout. She missed a step. The image was burned into her mind, the small body falling, the sickening thud, the silence that followed. Her own horrified face, hand clamped over her mouth, unable to scream. I had no idea that would happen. A gut-wrenching scream tore through the dungeon, raw and filled with years of pain. That was my daughter? Claire shrieked, her face a canvas of utter agony. The queen recoiled, her hand flying to her chest in disbelief. She was your daughter. Claire, you've never married, the queen stammered. How can this be? It happens all too often, Claire whispered, her voice now hollow and dead. Her father denied that she was his. I pretended that she was an orphan I'd taken in and secretly raised her outside the palace. I had no idea that this sort of thing would happen the one day I brought her here. None of you knew you would take my daughter from me that day. Her voice rose to a furious shout. You're all just as selfish as her arrogant father. The queen flinched as if struck. Why didn't you ask us for help, Claire? I had no idea. Help? Claire lunged forward, her hands grabbing the queen's fine dress, yanking her close. Her eyes were wild with grief and madness. You hid my daughter's corpse and pretended nothing had happened? What would you have possibly helped me with? All you do is pretend to be saints. My daughter would have been around Princess Lavigne's age by now. Lavigne, hearing her name, slumped to the floor in shock. I wanted you to taste the same pain I felt, Claire screamed, her voice breaking. I will never forgive you, I curse you all. She struggled against the guards who grabbed her, her body writhing with impotent rage. Take her away immediately, the king bellowed. But just as the guards began to drag her off, the Duke's calm voice cut through the chaos. You haven't given us a single reason why Lavigne should die. The guards paused. The Duke looked at the distraught woman, his eyes filled not with anger but with a deep, unsettling understanding. Lavigne's only sin was to be loved by someone. Lavigne looked up, her green eyes wide with confusion. His words struck Claire like lightning. Just like you loved your daughter, what are you doing? The king roared, his face purple with rage. Lock her up in the dungeon. The guards didn't hesitate this time, dragging Claire away. Her body went limp, a final, defeated slump as the darkness of the dungeon prepared to swallow her whole. A short while later, the heavy doors of the grand hall swung open. But as Leticia stepped inside, a wave of silence washed over the room. Why is everyone staring at me? She thought, her heart starting to pound. Hundreds of eyes were fixed on her, their gazes intense. Are they angry that an adopted daughter of low birth stepped in? They're scaring me. But then the Duke's voice boomed across the hall. Dad, Jade, your daughter really is a genius. The Duke and Duchess were beaming, their faces shining with pride. She saved Lavine's life, Duke Llewellyn. His Grace was right, she solved this all on her own. She even found that secret passageway and saved us from the fire. She's an absolute genius. The hall erupted in a clamor of praise and awe. Callan swooped in, scooping Leticia into his arms with a proud flush on his cheeks. That's right, he thought, his heart swelling. That's my girl. But his pride quickly soured into possessiveness. My daughter worked very hard today, and that's all you have to say. A dark, menacing aura began to radiate from him, making Leticia yelp in surprise. Can't you think up any better compliments for my brilliant girl? The crowd froze, stunned into silence by his sudden intensity. The Duke cleared his throat awkwardly. Thank you so much, Lady Leticia. Truly, I'm incredibly grateful as well. The Duchess added, her hand on her heart. When I think about how close we came to losing Lavine, we won't forget this debt we owe you. I swear we'll repay you. Callan's expression didn't soften. He told them not to just thank her out of courtesy, but to give her a reward. Leticia squirmed in his arms. Don't say that, Dad. She quickly curtsied to the royal couple, murmuring her thanks for their kind words. I'll treasure them always, your majesties. As they bowed, the entire room broke into applause. Now the king declared, everyone pay your respects to the members of House Llewellyn. Hurrah, Lady Leticia is a true genius. Hooray for Llewellyn, hooray for the Duke. The cheers were deafening. Overwhelmed, Leticia and Jade hid behind Callan's tall frame. Hee, she thought, peeking out from behind his cloak. Right, this is the sort of person Dad is. He can't stand to see himself or his family suffer even the slightest harm. Jade just shrugged with a smug little HMPH. Now Callan said, turning his cold gaze upon the crowd. A hush fell instantly. You owe my daughter an apology for suspecting her. An icy chill swept through the hall. Leticia shuddered. Oh no, he never lets things go. The nobles stood frozen, trapped in the oppressive silence of the grand hall. Meanwhile, hidden in a dark corridor, two figures watched the scene unfold. Why, you didn't even have to step in, Cedric, a young, silver-haired boy stammered. Lady Leticia figured it out. You're right, Cedric replied, turning away. I snuck over here when I heard Lavine had almost died, but I see everything's already been dealt with. He gave a small, knowing grin. We didn't need to come here after. See, Cedric? The younger boy tugged on his sleeve, his eyes wide with wonder. Jade, just who is that girl? She's so pretty, and she's even smarter than the grown-ups. Is she Duke Llewellyn's daughter? Yes, Cedric confirmed, his voice soft. His adopted daughter, isn't she fascinating? The boy blushed furiously. Do you know her? A faint blush also dusted Cedric's cheeks as he recalled a memory, a gentle smile playing on his lips. Well, she's impossible to forget. The boy's curiosity was piqued. How old is she? Is she really not his biological daughter? He tugged Cedric towards the hall again. She's incredibly smart and beautiful, just like him. Are you sure? Yes, Cedric said, pulling him back, so they say. Although that's almost harder to believe. The younger boy gazed longingly at the distant hall. I'm dying to greet her, but now's not the right time, Cedric said firmly, leading him away into the shadows. Back in the hall, Angela approached Leticia. Now I understand why they say you're gifted, she said with a small smile. You're truly a remarkable girl. She then stepped closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. Will you tell me now, Angela? Tell you what? Angela leaned in, her eyes searching Leticia's. You're not actually scared of knives, are you? Leticia flinched. I suspected you at first, Angela admitted, her voice barely audible. After all, you had me stab Lavine in your stead. But no matter how I looked at it, I didn't think you were the culprit. Leticia's eyes widened. Will you tell me what's going on? Angela was silent for a moment. Then she dropped a bombshell. I'm actually an illegitimate child of the royal family. What? So you and Lavine are in? No? Angela waved her hands frantically. My dad is already dead. My dad was the king's younger brother, she explained, calming down. But my mom and dad were never married, so the royal family had a noble house adopt me. So that's why she was nice to me from the start, Leticia realized. She was adopted like me. It would have been weird for an illegitimate child of the royal family to be a candidate for crown princess, don't you think? Angela said with a self-deprecating scratch of her cheek. That's why I tried to get out of it. What about me then? I was originally a commoner. That's different. You're an outsider, but I'm an illegitimate child with royal blood. It poses a whole other problem. Leticia's mind raced. Wait, did Claire know about the circumstances of Angela's birth? Maybe she wanted to make it look like Lavine had died by Angela's hand? But she couldn't stand to see Angela get hurt, so she used her bare hands to try and finish the job. Leticia looked at Angela, whose own past was clearly a heavy burden. Leticia, about what I just told you. I'll keep your secret, Leticia promised, her expression earnest. I can even swear it if you want. Angela just nodded, a grateful smile on her face. We're still friends, right? Of course, Leticia beamed, linking her pinky with Angela's. Let's go home, Leticia, Jade called out, all right. Leticia waved goodbye to her friend. and hurried over to her brother. We'll leave as soon as father gets back, Jade said. Where is he? In the dungeon, Jade replied calmly. He went to interrogate that woman. Oh, a shiver went down Leticia's spine. I guess Claire will become his prey. I feel weird about this. You know, Jade, she said, changing the subject. You're a really good actor. It was so believable when you pretended to faint. And then when you acted like Johan and forget it. Jade cut her off, looking away with a cute pout. But I don't know what you're talking about. Leticia noticed a faint blush creeping up his neck. She giggled. Jade, your face is all red. No, it's not, he insisted, turning his back to her just as Callan appeared. You're back already, Callan simply nodded. Yes, let's go. As they walked down the grand staircase, Leticia couldn't help but wonder. Did he kill Claire? If Dad wanted to, he could easily get rid of someone in only 5 minutes. So much happened today, she thought, feeling the exhaustion creep into her bones as they stepped into the cool night air. The carriage ride was quiet at first. The rhythmic clop of the horses' hooves a soothing sound. Dad. Leticia began, snuggling into his side. How do you think Claire knew about the secret passageways? Apparently, even the royal family had no idea. Callan just smirked. That's for the king's people to interrogate her about. Enough of this. Thinking more will only wear you out. He gently patted her head and Leticia's eyes fluttered shut. Honestly, even if I wanted to keep thinking, I'm mentally and physically exhausted. I can't wait to be an adult. Hopefully my body and brain will get stronger by then. She drifted off to sleep in his lap. The carriage rattled on through the moonlit night. Are we almost there? Jade murmured sleepily. Yes, Callan replied softly. In case you're wondering, he added, his voice low, I didn't eat anything. Jade perked up instantly. You mean you let the culprit live? The royal family gave me permission to kill her. Since they know I enjoy it, but I couldn't, it was strange. Well, she had a daughter too. Jade shrugged. You must be becoming human. Are you saying I wasn't human before? You were much closer to a beast. Jade retorted coolly, or perhaps a monster. That would make you a monster's spawn. An invisible lightning bolt of tension crackled between them. I'm far more civilized than you. Sure, let's say I go along with that absurd statement. Callan glanced down at the sleeping girl in his lap. What would that make her? Leticia, feigning sleep, broke into a cold sweat. She's a dog who wandered into a dragon's den. Callan mused, a small healthy puppy who barks and runs around. A puppy? Leticia thought, feigning a small cough, and I have no idea just how much this puppy has figured out about me. I'm quite curious. Well, she's a very clever girl. Jade said, eek, do they know I'm awake? Leticia's heart hammered in her chest. Anyway, I can't believe that woman. Killing a young princess to get revenge. She had to be mad to take her anger out on an innocent. It certainly seems that way, Callan agreed. Then why do you suppose I feel empathy for her? Jade was silent. If my daughter had gotten hurt today. Callan's voice dropped, becoming dangerously cold. I would have taken my fury out on everything in that room. I would have joined you. Jade said without hesitation. Callan gently stroked Leticia's hair. But are you finally starting to mature, father? You seem much more empathetic lately. Callan shot him an irritated glare. Stop saying nonsense. Suddenly, a loud gurgle echoed through the carriage. Are we there yet? Leticia shot up, her face bright red as she gasped in horror at the sound her own stomach had made. For a moment, there was stunned silence. Then both Callan and Jade turned away, their shoulders shaking as they tried to suppress their laughter. Don't laugh, she mumbled, utterly mortified. You're finally awake, Callan said, a smirk in his voice. Are you hungry? Leticia nodded miserably. Yes, very much. It's way past dinner time. I don't think food alone will suffice to quiet your stomach, Jade teased, still trying not to laugh. Leticia puffed out her cheeks in a furious pout. All right, Callan chuckled. Let's eat dinner and have some hot cocoa. That way you'll grow big and strong. Jade reached over and gently patted her head. Just as I thought. His words may sound rough, but he's really kind. A gentle smile spread across Leticia's face as she looked at her brother's kind expression. Oh yeah. She cheered as the carriage finally rolled to a stop. When they walked into the mansion, Sion greeted them, his eyes wide with shock. What's all this? What happened to your clothes? And wasn't Lord Jade dressed differently when you left? Why is he wearing a magician's cloak? We had a big day, Callan announced, bowing to the staff. And my daughter showed once again how beautiful and brilliant she is. She's a genius. Sion just stared, completely baffled by the tug on his cravat and the impossibly short summary. That was the most Callan summary possible, Leticia thought with a giggle. I'll start by preparing fresh clothes and baths. No, Callan interrupted. Get dinner ready first, that's more pressing. We'll eat as we are. Sion looked utterly shocked. As you are, bathing can wait. Leticia couldn't help but laugh at the butler's stunned expression. And so, between Sion rushing about to get the table ready and us eating in our sooty clothes, it was really a meal to remember. Later, after the chaotic dinner, Leticia found Jade in the hall. Jade, about earlier, thank you for covering for me and for helping me catch the culprit. Did I? He asked, looking genuinely confused. It looks like you forgot, Leticia thought with a small smile. Yes, you did, and I was happy. She fiddled with her hands. I'm not even your real sister, but you always help me out and Callan takes such good care of me. I remember. Jade strung back as he stepped in front of me while Callan shouted at the king. I still can't get used to these moments, when I can really feel that I'm not alone. It makes me so happy, but you didn't need to step in, Jade said, turning to face her. I could have come up with a solution. Next time, I'll try to be the helpful younger sister instead, Leticia declared, clenching her fists with determination. Didn't you hear earlier? Hear what? Even if you hadn't solved the case, everything would have been fine. What do you think we would have done if the king had arrested you? You probably would have helped me escape. Exactly, he said, leaning in close. We would have run away with you even if we had to kill a few people along the way, Leticia gasped. Isn't that an act of rebellion? We just have to make sure we don't get caught. What a reckless attitude. Maybe you don't know since you're still so young. With enough money, you can live quite comfortably as a fugitive. A golden aura seemed to shine around him as he grinned. Ah, I see, of course. Jade certainly knows the facts of life. Leticia slammed a stack of imaginary papers down. But that ain't one. We could always surrender to another nation and become nobles there, he continued, completely unfazed. The king knows that perfectly well, which is why he won't touch us. He makes it sound so easy. Still, that sounds so reckless. I wasn't raised to be a useless future duke who won't take risks to protect his family. You're my sister, so I have a responsibility to protect you. Just like Popo, am I still on the same level as a pet? Well, I guess it doesn't matter at this point. My screws must be coming loose too. Jade, thank you, she beamed up at him. When I grow up and you become head of the family, I hope I can be the sort of grown-up who can protect you. I'm going to make an amazing adult, I swear. Good, he said with a soft smile. Speaking of, we should find a way to make you stronger. Am I going to learn swordsmanship or magic? I don't think that'll work with these scrawny little arms, he teased, poking her arm. It's a secret for now. But I'll find an easy way for you to grow stronger. Ideally, one that doesn't require much effort. What do you have in mind? I'll tell you later. He gently took her hand and led her towards her room. Well, I guess he'll tell me when the time is right, so there's nothing I can do. She let out a huge yawn. I'd better wash up and go to bed. I'm so tired I could just collapse on my bed. Sion will get mad if you lie down in those messy clothes, he warned. I'll bet. Good night, Jade, she said, peeking around her door. Good night, Leticia. Just then her maid popped out. Oh, my lady, your bath is ready, so put on your robe and come here. All right. Leticia closed the door with a clack. I'm exhausted, she sighed, pulling the ribbon from her hair. Claire rushed today and made a lot of mistakes. She may not have been the one to come up with the plan. Was she only acting as an accomplice? Come to think of it, a sudden chilling memory surfaced. Who was the person who touched me? The real culprit touched me in the dark passageway. Her eyes widened in realization. I should tell an adult. I'll take a bath first. And seek out Callan later. As she reached for her discarded dress, her fingers brushed against something in the folds. What's this? A single blood-red flower plopped onto the floor, and with it a small folded note. Her hands trembled as she read the words. It was a message from the real mastermind. A bad person left these. A very, very bad guy. I thought you might be his target since you had a red flower. Her blood turned to ice. A scream tore from her throat. She stumbled backward, tripping over her own robe. Leticia, Jade's voice called from outside the door. Callan, she gasped, her breath coming in ragged puffs. What's wrong? Jade slammed the door open, his eyes wide with alarm. Leticia, her mind was spinning, the red flowers scattered on the floor from her dress.